Chapter 2041. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment, so how could he let the wood spirit escape? With the support of the space secret technique, he directly appeared in front of the wood spirit, staring at it coldly. Opening and closing his hands, a huge moon blade leisurely formed. Just as Yang Kai was about to release the moon blade to give the wood spirit the final blow, the wood spirit screamed. Accompanied by this scream, Yang Kai suddenly felt a stinging pain on his arm. With a flick of his wrist, the moon blade shot out. With a sizzling sound, the huge moon blade, although condensed from space force and not the nemesis of the wood spirit, was still very powerful at this moment. Although Yang Kai lost his aim at the last moment and did not hit the wood spirit's vital point, it still directly cut through its body. The incision was smooth, and a dark green liquid flowed out from it like a fountain. Lu Yen took the opportunity to rush down, turned into a flame, and wrapped the wood spirit. Not far away, the queen monster insect held the purple and green dual swords in a strange posture. On the two swords, light flashed, and as it twisted its body, a huge sword light flew directly into the battle between Lu Yen and the wood spirit. In an instant, the wood spirit let out a sharp cry. At the same time, Yang Kai retreated dozens of meters with a pale face, tore off his clothes, and stared at his right arm. The next moment, he cried out in alarm, "Wood seed!" At this moment, on his right arm, there was a light green thing the size of a grain of rice embedded in the skin and flesh. With a burst of agitation, his vitality seemed to be uncontrollably rushing towards this thing. It was crazily swallowed by it. And with the infusion of vitality, this little thing showed signs of breaking out of its shell. Yang Kai immediately understood what this was. This was obviously the wood spirit's wood seed, the weak light that flashed before. No wonder even the 6 Emperor Realm Masters were unable to completely eradicate the wood spirit. Originally, the wood spirit seed was hidden so well that Yang Kai couldn't find it even after carefully inspecting his body twice. If the wood spirit hadn't wanted to obstruct him just now so it could escape, it probably wouldn't have activated the wood spirit seed. It was precisely because of the activation of the wood seed. Yang Kai's moon blade lost its aim. In Maplewood City, Yang Kai knew what happened to the cultivator who was parasitized by the wood seed. In a short time, the cultivator's flesh and blood would be completely devoured and turned into a mindless wood spirit clone. Yang Kai did not want to follow in those people's footsteps. Seeing the wood seed devouring more and more vitality, he gritted his teeth, condensing a small space blade on his finger, and then pinching the wood seed's location. Accompanied by a muffled roar, that piece of flesh was directly torn off by Kai Yang. In an instant, his arm's arm was. The wood seed, wood of chi of it, the wood seed in the next moment, wood. From the seedling, small vines shot out from the wood seed, attempting to invade Yang Kai again. Yang Kai coldly snorted and summoned the sealed world bead, his figure flickering as he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai held the wood spirit clone in his hand and suddenly ignited a flame in his palm, completely enveloping the wood spirit clone. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the wood spirit clone, which had not yet fully formed, was burned to ashes. After doing all this, Yang Kai took out a healing pill from his space ring and swallowed it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai carefully examined every inch of his body with the help of the sealed world bead's principles. He was really afraid of this wood seed. With the power of his divine sense, it was impossible for him to detect this hidden wood seed, but inside the sealed world bead, it was different. He could completely use the world principles here. So this kind of examination was countless times more thorough than using his own divine sense to examine himself. After a thorough examination, Yang Kai finally determined that there were no other wood seeds on him besides the previous one, allowing him to relax. After such a short period of recovery, the injury on Yang Kai's arm was almost completely healed. The golden blood in his body had an extremely strong healing ability, and with his powerful physique, such an injury was not even worth mentioning. After breathing a sigh of relief, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the sealed world bead. Returning to the plain, Yang Kai looked around and found that the place was calm, without the slightest sign of fighting. Not far away, Lu Yen, who had already transformed into her human form, lightly leapt over to Yang Kai's side, a smile finally appearing on her cold pretty face as she called out, "Master." Yang Kai nodded, glanced over at Ashes and asked, "Did you kill it?" Lu Yen nodded, "Yes." Saying so, she turned her head to look at the monster insect queen and said lightly, "Master's new helper is quite strong, much stronger than me." Yang Kai glanced at her, seemingly aware of something, and said with a smile, "Although it is quite strong, it has a great limit to its growth. The third order Dao source realm is probably its peak. But you are different, you have your own consciousness. Cultivate well, and you will be stronger than it in the future." "Yes, Master," Lu Yen bowed her head and responded, but the corners of her mouth could not help curling up slightly. Yang Kai waved to the monster insect queen, and it immediately flew over and was taken back into the sealed world bead. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the wilderness was a mess. In just half a day, 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters and more than a dozen Origin King Realm Cultivator had died here, causing Yang Kai to sigh. "See if there are any space rings left behind." After Yang Kai ordered, he and Lu Yen began searching. Not long after, Yang Kai had 7 or 8 space rings in his hand. These space rings all belonged to the cultivators of Flying Saint Palace, and as for what was stored inside, Yang Kai didn't take a closer look. Presumably, there wouldn't be too much, but there wouldn't be too little either. Ning Yuan Cheng and Han Lung's space rings had long been taken away by Yang Kai. As for Lu Yiji's space ring, he did not know whether it was destroyed in the battle or whether it had disappeared. In any case, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little regretful. After all, this was the space ring of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, so there must be a lot of good things inside. "Master, how should we deal with this thing?" Lu Yen looked at the ship on the ground, a curious light flashing in her beautiful eyes as she asked, sizing it up. She had been separated from Yang Kai in the Starlight Corridor, and after entering the Star Boundary, she had not had time to appreciate the many wonders of the Star Boundary, so she knew very little about this ship artifact, only that it was a flight-type artifact. "Naturally, we'll put it away," Yang Kai grinned, coming to the front of the ship and circling it a few times, showing a satisfied expression. Yang Kai had personally experienced how fast this ship could fly. Previously, he had been chasing behind it, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. In the following battle, the protective shield of this ship was even able to withstand the attacks of the Heavenly Lunar Cycle Grand Array. Obviously, its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. This was definitely a Dao Source grade flight-type artifact. Yang Kai was currently lacking a flight-type artifact, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Although this ship belonged to Flying Saint Palace, if someone saw Yang Kai using it in the future, it was very likely that they would associate him with Ning Yuan Cheng's death, but as long as he was careful and did not use it in front of outsiders, there would be no problem. The ship was too big, so Yang Kai could not shrink it for a while, so he could only consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to store it in the sealed world bead, where he could slowly deal with it in the future. "Let's go!" Yang Kai called out to Lu Yen and returned to Maplewood City. Now that Lu Yan's matter had been resolved, he could accompany Kong Si Ran to explore the secluded home without any worries. But at that moment, a gust of wind blew over, and Yang Kai, who was about to turn around and leave, could not help but stop and look suspiciously at a certain spot. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked in surprise. Yang Kai did not answer and instead stared intently for a while before his figure suddenly flickered and he arrived at the place where the wood spirit clone was killed. Originally, only the ashes of the wood spirit clone were left here, but under the gust of wind just now, there was a flash of light among the ashes, which attracted Yang Kai's attention. Squatting down and brushing aside the ashes, Yang Kai immediately saw something. He abruptly retreated with a look of vigilance on his face. He almost released a moon blade from his hand. Lu Yen walked over and stood beside him, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the ashes, and after seeing what was in them, she muttered, "A seed." She turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai nodded gently to her. Lu Yen stepped forward, reached out, and pinched the seed between her fingertips. This thing was indeed a seed, only the size of a grain of rice, obviously left behind by the wood spirit after it was burned. Being able to survive Lu Yan's raging flames, this seed was naturally not an ordinary thing. Obviously, it was the wood spirit's wood seed. The reason why Yang Kai was so vigilant was precisely because of this. He had suffered a lot just now, and even had to cut off a piece of his own flesh to avoid the crisis. Once bitten by a snake, naturally he would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. However, the strange thing was that this wood seed was very different from the wood seed planted on Yang Kai's arm before. It was not green in color, but gold and silver. The left half shone with a golden light, while the right half shone with a silver light. It looked very strange. Is there a problem? Yang Kai asked vigilantly. Lu Yan nodded and said, there is indeed a problem. There is a strange spiritual power in this seed, and it seems that it is not dead yet. I knew it. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. If he hadn't dodged in time and used his finger to grab the wood seed, he might have been parasitized again. This wood seed looked extraordinary, and when the time came, it wouldn't be as simple as cutting off a piece of flesh to solve the problem. Fortunately, he still had Lu Yan, the wood spirit's nemesis, so he wasn't afraid of its strange abilities. Good, very good, this guy actually dared to trick me. Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand, come with me. Saying so, he wrapped Lu Yan in his power and directly brought her into the sealed world bead. Chapter 2042. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Not far in front of him, the alchemy furnace, the purple origin furnace, stood there with its lid closed. Inside the furnace, there was a show of ruthlessness. From time to time, there would be a banging sound coming from inside the purple origin furnace, as if something was trying to break free from it. Every time this happened, Yang Kai would pour some of his power into the purple origin furnace, suppressing the resistance. As time passed, the purple origin furnace became extremely red, and the space around it was distorted by the high temperature. The movement inside the furnace also became weaker and weaker. After a full day, the furnace completely calmed down. At the same time, Yang Kai finally heard Lu Yan's call. He waved his hand and opened the purple origin furnace. Lu Yan immediately turned into a flame and shot out of the furnace, turning in front of him before transforming into his human form. Master! Lu Yan shouted, then handed over a gold and silver wood seed in her hand, saying, Master can rest assured, this time I guarantee that it will die without a doubt. Good job. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, took the strange wood seed, poured his divine sense into it, and found that, as Lu Yan said, the wisp of spiritual energy originally hidden in this wood seed had long disappeared. That wisp of spiritual energy obviously belonged to the wood spirit. As long as its spiritual energy was not destroyed, the wood spirit would not die. However, after being thrown into the purple origin furnace by Yang Kai and coexisting with Lu Yan for a day and a night, how could the wood spirit's remaining spiritual energy be preserved? It had long been destroyed by the scorching heat. At this moment, the seed in Yang Kai's hand was no longer the wood spirit seed. It was the wood spirit's original form before it gained sentience. What was the wood spirit's original form before it gained sentience? Yang Kai didn't know either. After all, he had never seen such a seed before. But since it could endure the burning of Lu Yan and himself for a day and night without any damage, it was obviously not an ordinary thing. If this seed was planted, perhaps it would give birth to sentience and become another wood spirit after tens of thousands of years. But it had nothing to do with the wood spirit from before. What are you going to do with it? Lu Yan glanced at Yang Kai and asked. I don't know. What do you think? Yang Kai looked up at her. Lu Yan also shook his head and said, Master, do as you see fit. But I have a feeling that the two kinds of power flowing in this seed will be very useful. What did you see? Yang Kai asked in surprise. It's just a feeling. I don't know how to describe it. Lu Yan smiled. Yang Kai gently nodded, holding the strange wood seed and pondering for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a good idea. Then, his figure flickered and he went directly to the medicine garden of the small sealed world. He found a corner, pushed aside some soil, and planted the wood seed in his hand. What is this wood seed? What does it do? He didn't know, but if he could let it take root and grow, he might be able to figure it out. And in this world, where else could be more suitable to plant this wood seed than the medicine garden of the small sealed world? This medicine garden had a lot of heavy earth buried under it, and there were 5 earth vein pearls providing it with world energy. In this place, the wood seed's growth time would be greatly reduced. It would only take a few years. Kai Yang was now able to figure out what it was. After carefully examining it again, Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. Immediately, his figure flickered and he came back to Lu Yen. The things here are done. I'm going back to Maplewood City. Come with me, I have something to ask you. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen. Lu Yen nodded before his figure flickered and he turned into a streak of fire that rushed directly into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. Yang Kai then left the small sealed world, identified the direction, and quickly flew towards Maplewood City. Somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away from Maplewood City, the entrance of Flying Saint Palace. Surrounded by mountains and clouds, the Flying Saint Palace's entrance looked majestic and grand. On one of the peaks of this mountain range, a bare-chested old man with white hair and beard sat facing the east. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and as he inhaled and exhaled, a pure white breath came out of his mouth and nose. The breath seemed to have a mind of its own, turning into various birds and beasts, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Looking at his posture, it was unknown what kind of mysterious cultivation method he was cultivating. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes, the light in his eyes almost condensing into a tangible substance, causing those who saw it to shudder. This old master said not to disturb me if there is nothing important. Tell me, what is it this time? If it is a trivial matter, be careful of your head. The old man suddenly said coldly without turning his head. A few dozen meters behind him, a middle-aged man in a black robe heard this and immediately froze, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice, "Reporting to Palace Master, young Palace Master's life token is broken." From the middle-aged man's words, the old man was the Palace Master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Bo Yang. Yuan City's life token is broken? Ning Bo Yang heard this and his expression suddenly turned cold, the temperature on the mountain peak dropping sharply. The middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head and replied in a deep voice. That little brat really is a short-lived ghost. If it's broken, then it's broken, Ning Bo Yang said lightly. Ha! The middle-aged man was stunned, as if he did not expect that his son's attitude would be so indifferent. Could the young palace master be a bastard? The middle-aged man couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. Since Yuan City is dead, let Yuan Shu be the young palace master. You can handle this matter, there is no need to disturb this old master, Ning Bo Yang ordered. The middle-aged man did not dare neglect and quickly nodded, yes, we will follow palace master's order. Also, although Yuan City is a good-for-nothing, he is still my son and the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace. Someone dared to ride on the head of Flying Saint Palace and defecate, this is outrageous. Go investigate who did it and bring his head to me. Yes. The middle-aged man bowed again. You can go, Ning Bo Yang waved his hand. The middle-aged man immediately retreated without saying a word. Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the southern territory of the Star Boundary. A similar scene was taking place. Inside a secret room, a short old man was listening to the report of a beautiful woman in front of him. After listening to her report, he frowned and said, "That little beast's life token is really broken?" Reporting to Honored Master, Junior Brother Han's life token is indeed broken, the beautiful woman respectfully replied. That little beast is as slippery as a loach. This old master personally took action but failed to catch his whereabouts, yet he actually died? The old man coldly snorted, "What a waste." Honored Master, please calm down. Junior Brother Han is now dead. No matter who killed him, it can be said that he has cleaned up the mess for Honored Master, the beautiful woman comforted. Cleaned up the mess? The old man snorted. This old master doesn't need others to intervene. Disciple spoke wrongly. Please don't take offense, honored master. The beautiful woman heard this and immediately showed a solemn expression. Go and find out who did it. Also, your junior brother Han has a command medallion. I don't care about the other things, but that command medallion must be taken back. The old man said in a deep voice. Token? The beautiful woman was startled. Puzzled, she asked, May I ask, honored master, what kind of token it is? The old man faintly glanced at her and said, If you can really see it, you will naturally know what kind of token it is. It's useless to talk about it now. Yes, disciple will handle this matter at once. Honored master, please wait for the good news. The beautiful woman did not dare to say anything more. She quickly left the secret room. After the beautiful woman left, the short old man pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, then suddenly cursed, Little beast, you're lucky you didn't die in this old master's hands. So, after you left the Starlight Corridor, you wandered into the Black Blood Swamp? Yang Kai asked as he flew towards Maplewood City. The Black Blood Swamp was not too far from Maplewood City, only a few 100,000 kilometers away, and Yang Kai had also heard of its existence. Lu Yan's voice sounded in his mind, I also know that my existence is easy to attract the covetous eyes of others. So, I have been hiding, not daring to show myself in front of others. And then? Yang Kai asked. Later, I fought with many monster beasts in the swamp. Some monster beasts seemed to want to devour me, but I managed to escape. Later, when I was fighting with a monster beast, I was discovered by a passing master. That guy was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Not only did he easily kill the monster beast, he also captured me and sealed me in a round bowl. Lu Yan recalled the recent encounters and seemed to have some lingering fear. Fortunately, the secret art that person cultivated was completely opposite to my attribute, so he didn't have any ideas about me. He just happened to hear that there was going to be an auction in Maplewood City, so he brought me here. Hearing you say so, it's really a coincidence. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded. There were indeed many coincidences that allowed him to meet Lu Yan again. After escaping from Blue Feather Sect that day, if he had not come directly to Maplewood City, nothing would have happened. At that time, he would definitely have missed Lu Yan. And once an existence like Lu Yan was caught, he would not be able to survive for long. At that time, he would definitely be integrated into an artifact or directly devoured by a cultivator to enhance his strength. Anyway, it's a blessing to be able to reunite with Master now. By the way, Master, Xiao, how is he? Lu Yan suddenly asked. As two of Yang Kai's great helpers, Lu Yan and Xiao could be said to be Yang Kai's right-hand men. They used to stay together in the small sealed world bead and had a lot of feelings for each other, so naturally, they would be concerned about each other's whereabouts. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he shook his head. There is no news of him. I hope he is safe. Lu Yan's tone also became gloomy. In the territory of Home Star, with her and Xiao Zhao's abilities, they could be said to be invincible, but after coming to the star boundary, Lu Yan discovered that there were too many powerful people in this world. She could be captured and sealed by others, but Xiao might be in danger. Chapter 2043. By the time Yang Kai returned to Maplewood City, the sky was already dark. He entered the city with ease and went straight to the cave mansion. Opening the cave mansion's barrier, Yang Kai flashed inside. Before he could steady himself, he heard a joyful voice. Sir, you're back. Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. After turning his head and looking around, he suddenly remembered that there was another person in his cave mansion. It was the little girl of the Zhang family, Zhang Ruoxi. He had been wandering outside all these years and was basically alone. Now that he suddenly had someone to accompany him, he really wasn't used to it. Moreover, he had been busy with Lu Yan's matter these days and almost forgot about Zhang Ruoxi's existence. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai nodded gently to her. Sir, you've been working hard for the past few days. Zhang Ruoxi lowered her head and said softly. Her voice was very soft. If it weren't for the cave mansion being extremely quiet, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have heard it. Glancing at her body, Yang Kai found that the little girl seemed to be a little nervous. Her two small hands were fidgeting with the corners of her clothes. She seemed to be quite restless. "Master, who is this girl? She seems to be very afraid of you." Lu Yan's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart with a hint of ridicule. "She doesn't look very strong. Did Master kidnap her from somewhere? But this little girl is not bad. She has the looks and the figure." Without waiting for Lu Yan to finish speaking, Yang Kai directly threw her into the sealed world bead, cutting off contact with her. In the sealed world bead, Lu Yan was stunned. Immediately he snorted, "Guilty conscience." After saying that, she found the place where the sun's true essence was and turned into a firebird to wrap around the sun's true essence, devouring the sun's true fire to strengthen herself. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi. As the other party waited uneasily, he asked, "Have you been waiting here?" If she hadn't been waiting here all this time, it was impossible for him to see her as soon as he entered the cave. "No, this servant just arrived here," Zhang Ruoxi replied, lowering her head. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't believe her. He looked around and found that the cave seemed to have been cleaned up. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Sit, I have something to tell you." Zhang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand. "No need, sir, this servant will stand." Kai Yang let out a sigh. He reached out and pulled her over. While her body was still stiff, he pushed her into a chair. Then he walked to the opposite side and sat on the other chair. He considered his words carefully. "Yang Kai, Aroshi, is it okay if I call you that?" Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head, not saying anything. Yang Kai smiled and tried to soften his tone. "If you don't want to talk, then I'll take it that there's no problem. It's like this. I didn't bring you out of the Jiang family because I want you to repay me or do anything to you. This is a matter between me and the Jiang family. It's just because of the agreement between your great-grandfather, Zhang Gaoxian. Now, the Jiang family and I are even. No one owes the other. Sir's great kindness to the Jiang family, Ruoxi will remember it in her heart. I will work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life to repay sir." Zhang Ruoxi said softly. Although her voice was soft, her tone was extremely firm. Yang Kai nodded. "Think what you want. I just want to tell you that the reason I brought you out of the Zhang family is because I may need your help with something in the future." Zhang Ruoxi still kept her head down. "If sir has any request, Ruoxi will definitely do her best. Since sir brought me out of the Zhang family, I am no longer a member of the Zhang family. I will do whatever sir wants me to do, as long as sir is happy." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. Helpless, he could only say, "I don't know how to explain it to you. How about this, don't call me sir, and don't call yourself a servant. I am older than you, so you can just call me Big Brother Yang in the future." "How can that be?" Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and waved her hands repeatedly, but when she saw Yang Kai looking at her, she quickly lowered her head again. "This is absolutely impossible. This servant can't be rude to sir. You melon seed head." Kai Yang was angered to the point of laughing. Zhang Ruoxi panicked, thinking that Yang Kai was really angry. She quickly got up and was about to kneel down. When Yang Kai saw this, he reached out and waved his hand, causing her to fall back down. "Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. But now that you are with me, I will need your help in the future. Naturally, I won't treat you unfairly. Take this first." As Yang Kai spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his space ring, opened the cap, and poured out a spirit pill with pill veins. "What is this?" Zhang Ruoxi looked at it curiously. "It's a poison pill. Do you dare to take it?" Yang Kai said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had a bad taste and despised himself for a while. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. "Sir lied to me." Yang Kai's expression became awkward, but he didn't explain too much. Instead, he simply said, "Take this thing, then find yourself a room to cultivate. I'll be going out in a few days, so you stay here obediently and don't run around." "Sir is going out again?" Zhang Ruoxi looked up at Yang Kai, pursed her lips, and asked, "Do you want this servant to accompany you?" "No need, just take care of yourself." Yang Kai got up, smiled slightly, and walked straight to the room where he usually cultivated. After Yang Kai left, Jianghu she looked at the spirit pill again, but after looking at it for a while, she couldn't figure out what it was. Reaching out, she put it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Finding a fragrant aroma, her beautiful eyes flashed. Seemingly thinking of something, she blushed slightly and put the spirit pill into her mouth. When the spirit pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current that rushed to her limbs and bones. Zhang Ruoxi's expression changed. She didn't dare to neglect and quickly rushed to the smallest bedroom, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate her secret art. The spirit pill she took was naturally the marrow-washing pill that Yang Kai spent hundreds of thousands of source crystals to obtain. With the help of this spirit pill, Zhang Ruoxi would be able to break through to the Origin King realm. Her aptitude would improve greatly after reaching the Origin King realm. It would also greatly shorten the time needed to cultivate. Although the little girl was young, she had seen a lot. Naturally, she knew that such a spirit pill with pill veins was very valuable. Perhaps the entire Zhang family might not be able to obtain such a spirit pill even if they exhausted all their financial resources. In her heart, she was naturally very grateful to Yang Kai for his generosity. On the other side, in the room, after seeing Zhang Ruoxi take the marrow-washing pill and go to meditate, Yang Kai waved his hand and activated all the barriers in the room. Immediately, he took out nearly 10 space rings and began to sort out his harvest. Half an hour later, Yang Kai looked at everything in front of him, which had been sorted out by category, with a joyful expression. From these 10 space rings, he had obtained 8 million source crystals alone. Among them, Han Lung had obtained the most. Almost 6 million source crystals. Thinking about it, at the auction, Han Lung had bid 6 million in order to compete with Ning Yuancheng for Lu Yen. If he didn't have so many source crystals, how could he have dared to bid so casually? So many source crystals. It made Yang Kai ecstatic. He had worked hard to save up before. He had only saved up 1 million source crystals, and after the auction he had spent hundreds of thousands. Now he had obtained 8 million in one go. It seemed that Yang Kai wouldn't have to worry about source crystals for a long time to come. In addition to the huge number of source crystals, there were naturally some pills, but these pills were of no use to Yang Kai. As an alchemist, he didn't care about them, but he could still sell them. The harvest of artifacts was also not small. In addition to the exquisite ship that was still lying in the small sealed world, Yang Kai had obtained 3 Dao source grade artifacts. One of them was the long sword that Han Lung had used before. Although it was only Dao source grade low rank, it was enough to satisfy Yang Kai. The other was a piece of armor owned by Ning Yuancheng. Yang Kai didn't know what material this armor was made of, but it was also a Dao source grade low-rank artifact. However, as a defensive artifact, its value was naturally higher than Yang Kai's sword. The third artifact was naturally the black jade furnace that Han Lung had won at the auction. This was a Dao source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace that had many magical effects. Han Lung had spent a huge amount of money to buy it, but he probably didn't expect that it would soon fall into Yang Kai's hands. In addition to these 3 Dao source grade artifacts, the rest were all Origin King grade artifacts. Together, they were worth a lot. There were also some materials, including herbs for alchemy and ores for artifact refining, all of which were neatly organized by Yang Kai. Of all the things here, the one that caught Yang Kai's attention the most was a token-like object. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, this thing should have been found in Han Lung's space ring. The token was not big, only the size of a palm. It was golden in color, and the front was carved with a lifelike true dragon with its head raised and tail wagging. On the back, there was an ancient character for the word dragon, written in a flamboyant style. Yang Kai released his divine sense and used his own strength to carefully examine this token, but he found that he couldn't identify its material. Even after searching through his sea of knowledge, he couldn't figure out what this token was used for. However, since it was placed in a space ring by a master like Han Lung, the origin of this token was probably extraordinary. Yang Kai decisively threw it into the sealed world bead to study in the future. Afterwards, he put away the pills and artifacts and released his divine sense. After discovering that Jianghu she was using the marrow cleansing pill to improve her condition and making good progress, Yang Kai stood up. Half a day later, in Maplewood City's black market, Kai Yang had sold off all the spoils of war he had accumulated in recent times. The black market of Maplewood City didn't eat anything, and buyers wouldn't ask about the source of these things. Although the price was much cheaper than outside, it was safe and concealed. Yang Kai didn't sell everything in one store, but instead went to a few more to avoid being seen through. During the whole process, he disguised himself and used his divine sense to mask his appearance. He believed that with the level of cultivator in Maplewood City, no one would be able to see through his true appearance. By the time Yang Kai returned from the black market, the number of source crystals in his possession had exceeded the 10 million mark, making him rich all of a sudden. Chapter 2044. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was refining a few new Dao Source-grade artifacts in his secluded home, his expression suddenly changed. He took out a communication artifact from his space ring, poured his divine sense into it, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he quickly stood up. A moment later, he left the secluded home and walked straight to the city gate. Half an hour later, in a small forest about 30,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City, Yang Kai landed from the sky. Before he could check his surroundings, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, smiled meaningfully, and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, you're quite fast." "Brother Kong, sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Kai smiled at the other party and returned the courtesy. The person in front of him was naturally Kong Si Ran. When Yang Kai received his message just now, he immediately understood that the other party was ready, but the two did not walk out of Maplewood City together. Instead, they split up and met up here. Kong Si Ran was a cautious person, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. "No, I just arrived." Before I could catch my breath, "Brother Yang, you arrived," Kong Si Ran said with a smile. Kong Si Ran said with a smile, "Since Brother Yang has come, there's no time to lose. Let's set off." Saying so, he opened his mouth and spat out a long shuttle-like artifact. This artifact expanded in the wind and soon turned into a shuttle-shaped object about 10 meters in length. Kong Si Ran formed a few seals and sent a burst of source chi forward, immediately opening a small hole in the artifact. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this was also a flight-type artifact, so he didn't hesitate and flew in, waiting for Kong Si Ran to follow suit. Under his urging, Yi Zichen made his move. The long shuttle-like artifact flew forward at an extremely fast speed. "I've shown Brother Yang a joke. This flight-type artifact of mine is only Origin King grade mid-rank, so it's not very fast, but it saves a lot of energy, so it's better than just the two of us flying on foot," Kong Si Ran said while controlling his flight-type artifact. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's enough. But how long will it take to reach our destination?" "About 3 days," Kong Si Ran replied. "I can also tell Brother Yang about the situation there in detail." Yang Kai said, "I was just about to ask about that." The two immediately chatted inside the artifact. After listening to Kong Si Ran's narration, Yang Kai learned that the cave mansion of the third disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Gong Sun Mu, was located in a place called Yuan Furnace Mountain. From afar, this mountain peak looked like a treasured cauldron, so the people nearby called it Yuan Cauldron Mountain. The Yuan Furnace Mountain was within the Raging Fire Hall's sphere of influence. In his early years, Kong Si Ran had also quietly explored this place alone. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't high enough at that time, so he wasn't able to break through the restrictions of the Immortal's cave. In the end, he left in high spirits but returned in disappointment. According to his estimation at that time, even if the restrictions of Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion had been in disrepair for a long time, it wasn't something that an Origin King realm cultivator could break through alone. Only a Dao Source realm cultivator would have the ability to do so. Therefore, he had to invite Yang Kai to go with him. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he went alone, he would be powerless. The reason why he invited Yang Kai was that Gong Sun Mu was proficient in the alchemic Dao. His cave mansion was definitely a huge attraction to Yang Kai, so he wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would refuse. On the other hand, it was also because he had been in contact with Yang Kai these days, which made Kong Si Ran feel that he was a trustworthy person. Otherwise, how could Kong Si Ran rashly invite others to cooperate in such a big matter? Even if they were relatives and friends, there were many examples of them turning against each other in the face of great benefits. Brother Kong, since Yuan Furnace Mountain is within the Raging Fire Hall's sphere of influence, we have to be careful. We have to be careful when the time comes, otherwise, it will be troublesome if we are discovered by Raging Fire Temple. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Although he hadn't been in Maplewood City for long, he had heard a lot about Raging Fire Temple. Among the great forces in the vicinity of Maplewood City, only Raging Fire Temple could contend with the City Lord's mansion. This was because the strongest person in Maplewood City was City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, who was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Similarly, Raging Fire Temple also had a second-order Dao Source Realm Temple Master surnamed Luo. Unfortunately, Temple Master Luo was burned to death by the ancient divine spirit Lanfeng's world-extinguishing black flames in Clear Jade Mountain. The current strength of Raging Fire Temple should have been greatly reduced. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. I asked a friend before. Raging Fire Temple can't even take care of themselves now, so how can they have the time to care about us? What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, you should have heard that Raging Fire Temple's original temple master Luo died in Clear Jade Mountain, right? Yang Kai nodded, thinking that he had not only heard about it, he was also present at the time. If it weren't for the sealed world bead, he would have been buried with Temple Master Luo. After Temple Master Luo's death, Raging Fire Temple is now in a state of disunity. The remaining 2 Vice Temple Masters are now busy fighting for power. Is the news reliable? Yang Kai raised his brow. Of course it is reliable. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly, not to mention that they are now fighting for power. Yuan Furnace Mountain is at the edge of Raging Fire Temple's territory. It is extremely desolate. When I came to explore in my early years, I didn't even see a single person. So, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much. This time, as long as we act carefully, we will definitely be able to do it without anyone noticing. That would be for the best. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the two stopped talking about this matter and started chatting casually. Both of them were third-order origin kings and were preparing to break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source realm, so naturally, they had many common topics to talk about. Along the way, they exchanged their cultivation experiences and their understanding of the Dao Source realm, as well as principal strength. Time passed quickly. During this time, the two took turns to control the long shuttle flight artifact so that each of them could recover their strength. 3 days later, a cauldron-like mountain appeared in front of the two. Is that Yuan Furnace Mountain? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yes. Kong Si Ran's eyes flashed with a fiery light, as if he was yearning for the mountain in front of him. In the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he failed to obtain the Dao Source fruit, and at the auction, he did not have enough financial resources to bid for it. Now, his hope of breaking through to the Dao Source realm was all on Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, so naturally, he was looking forward to the refined Dao Source pill inside. Suddenly, Kong Si Ran furrowed his brow and stared ahead. At the same time, Yang Kai also said suspiciously, "Something's not right, shopkeeper Kong. That place is different from what you said. It seems to be very lively." With Yang Kai's eyesight, even from a few hundred kilometers away, he could see many people moving about. From time to time, 1 or 2 streams of light would fly up and down, making the scene quite lively. Kong Si Ran's face couldn't help but sink as he stood up all of a sudden. At that moment, a rainbow light flew towards them, and a vague figure could be seen standing in this rainbow light, heading straight towards the two. Kong Si Ran's face changed as he hurriedly controlled his flight artifact to stop. After a while, the rainbow light flew closer and dissipated, revealing the figure of a man. This man looked to be about 30 years old and was a second-order origin king. On his clothes, there was a rather eye-catching burning fire symbol on his chest. A Raging Fire Temple disciple. Kong Si Ran was taken aback as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning him to calm down. At that moment, the Raging Fire Temple disciple in front of them shouted, "This is my Raging Fire Temple's territory. Friends inside the shuttle, please show yourself." Kong Si Ran frowned. After pondering for a moment, he gave Yang Kai a wink before his figure flickered and he and Yang Kai appeared together. The Raging Fire Temple disciple scanned them with his divine sense and found that Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai's cultivations were higher than his by a minor realm. However, he didn't panic at all and instead cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask if two friends are here for the Yuan Furnace Mountain?" Kong Si Ran's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he heard this. He almost mistakenly thought that his secret operation had been exposed. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Yang Kai immediately answered, "That's right. Since you are here for the Yuan Furnace Mountain, then come with me." The Raging Fire Temple disciple wasn't surprised at all when he heard this. Instead, he beckoned to the two of them and led the way towards the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai looked at each other, a little confused. However, since things had come to this point, they could only take one step at a time and play it by ear. Immediately, Kong Si Ran put away his long shuttle artifact and followed closely behind the Raging Fire Temple disciple with Yang Kai, flying towards the Yuan Furnace Mountain. It didn't take them long to cover the distance of 300 kilometers. Before the three of them landed, a buzzing sound suddenly came from inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain. It was as if thunder was rolling inside the mountain. It was deafening. Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai's expressions changed at the same time. They subconsciously urged the power in their bodies to prepare for the unexpected. However, the Raging Fire Temple disciple leading the way didn't seem surprised. Not only did he stop, he even looked up with interest. Following his gaze, Yang Kai also looked up. The sound of rolling thunder continued from the bottom to the top, as if something was rushing out from inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain. After a while, there was a loud bang. From the top of the mountain, a five-colored glow that was so condensed it was almost tangible shot out. The multicolored light rippled outwards in circles and layers before gradually disappearing. At the same time, Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath as a look of surprise appeared on his face. "It smells so good. What is that?" Kong Si Ran's expression was uncertain as he also took a deep breath. At this moment, the air was filled with a rich fragrance that made people feel refreshed. The Raging Fire Temple disciple leading the way heard this. He glanced back at Kong Si Ran and asked, "Weren't the two of you attracted by this vision?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately said, "That's right. It's just that we didn't know what this vision was, so we wanted to get closer and take a look." "Heh, I don't know what caused this vision, but I heard Temple Master Zong and Temple Master Lian say that this should be a sign that a rare treasure is about to appear." Chapter 2045. I've had a cold for a few days now. It's so uncomfortable. Temple Master Zong and Temple Master Lian? Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. They are the two original Vice Temple Masters of Raging Fire Temple. One is called Zong Qing, and the other is called Lian Yuming, Kong Si Ran explained in a low voice. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding as he looked down and quickly locked onto the two Dao Source Realm Masters standing not far away. He thought to himself that these two should be Zong Qing and Lian Yuming. The two Vice Temple Masters of Raging Fire Temple were both First Order Dao Source Realm Masters, and so were these two. They also had the Raging Fire Temple symbol on their clothes, so there should be no mistake. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he was training in the five-colored treasure pagoda, he had met a man named Zong Zijin on the Soaring Dragon altar. That man was a Third Order Origin King and was also from Raging Fire Temple. It seemed that Zong Zijin and this Zong Qing were most likely related by blood. They might even be father and son. After a while, the vision disappeared, and at the same time, the strange fragrance in the air disappeared in an instant. The Raging Fire Temple disciple who led Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran here waved his hand and flew down with them. He cupped his fists in front of the two Dao Source Realm Masters and reporting to the two Temple Masters, two more people were attracted by the vision of Yuan Furnace Mountain. Hearing his report, The taller of the two Dao Source Realm Masters nodded. After sweeping Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran with his divine sense, he said indifferently, "Let them come. Just take them to the side and settle them down." "Yes," the Raging Fire Temple disciple responded and led Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran to the side. He said, "You wait here. If there is a move, we will inform you." "Wait a minute," Yang Kai quickly stopped him. "What else?" The Raging Fire Temple disciple seemed to be quite impatient. Yang Kai grinned and leaned forward. He quietly stuffed some source crystals into his hand and whispered, "It's like this, friend. I want to ask, what is the situation now? If it is convenient, can you explain it to me?" The Raging Fire Temple disciple felt the steady flow of source crystals from Yang Kai in his sleeve and smiled with satisfaction. What else could it be? To be honest, I don't know what happened inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain, but a cave dwelling of a predecessor has appeared. If it weren't for this phenomenon, I'm afraid no one would have known about it. Look, both of us palace masters and many of our elite disciples have rushed here. That's why I'm here. Cave abode of a predecessor? Yang Kai pretended to be extremely surprised. His eyes suddenly widened as he said, "Since you found the cave of a predecessor, why didn't your Raging Fire Temple explore it alone? Not only did you not stop the cultivator who came and went, you even welcomed us here. Why is that?" The Raging Fire Temple disciple heard this. He looked around and whispered, "If we could explore it alone, do you think others would be able to stop us?" However, the two palace masters have already tried. With their strength, they can't break the barrier of this cave abode. This cave abode seems to have been left behind by a master from the Emperor realm. Even after countless years of flowing time, Great Emperor, the barrier is still extremely strong. All the elites of our Raging Fire Temple can't do anything about it, so we can only rely on external forces. Hearing him say so, Yang Kai immediately showed a look of understanding. "So that's how it is." On the side, Kong Si Ran frowned, obviously a little surprised. After all, he had secretly explored this cave abode before. He felt that although the barrier was powerful, it was not strong enough to stop a Dao Source Realm Master. However, it was not appropriate for him to ask rashly. "According to what you said, your noble palace seems to intend to use the power of outsiders to break the barrier?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Of course, there's strength in numbers." Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. "I naturally have no objection to using our strength, but if the barrier is really broken, how will the things inside be distributed?" The Raging Fire Temple disciple shook his head and said, "I don't know. This is something for the two palace masters to worry about." "Well, that's all I have to say. Friend, please don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the man walked away without giving Yang Kai a chance to ask any more questions. After the man left, Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran. The two tacitly walked to the side with ugly looks on their faces. "I really didn't expect things to turn out like this." Kong Si Ran frowned. "If we had known, we would have come to investigate earlier." "Huh? Now that this phenomenon has appeared, I'm afraid everyone nearby will rush over. It shouldn't make a difference whether we come early or late. Since the two Dao Source Realm Masters couldn't break the barrier, I'm afraid the two of us can't do anything with our strength. Although there are disadvantages in this situation, it doesn't necessarily mean there are no benefits." "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Kong Si Ran looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Shopkeeper Kong has resources in his hands that no one else has. That's a benefit." Kong Si Ran heard this, thought for a while, and nodded. "Yes, the things I have are valuable." The two were naturally referring to the road map inside the cave mansion. The thing that the descendant of Gong Sun Mu's servant gave to Kong Si Ran not only included the specific location of the cave mansion, but also the internal route. With this in hand, no matter how many people entered, Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran wouldn't have to worry about losing the initiative. Moreover, according to the information that Yang Kai had inquired before, the people of Raging Fire Temple only knew that there was a cave mansion in Yuan Furnace Mountain. As for who this cave mansion belonged to or what was inside, they had no idea. Thinking of this, Kong Si Ran calmed down and looked at Yang Kai. then closed his eyes and sat in meditation, waiting quietly. As time passed, more and more cultivator were attracted by the phenomenon and rushed to Yuan Furnace Mountain. However, the strength of these cultivator was mixed. There were many origin returning realm masters and only a dozen or so origin kings. Including the cultivator who had already gathered here, the number of people had already exceeded the 70 mark. 2 days later, the two Dao Source Realm Masters of Raging Fire Temple looked at each other. Zong Qing gently nodded and said, "Almost everyone is here. Let's begin." Lian Yuming also nodded and said, "A long night is fraught with dreams. It's time to start." Saying so, the two stood up at the same time. As soon as the two of them moved, the cultivators gathered here opened their eyes one after another and turned their gazes towards them. Zong Qing swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "My friends, you must have been attracted by the strange phenomenon here. Thank you for waiting here for such a long time. I am Zong Qing, the Deputy Temple Master of the Raging Fire Temple. I believe many of you recognize me. We naturally know of Vice Hall Master Zong's great name. However, Vice Hall Master Zong, may I ask why you have gathered us here? What is the inside of Yuan Furnace Mountain?" An impatient cultivator immediately asked. Hearing this, Zong Qing smiled slightly and said, "This friend has asked a good question. This Zong also wants to explain this to you. This Zong doesn't know what is inside Yuan Furnace Mountain. I only know that there is an ancestral cave mansion here. Moreover, it seems to be a cave mansion left behind by a master from the Emperor Realm." A cave mansion of a master from the Emperor Realm? It's actually inside Yuan Furnace Mountain? This place used to be desolate. I passed by this place many times. Why didn't I think of exploring it? Sigh, it's really a big loss. In an instant, there was a commotion. Some people were annoyed, some were excited, and some had different expressions. Zong Qing smiled and said, "My Raging Fire Temple has explored this cave mansion before. Although we broke through the first 2 barriers, we couldn't break through the last barrier, so we couldn't enter. Therefore, we can only rely on the strength of our friends. You will join forces with my Raging Fire Temple later. As long as we break through the last barrier, we will be able to open this ancestral cave mansion and see what is inside." It turns out that the first 2 barriers had been broken. A thoughtful look appeared on Kong Si Ran's face. He had been wondering why Raging Fire Temple's 2 Dao Source Realm Masters were still unable to break through the barrier. Now, it seemed that it was not that they were unable to break through, but that they were simply stuck at the last layer. Thinking about it this way, it made some sense. His previous exploration was not wrong, but with his strength, he couldn't explore the deeper layers of the barrier. If it weren't for the appearance of this phenomenon, even if he and Yang Kai could break through the first 2 barriers, they would be blocked by the third one. Thinking of this, Kong Si Ran felt a little better. Everyone should know what is inside the secluded home of an Emperor Realm Master, and judging from this phenomenon, this Zong can guarantee that there is definitely something good inside this secluded home. What's more, that thing is most likely a spirit grass that is about to mature. The phenomenon was very obvious. The 5-colored light was shooting out, and the ripples were spreading an alluring fragrance. This kind of phenomenon couldn't be brought about by an artifact. It could only be produced by rare spirit grasses and medicines. Temple Master Zong, I would like to ask, if the barrier is broken, how will the things inside be distributed? Your Raging Fire Temple has a master in charge. If you really want to snatch it, we won't have a chance to fight back. A sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd. It was erratic, making it impossible to figure out the source of the voice. As soon as this statement came out, everyone fell silent and looked at Zong Qing with burning eyes. Obviously, everyone was very concerned about this issue, and it was also what everyone was worried about. Hearing this, Zong Qing didn't show the slightest anger. Instead, he smiled and said, "This Zong can understand everyone's concerns, but this Zong can guarantee that if everyone can really work together to break the barrier, then the good things inside will belong to whoever obtains them. This Zong and Brother Lian will definitely not attack any of you." Lian Yuming, who had been standing silently to the side, also nodded at this moment. Vice Palace Master Zong, Your words have no proof. How can we believe you just because of your words? At that time, even if you and Vice Palace Master Lien really take action, do you think we can resist? That sharp voice sounded again. Zongqing smiled slightly. His eyes swept across the crowd and soon fixed on a thin man. He looked at him with deep eyes and said, "If this friend really doesn't believe this Zong and brother Lien, then you can leave. We won't force you." Chapter 2046. In the crowd, the face of the skinny man who was being stared at by Zongqing changed slightly and became a little ugly. However, he was a straightforward person. Seeing that his whereabouts had been exposed, he simply stopped hiding and cupped his fists. "Vice Temple Master Zong, please forgive this one for his slip of the tongue. Since the two temple masters have made such a promise, I will naturally believe you." In the current situation, the arm could not twist the leg. Zongqing had already said so, and others could not force him to make a vow. If they wanted to enter the cave mansion, there was only one choice: to believe Zongqing's words. So, the skinny man judged the situation and hurriedly compromised. Hearing him say so, Zongqing smiled with satisfaction and looked around. "If there are any friends who have doubts about this, you may as well raise them. This Zong can answer them one by one." The whole place was silent. Zongqing nodded with satisfaction. "Good, it seems that everyone is prepared. In that case, there is no time to lose. Let's get ready, but let's make things clear first. When we break the barrier, if anyone dares to slack off and fish in troubled waters, don't blame this Zong for being ruthless." Everyone said they did not dare. At this time, Lien Yuming, who had been standing next to Zongqing, said, "Now, this old master will explain the characteristics of this barrier to you. You just have to cooperate and listen carefully. This cave mansion was definitely left behind by a master from the Emperor realm. The barrier outside the cave mansion is divided into 3 layers. The first and second layers are not difficult to break, and my Raging Fire Temple disciples are already familiar with them. The only difficult part is the 3rd layer. You must have enough strength to do it. If you don't have enough strength, you will not be able to break it. Once the 3rd layer cannot be broken, the 1st and 2nd layers will be quickly repaired, and my Raging Fire Temple will be stuck on the 3rd layer. In a while, my Raging Fire Temple disciples will try to break the 1st and 2nd layers that have been repaired, and all of you will join forces with me and Brother Zong to break the 3rd layer. Does anyone have any objections?" "Of course not, but Vice Temple Master Lien, is there any particular way to break it? Does everyone just have to attack the barrier?" Someone below asked. This was also the question everyone was concerned about. Lien Yuming nodded after hearing that, and said, "Strength is strength, but you cannot use brute force. You must borrow the power of the secret treasure. It's like this old master has an artifact that can be used here." While they were talking, he suddenly flipped his wrist, and a 2-finger-long dagger appeared in his palm. The dagger was pitch black in color, and there was a strange light flowing around the edge. It was obviously a good item. "A Dao Source grade artifact?" someone exclaimed, revealing a look of envy. The cultivator who came here. Basically, all of them were Origin returning realm masters and Origin kings. None of them had a Dao Source grade artifact, so when they saw this dagger, they were naturally surprised. Indeed, this old master's dagger is not an ordinary Dao Source grade artifact, but a Dao Source grade mid-rank artifact. It also has a special characteristic: the more power you pour into it, the more destructive it will be. So, even with this old master's full power, I am unable to display its full power. Everyone, after Brother Zong and I begin, you can pour your power into it. Just pour your own power into this dagger and leave the rest to this old man." Lien Yuming said with a proud face, as if he was very satisfied with this dagger of his. "So Vice Temple Master Lien has such a strange artifact, then there will be no problem in breaking the barrier this time." The cultivator below was excited. Whether there will be a problem or not, it will depend on whether everyone can put in enough effort. Lien Yuming flipped his wrist and put away the dagger again and shouted, "If everyone has no other questions, then rest for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, we will begin the operation." After he finished speaking, He took the lead and closed his eyes to rest. When the others saw this, they naturally hurriedly sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing, trying to reach their peak state. Zongqing, on the other hand, was not idle. He walked in front of the many raging fire temple disciples and spoke to them in detail. They did not deliberately cover up their conversation, so everyone could still hear it clearly. Seeing that Zongqing was just instructing the many raging fire temple disciples to seize the opportunity to break the barrier, everyone was relieved. "Brother Yang, be careful later. I keep feeling that something is wrong. The people of Raging Fire Temple shouldn't be so easy to deal with." Kong Si Rant's voice suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai nodded calmly. The cultivator present was not a fool. Naturally, many of them had concerns and doubts in this regard, but in the face of great benefits, no one would take the risk of offending Raging Fire Temple by putting this question on the table. They could only secretly be vigilant and act according to the circumstances. After a quarter of an hour, Lian Yuming and Zongqing gathered again. The former suddenly shouted, "Time's up, follow this old master." Saying so, he immediately flew up. Seeing this, the others naturally hurriedly followed. Not long after, everyone arrived halfway up the Yuan Furnace Mountain. There was a protruding stone platform halfway up the mountain. The platform was not small, enough to accommodate dozens of people. In front of the platform, there was a bare stone wall. After arriving here, Lian Yuming and Zongqing asked everyone to stop while they flew to the stone wall and carefully examined it. "Is that the entrance?" Yang Kai quietly asked Kong Si Ran. Kong Si Ran nodded without a trace, but did not say anything. After a short while, the two vice temple masters of Raging Fire Temple flew back and stood in front of everyone. Zongqing said, "Everyone, this Zong and Brother Lian just checked and confirmed that the barrier has been repaired. Let's do as we discussed. If we can really break the barrier in one fell swoop, then we can enter the cave mansion of the masters in the Emperor Realm to take a look. The secret arts, pills, and artifacts of the Emperor Realm might all be inside. This trip will definitely not be in vain." As soon as these words came out, many people showed excited expressions, their blood boiling. Zongqing's face suddenly turned solemn and he shouted in a low voice, "Raging Fire Temple disciples, begin." After saying so, the dozen or so elite disciples of Raging Fire Temple suddenly divided into two groups, each forming a strange formation. With the strongest cultivator in each formation as the center, they constantly formed mysterious seals with their hands. Yang Kai saw Zong Zijin's figure among these people. He was in the center of one of the groups. As the Raging Fire Temple disciples circulated their strength, a surprising scene appeared. The strength of these people seemed to be connected together, no longer separated. The aura of the two Raging Fire Temple disciples in the center rose from the Third Order Origin King Realm to the Tao Source Realm. This was obviously a special secret technique of Raging Fire Temple that allowed the user to link up their strength and achieve a short increase in strength. After a while, the leader of one of the groups let out a muffled shout and a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his strength into it and the sharp sword trembled slightly in the void before it rushed forward and stabbed directly into the void. In front of him, a layer of dazzling restrictive light suddenly lit up and blocked the long sword. But under the desperate urging of the cultivator, this barrier was quickly cut open. At this moment, the second group of Raging Fire Temple disciples, led by Zong Zijin, also launched the power of their secret technique. With the support of everyone's strength, Zong Zijin's hand flashed. Using some unknown artifact, he directly threw it forward and a burst of light burst out. When the light passed through the first layer of restriction, it quickly triggered the second layer of restriction. Judging from the strength of the barrier, the second barrier was much thicker than the first, but it was still unable to stop the means of the Raging Fire Temple cultivator. Not long after, the second layer of restrictions was actually broken open. At this moment, Lian Yuming, who had been waiting, shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly summoned the dagger artifact from before. His hand seals changed like butterflies flitting through flowers. Hearing this, Zongqing, who was standing next to him, poured his strength into the dagger without hesitation. In the next moment, The dozens of foreign cultivator also used their own methods and poured their strength into the dagger. The dagger buzzed, and with the infusion of endless power, its size also changed. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge object that was about 6 meters long, and its surface was suffused with multicolored light. Lien Yuming's arms trembled violently and a look of difficulty appeared on his face, as if controlling this huge force was a great pressure on him. He only lasted for less than 10 breaths before he had to shout, "Go!" As he pointed with his finger, the 6-meter-long dagger shot out with a swish, passing through the first and second layers of restrictions before slashing into the void. Hong. The dagger shook slightly and Lien Yuming's body trembled. At this moment, the other cultivator who poured their strength into the dagger also seemed to feel a huge force rebound, causing many people's faces to change slightly. In front of the dagger, an even thicker layer of restriction flickered with light, resisting the dagger as an equal, preventing the dagger from advancing any further. Seeing this, Lien Yuming's face couldn't help becoming a little ugly. He constantly changed his hand seals but was still unable to break the third barrier. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. What made the situation even worse was that Zhong Zijin suddenly shouted at this moment, "Father, the second barrier is about to be repaired." As he spoke, the crack in the second layer of the seal that he was responsible for breaking actually flashed with a fluorescent white light. As expected, the crack that he had cut was mending at an extremely fast speed, forcing him and the other Raging Fire Temple disciples to desperately urge their strength to maintain the current situation. Seeing this, Zhong Qing's face suddenly became gloomy and he shouted, "Everyone, success or failure depends on this. If we can't break the third barrier, we will never be able to enter this cave mansion. Do you still want to preserve your strength? Don't you want to see what good things are in this cave mansion?" Chapter 2047. As soon as Zhong Qing said this, everyone's face turned cold, and a few of them looked embarrassed. Obviously, as Zhong Qing said, the cultivator who cooperated with the 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators did not use their full strength, and was counting on others to do more, so that they could enjoy the fruits of others' work. If the third layer was broken in one go, it would be fine and no one would blame them, but now that the third layer was in a deadlock, some people were in an awkward situation. Zhong Qing said again, "This Zhong doesn't know what you think, but this Zhong wants to see what kind of treasure is inside." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered the power in his body and poured it into the dagger even more fiercely. In the crowd, someone saw this and couldn't help but shout, "Since Vice Temple Master Zhong is so sincere, then what are we waiting for? If we don't make a move now, when will we?" As this person spoke, he no longer held back, and pushed his Saint Qi with all his strength. The rest of the people looked at each other, and their eyes became resolute, and they all gathered their power. In an instant, the already huge dagger grew even bigger. It was obvious that it had received even more power. And such an increase made Lien Yuming feel like he couldn't control it, and his face couldn't help but change, and he shouted, "Good, with everyone's help, this old man will break this barrier even if it means risking my life." He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of red blood essence, which turned into a blood mist and enveloped the dagger. Soon, the blood mist was absorbed by the dagger, and a layer of red light immediately appeared on the multicolored dagger. The dagger that was originally restless. It actually calmed down again, following Lien Yuming's angry roar. The dagger and the third layer of the barrier made an earth-shattering collision sound, and the world energy suddenly became chaotic. Kacha. Finally, a soft sound was heard, and everyone looked over, and they couldn't help but be happy. Because a crack had finally appeared on the impregnable third layer of restrictions. Lien Yuming changed his hand seals again, and his momentum was like a fierce tiger. He activated his Dao Source grade mid-rank artifact and slashed forward. Swish! The third layer of restrictions instantly shattered into pieces like a mirror that had been shattered, and it actually collapsed just like that. At the instant the third layer of restrictions was broken, the first and second layers of restrictions vanished like bubbles that had been punctured. "It's done!" Someone shouted in joy. Some of them had already started to move, preparing to rush forward. But right at this moment, Lian Yuming and Zhong Qing suddenly retreated more than 100 feet. At the same time, the Raging Fire Temple disciples did the same and retreated in unison. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help clenching. Without saying a word, he grabbed Kong Si Ran, who was about to rush forward, and flew back several dozen meters. The next moment, all of a sudden, it shot forward. Dazzling rays of light shot out from the stone wall in front of them. They were as dense as raindrops as they smashed into the crowd. What is this? Not good, Dudge. Screams and shouts could be heard. The scattered cultivator who were caught off guard naturally dodged when they saw that the situation was not right. But the attacks that shot out from the stone wall were too fast. Before these people could react, they were already in front of them. In the next moment, screams rang out one after another. The cultivator in the air. Blood spurted out like dumplings as they fell from the sky. Some weaker cultivator directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even their bones behind. More than half of the several dozen cultivators had fallen in an instant, with none of the Origin returning realm masters surviving. As for the remaining Origin kings, even if they did manage to survive, all of them were injured, some even missing an arm or a leg, a tragic sight to behold. Far away, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. Kong Si Ran's face was even paler, with a look of lingering fear. If it weren't for Yang Kai's quick reaction and pulling him back, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. After the restrictions were broken, there were indeed other traps. Zhong Qing's voice suddenly came from the side. Lian Yuming nodded lightly at the side. Fortunately, we were prepared, otherwise... He turned his head to look around as he spoke. The remaining cultivator who were still alive saw his gaze and were all filled with righteous indignation, their faces filled with anger. But no one dared to say anything, because everyone knew that it was useless to say anything now. Although Raging Fire Temple's actions were unkind this time, how could there not be intrigue when they were outside? How could there not be intrigue? How could he blame others for not being able to guard against it? He could only blame himself for not being more vigilant. What's more, Raging Fire Temple was unscathed now, and they even had 2 Dao Source Realm Masters guarding them. They didn't take the initiative to attack others, so if they were to blame them now, they might really end up killing them. No one would do such a stupid thing. Zhong Qing suddenly turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran who were standing a few dozen meters away. He let out a soft cry of surprise, as if he was surprised that these two were safe and sound. However, he didn't care too much and said to the people of Raging Fire Temple, "The restrictions have been broken, let's go in." While speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the entrance exposed by the stone wall. The rest of the people of Raging Fire Temple followed closely behind. In a short while, the people of Raging Fire Temple had all left. It was only then that the sound of cursing could be heard. But now, those cultivator could only talk. With so many casualties, who still had the courage to explore the cave mansion? Not to mention whether there were more terrifying restrictions inside, the insidious guys of Raging Fire Temple were not to be trifled with. If they entered in their current state, they would definitely die. So after cursing for a while, many people immediately flew away, looking like they were looking for a place to heal. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran glanced at each other, both of their expressions extremely ugly. Although they had long known that the people of Raging Fire Temple would not be so easy to deal with, no one had expected that they would kill with a borrowed knife, directly eliminating most of their potential competitors. Now, among the foreign cultivator, only Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran were unharmed. If they rashly entered and bumped into the Raging Fire Temple team, the two of them knew what would happen to them. Just as the two of them were hesitating, a rumbling sound came from the crack in the stone wall. Hearing the sound, the two of them were startled and raised their heads to look, only to see that the crack was actually closing at a subtle speed. This entrance can't stay open for a long time? Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change as he hurriedly asked, "Brother Kong, are we going in or not?" Kong Si Ran's face changed as he hesitated. Seeing that the hole was about to close completely, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, you go back first. I'll go in alone." He obviously didn't want to drag Yang Kai down. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he flew directly towards the stone wall. A moment later he entered the Yuan Furnace Mountain, but when he looked back, the hole had already closed. Kong Si Ran seemed to have sensed something and turned his head, only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. He didn't notice that Yang Kai had come in with him, so he couldn't help but be shocked. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say it later. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." Yang Kai chuckled, then immediately turned around and stared ahead. In front of them, 2 Third Order Origin King Realm Raging Fire Temple disciples were looking at them coldly with unfriendly expressions. The person on the left was tall, and perhaps because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art, his skin was red, and even his hair was fiery red. The person on the right was short and fat with a big belly. He stared at Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran with a smile on his face. His face was full of fat, and his small eyes were narrowed to the point that his eyeballs couldn't be seen. Kong Si Ran couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He naturally knew that these 2 people were left behind by Raging Fire Temple to guard the entrance to prevent anyone else from entering. After thinking about it, he cupped his fists and asked, "Sirs, what is the meaning of this?" The tall cultivator on the left didn't say anything when he heard this, but the fat cultivator smiled and said, "Don't you know what it means? We are all smart people, so I won't say any more nonsense. Now that the entrance has been closed, it seems that no one else will come in. What do you 2 think? Do you want to compete with my brother and little brother here, or do you want to sit down and chat casually to pass the time?" Kong Si Ran's face changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Sirs, are you not going to let us pass?" The fat cultivator cupped his fists and said, "This one doesn't dare to disobey the orders of the 2 Vice Temple Masters. Friend, please don't make things difficult for us. In any case, we worked together to break the barrier just now, so we can be considered to have some friendship. The Raging Fire Temple is really playing a good trick." Kong Si Ran's face turned pale and he said in a deep voice, "What if this Kong insists on passing through?" The short and fat cultivator's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. He said in a cold tone, "If that's the case, then don't blame my brother and little brother for being ruthless." Wait. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted. The short and fat cultivator immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to say something, but what he saw was a ray of light shooting towards him like an arrow. The short and fat cultivator's complexion changed. Without even thinking about it, he directly took a deep breath. His short and fat body suddenly became even fatter, and his entire body began to swell up. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire, which turned into a fire dragon and met the ray of light in front of him. At the same time, Kong Si Ran and the other tall man also reacted. Kong Si Ran didn't say a word and suddenly summoned a club-shaped artifact in his hand. After pouring his source chi into it, the club-shaped artifact immediately turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards the tall man. Seeing this, the tall man was shocked but didn't panic. With a flip of his wrist, he grabbed a long saber and shouted, "Saber rolling rivers." The long saber slashed out diagonally, and as the saber light flickered, a scorching power overflowed and flew towards Kong Si Ran's artifact like a waterfall. Hong long long. A loud noise rang out. The 4 Third Order Origin Kings acted hastily in this narrow corridor, and the power they released seemed to want to split the entire mountain. Chapter 2048. A rumbling sound rang out as the sword skill of the red-haired man from Raging Fire Temple collided with Kong Si Ran's artifact. A dazzling light blossomed as a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. At the same time, Yang Kai and the fat cultivator also started fighting. Although Yang Kai's sneak attack was sudden, the fat cultivator was obviously not an ordinary person. Since he could participate in this operation and was left behind by Zhong Qing and Lian Yuming to guard the cave entrance, he was naturally an elite of Raging Fire Temple and had the ability to fight above his realm. After taking a deep breath and becoming even fatter, he spat out a fire dragon from his mouth. It was almost impossible for Yang Kai to dodge. After the fire flashed, Yang Kai's figure seemed to melt and gradually disappeared. The fat cultivator could not help but frown. He instinctively felt that Yang Kai should not be killed so easily, but looking around, he could not see any trace of Yang Kai at all. This made his heart skip a beat and he could not help but have a bad feeling. At this moment, a strange force suddenly emerged from behind him. As soon as the force took shape, it enveloped him like a cage. In an instant, he only felt that the space around him suddenly became extremely sticky, as if he had fallen into a swamp. This force not only affected the flexibility of his body, but also the circulation of the energy in his body. Territory field. How is this possible? The fat cultivator exclaimed in shock. He was also a third-order origin king cultivator and his territory field had reached the grand accomplishment stage. When facing an enemy, his territory field would naturally cover his body to guard against the unexpected. But when his enemy's territory field was displayed, he suddenly felt that his territory field was completely suppressed. They were both third-order origin kings. How could his opponent's territory field be so terrifying? His own territory field was like a child's play when compared to his opponent's. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely strange force in his opponent's territory field. It was a force that could affect space. With a look of shock, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, he let out a crazy roar and desperately urged the source chi in his body. They wanted to break free from the restraints and suppression of this territory. Cracking sounds could be heard as the fat cultivator's bones rubbed against each other. It was a sound that made one's teeth ache. Behind him, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but turn cold when he saw this. A long sword appeared in his hand and he poured his strength into it. With a clear sword cry, Yang Kai's body was wrapped in sword light. Turning into a whirlwind, the tip of the sword flickered as it slashed towards the fat cultivator's neck. Before the sword light arrived, an indescribable force enveloped the fat cultivator. The fat cultivator's body could not help but tremble. His small eyes that had been squinting suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His face was filled with disbelief. Light flashed. Yang Kai reappeared in front of the fat cultivator. Holding the sword in one hand, he gently flicked a drop of dark red blood on the blade. The fat cultivator stood in place and stared at Yang Kai in a daze. His throat made some noises as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only squeeze out two words, principle. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat cultivator's fat body was like a punctured balloon, quickly shriveling up. At the same time, a blood-red mark appeared on his neck, and blood suddenly spurted out like a fountain. His head was sent flying by the force of the impact. With a bang, the fat cultivator's headless corpse fell on its back. You actually dared to kill my brother. On the other side, the red-haired cultivator could not help but be scared out of his wits when he saw this and shouted loudly. Compared to the death of his brother, he could not believe that Yang Kai could actually succeed in such a short time. He was very clear about his brother's strength. He was an elite of the elites of Raging Fire Temple. How could he be beheaded by a guy who was also a third-order origin king in 2 or 3 seconds? As he shouted, he sucked in a cold breath and felt cold all over. Yang Kai raised his head and said coldly, "So what if I killed you? You're next." The red-haired cultivator was shocked and retreated in horror. Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kong, there's no need to show mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai was already wrapped in sword light again and slashed at the red-haired cultivator. Seeing this, Kong Si Ran also gritted his teeth and pushed the power of his artifact with all his strength to attack the red-haired cultivator. Although the red-haired cultivator was not weaker than his fat brother, Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran were not to be trifled with either. Under the two's joint attack, the red-haired cultivator could only take a beating without being able to fight back. Moreover, due to the terrain, the red-haired cultivator could not even escape. After half a cup of tea's time, the red-haired cultivator fell in a pool of blood. It was only at this moment that Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if he was getting to know him all over again. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although shopkeeper Kong and Yang Kai had known each other for a long time, This was the first time they had truly joined forces against an enemy. Before this, Kang Si Ran did not know that Yang Kai was so strong. Brother Yang's sword is a Dao Source grade artifact, right? Kang Si Ran looked at the weapon in Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully. Yang Kai grinned and nodded, yes. This sword was the one used by Han Lung before. After Han Lung died, it naturally became Yang Kai's trophy. Although Yang Kai himself had not reached the Dao Source realm, he had absorbed and refined a lot of principal fragments in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so he could use some of them. With this sword and his space secret techniques, killing a cultivator of the same level was naturally a piece of cake. Brother Yang can actually mobilize principal strength. It seems that he is not far from breaking through. This Kang is quite envious, Kang Si Ran sighed. Although he was much older than Yang Kai and had been a third-order origin king for much longer than Yang Kai, he still could not touch the threshold of principal strength. He had been stuck outside the Dao Source realm for a long time. At this moment, when he compared the two, he was both impressed and frustrated. Brother Kang, you don't have to worry. As long as we can find a Dao Source pill here, there's no need to worry about breaking through, Yang Kai comforted him casually. Kang Si Ran's eyes lit up and he nodded, indeed. Then, the two picked up the space rings of the dead Raging Fire Temple cultivator. They each took one and continued to explore. Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran did not have time to carefully investigate what the interior of Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion was like. After all, they were blocked by the fat cultivator and the red-haired cultivator as soon as they entered. At this moment, there was a not very spacious corridor in front of them. The corridor was decorated with strange stones that emitted a sparkling light, so it was not dark. The two of them carefully probed as they slowly moved forward. They did not encounter any danger, nor did they meet anyone from the Raging Fire Temple. There were traces of the Raging Fire Temple cultivator on the road ahead, but there was no trace of him, so they did not know where he went. After about an incense stick worth of time, the two suddenly stepped into a spacious stone room. After entering the stone room, Yang Kai looked around and could not help showing a look of surprise because there was no way forward. The situation in the stone room was clear at a glance. There was nothing else except for many stone cauldrons carved out of stone. There were quite a number of stone cauldrons. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 of them. What made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that the people from Raging Fire Temple were not here. Brother Yang, what's going on? Kang Si Ran looked stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and carefully released his divine sense to explore the stone room. He found no trace of danger and said, there are no forks in the road, so the people from Raging Fire Temple should have arrived here, but now there is no trace of them. Could there be some kind of transmission array here? Kang Si Ran heard this and felt that it made sense, so he immediately said, should we look around? Yang Kai nodded and said, Brother Kang, I will check this stone room. You look at the road map and see if you can find a way out. Kang Si Ran responded and took out a yellowed animal skin from his space ring, frowning as he looked at it. Yang Kai took advantage of this time to carefully search every corner of the stone room. The stone room was not big, so after a short while, he returned to the starting point and glanced back and forth at the stone cauldrons. If there was anything suspicious in this stone room, it would undoubtedly be these stone cauldrons. But he had also carefully checked them with his divine sense just now, and there was nothing strange about the stone cauldrons. They were not artifact refining materials, just ordinary stones. Looking back at Kang Si Ran, Yang Kai saw that he was still looking at the animal skin map and did not seem to have sorted out anything, so he did not disturb him. Instead, he walked up to a stone cauldron and reached out to touch it. The moment Yang Kai's hand touched the stone cauldron, a strange cracking sound suddenly rang out, and at the same time, a hole suddenly appeared where Yang Kai was standing. His body sank and he immediately tried to fall down. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he did not panic. He circulated the power in his body and tried to fly up. But something happened that surprised Yang Kai. Just as he was circulating his power, a huge suction force came from under his feet, and before he could fly up, he was directly sucked into the black hole in the ground. This time, Kai Yang's complexion really changed. He only had time to open his mouth and shout out before his whole body fell straight down. Above his head, the black hole that had been cracked closed in an instant, plunging him into darkness. Brother Yang. To the side, Kang Si, who heard the commotion, was shocked and hurriedly got up and rushed over, but it was too late. By the time he arrived, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Staring at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, Kang Si Ran's expression changed several times, but in the end he grit his teeth and reached out to grab the stone cauldron that Yang Kai had touched before. Nothing happened. The ground did not crack as he had expected. Kang Si Ran tried several times in a row, but he was sure that his approach was useless. Left with no choice, he could only turn his gaze to the other stone cauldrons and test them one by one. It was not until he tested the seventh stone cauldron that a crack appeared under his feet and his whole body fell down like Yang Kai. Chapter 2049. Surrounded by darkness, Yang Kai could only feel his body constantly falling down, as if there was no end. When he looked up, there was no light at all. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although he was a little surprised by the situation in front of him, he was not too panicked. What he had encountered in the stone chamber made him understand one thing. Those stone cauldrons should be the medium to trigger the mechanism, so he could not use his divine sense to find any clues. Only when they were triggered would the trap in the stone room be activated. Thinking about it this way, the people of Raging Fire Temple should have also fallen into such a trap, so there was no one in the stone room above. He did not know if Kang Si Ran would follow him down, and if there was still a cultivator of Raging Fire Temple below. He did not dare to be careless, quietly circulating his power, ready to start a massacre if he found something wrong. Not long after, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared below. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and swept down. After a while, his expression became strange. Because there was still a stone room below, but it was a little different from what he imagined. There was no cultivator of Raging Fire Temple in the stone room, and it was also empty. After a while, Yang Kai landed in the stone room. Looking around, the stone room was empty, and there was no stone cauldron here. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly fluctuated in the stone room. Immediately, in the middle of the stone room, something like a stone platform suddenly appeared. The stone platform slowly rose, and a rumbling sound came from it. Yang Kai watched vigilantly. He waited until the stone platform completely stabilized, but he did not find any danger. He frowned and slowly walked towards the stone platform. Coming to the front of the stone platform, he walked up the stairs and soon reached the top of the stone platform. Array! Raising his brow, Kai Yang stared in astonishment at the mysterious pattern that had appeared on the flat surface of the stone platform, and from this pattern, there was a strange light. He faintly felt a fluctuation of space force. Teleportation array? Yang Kai was very surprised. However, he was certain that if the formation on the stone platform was activated, it should be able to teleport him to another place. However, this teleportation array was very different from the one he had learned. Thus, Yang Kai did not dare act rashly. Instead, he carefully observed it, hoping to find some clues. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered the bottom of the stone platform's formation. There was a line of small words covered in dust. He carefully brushed away the dust, and the line of small words immediately appeared before his eyes. Pour fire attribute energy into the array to activate it. Yang Kai murmured, frowning. This was clearly a teleportation array, but why did it need to be infused with fire-type energy? This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Moreover, a special formation had appeared in this stone room. What was the point? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He did have fire-type energy. Whether it was his conflagrated knowledge Qi or his fire sword Qi, they were both fire-type energy. However, he did not rush to activate the formation. Instead, he stood in place and waited quietly. He wanted to wait for Kang Si Ran to come down and act together. But to Yang Kai's disappointment, he waited in place for half an hour, but there was no sign of Kang Si Ran. He had triggered the stone cauldron's mechanism before. Kong Si Ran must have seen the scene of him falling down. With Kong Si Ran's temperament, he would not ignore him, so Yang Kai was sure that he would definitely trigger the stone cauldron's mechanism. However, there was no sign of Kong Si Ran until now, so there was only one explanation. Kong Si Ran had fallen into another stone room. There should be more than one stone room here. Otherwise, when he fell down, he would not have seen any raging fire temple disciples. Perhaps, all the people who fell down were separated and could not work together. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's speculation based on the current situation. Whether it was true or not, he could not verify it. Since he could not wait for Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai could only act alone. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand towards the spirit array in front of him. He urged the fire attribute energy in his body and poured it into it. A scorching aura appeared, and the entire stone room suddenly trembled. The lines of the spirit array on the stone platform suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that he was not wrong. This spirit array indeed needed fire attribute energy to activate, so he immediately urged his fire attribute energy even more frantically. Hong long long. After a series of rumbling sounds, the spirit array on the stone platform flashed with a dazzling light, wrapping Yang Kai up. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai had disappeared. This is... Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He found that he was still in a stone room. If he had not felt the teleportation just now, Yang Kai would have thought that he had never moved. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai frowned, unable to figure out what was going on. Normally, the cave dwellings of ancestors would have many barriers and array formations arranged around them. This was also understandable. After all, there was no cultivator who didn't have these things arranged in their cave dwellings. But this cave dwelling in front of him was a bit strange. There were many identical stone chambers, and the first stone chamber he passed only required him to pour fire attribute energy into the array formation to safely pass through. There wasn't any difficulty at all, nor was there any danger. He just didn't know what was so special about this stone chamber. Just as he was puzzled, the familiar buzzing sound rang out again. In the next moment, Yang Kai found that in the middle of the stone room, a stone platform that was identical to the one he had just seen slowly emerged. Frowning, he could only take things as they came and slowly climbed up the stone platform. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Because this time, there were no spirit arrays on the stone platform. Instead, there were many grooves. In those grooves, there were different kinds of herbs. These herbs had been preserved by special methods. They had not decayed for thousands of years, and their medicinal properties had not been lost. They looked as if they had just been picked. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these herbs were extremely rare. He could only recognize 20 to 30% of them. The rest were all unknown. Immediately, he turned his attention to the bottom of the stone platform. Sure enough, he saw a line of small words there. Brushing away the dust, Yang Kai stared at the small line of words and read, "Choose 15 poisonous herbs and the spirit array will be activated." Choose 15? Yang Kai was shocked. He carefully counted the number of herbs on the stone platform and found that all the herbs added together were only 25. In other words, more than half of these herbs were poisonous. What was the owner of this cave abode trying to do? Giving him such a difficult problem, Yang Kai was full of doubts. Shaking his head, he could only immerse his mind and focus on the 25 herbs in front of him. Although the small words on the stone platform did not say what the consequences would be if he made the wrong choice, Yang Kai knew that he could not rashly try. This cave abode, whether or not it was left behind by Gong Sun Mu, was definitely owned by a powerhouse from the Emperor realm when he was alive. Yang Kai could not guess the methods of the Emperor realm. Once he made the wrong choice, he could die here. He did not dare to joke about his own life, so his expression was extremely solemn. Yes, this sky heart orchid is poisonous. This filthy grass is also poisonous. Yang Kai looked for a while and first took out the herbs he recognized from the grooves and put them aside. He was very careful throughout the process, but after taking out those herbs, he did not trigger any restrictions. It seemed that he had made the right choice. Not long after, he had picked out 3 poisonous medicinal herbs from the pile. As for the rest of the herbs, he did not recognize them. On one hand, it was related to his shallow knowledge of the products of the star boundary. On the other hand, it was also related to the obscure herbs here. Even if a native alchemist of the star boundary came here, he would not dare to say that he could recognize all of these herbs. However, Yang Kai, as an alchemist, naturally had some knowledge of herbs. The pharmacological properties of various herbs had their own rules and characteristics, so even if he did not recognize most of the herbs, it did not prevent him from judging whether these herbs were poisonous or not. Yang Kai came up to the herbs and sniffed them carefully. Soon, he picked out a few poisonous herbs from them. The toxicity of these herbs was very subtle. Ordinary people could not judge them by their aura. Only alchemists who dealt with herbs all year round or those who had studied herbs could have such an ability. After some tossing and turning, Yang Kai picked out 7 or 8 more herbs, but there were still more than half of the 15 herbs. However, he could not judge whether the remaining herbs were poisonous or not by their aura. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and felt that he could only taste them himself, judging them by his tongue and his own feelings. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated. He reached out and pinched off a petal of a light blue flower, put it in his mouth and chewed. In the next moment, Kai Yang's complexion changed. His face suddenly turned pale. While he was chewing the flower petal, an icy chill suddenly spread out from his mouth, almost freezing his tongue. Yang Kai panicked and hurriedly circulated his Saint Qi. Only then was he able to dissolve it. Although it is very powerful, it is not poisonous. A moment later, Yang Kai looked at the light blue flower with a fearful expression. He did not know what kind of herb this flower was, but it actually contained such a huge chill. Since he had determined this, he could only turn his gaze to the next herb. Like before, Yang Kai stuffed a little bit of the herb into his mouth. A moment later, he sat down cross-legged, his face blue and purple. His expression was extremely distorted, as if he was enduring great torture. After a stick of incense worth of time, he opened his mouth and spat out a jet of black blood. His aura also weakened significantly. The toxicity is so fierce. Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear. He had only chewed a little bit of the herb and was already poisoned. If he had really swallowed the entire herb, he was afraid he would have died immediately. Chapter 2050. Although the herbs placed in the grooves of the stone platform were tasteless, their toxicity was so fierce that it made Yang Kai speechless. However, if he wanted to leave this damned place, he could only complete the requirements described in small words on the stone platform. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and tasted the unknown herbs again. It took him half a day to taste all the herbs that he did not recognize and could not be sure if they were poisonous or not. The pain and suffering was simply indescribable to outsiders. If it were not for Yang Kai's strong physique and strong recovery ability, even if he was not poisoned to death, he would have lost half of his life. Even so, he did not manage to gather 15 herbs. Why are there only 13? Yang Kai stood in front of the stone platform, his brows furrowed, a look of confusion on his face. Since the owner of this cave mansion had left such a difficult problem for those who entered to solve, he would definitely not deliberately play with them. In other words, 15 of the 25 herbs were indeed poisonous. However, Yang Kai had used all 3 methods, observation, smell, and taste, and could only determine that 13 of them were poisonous. He could not find the remaining 2. How could this be? His eyes swept across the grooves of the stone platform one by one, but he could not find the remaining 2. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss for what to do with the stone platform, all the cultivator who entered this cave mansion were facing the same problem. The cultivator of Raging Fire Temple basically cultivated fire attribute secret arts, so the first stone room was not a problem for them. Like Yang Kai, they poured fire attribute energy into the stone platform and were teleported to the second stone room. Even Kong Si ran. He easily passed the first stone room's test. And now, everyone was stumped by the second stone room's problem. In a certain stone room, a raging fire temple disciple looked at the 25 herbs and scratched his head. He was not an alchemist, so he did not even know what these herbs were, let alone how to distinguish whether they were poisonous or not. After observing for a long time, he finally picked out a few herbs that were confirmed to be poisonous. But the rest could not be distinguished. As time continued to pass, the raging fire temple disciple gritted his teeth and casually took out a medicinal herb from the groove. The moment he took out the herb, the entire stone room suddenly buzzed, and the stone platform in front of him sank down at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The cultivator's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly floated back and circulated his energy to prepare for the unexpected. A buzzing sound could be heard. Inside the stone room, specks of light suddenly flickered. Those specks of light were densely packed and spread out in all directions. With a rough count, there were actually hundreds of them. At first glance, they looked like the eyeballs of a ferocious beast. It made people shudder. In the next moment, these flickering lights trembled slightly and bombarded the cultivator in unison. Shocking and terrifying energy fluctuations leisurely fluctuated. When the raging fire temple cultivator saw this, a look of despair immediately appeared on his face. He only had time to let out a loud roar before he was drowned by the countless rays of light. A moment later, when the light dissipated, the raging fire temple disciple had already disappeared. There was only a pool of dark red blood and torn cloth left on the ground to prove that this person had existed before. This raging fire temple disciple was not the only one who had encountered misfortune. Those cultivators who had chosen the wrong herb had all triggered the restrictions in the stone room and were killed on the spot in a single breath. Not even their bones were left behind. In another stone room, Kong Si Ran solemnly took out a herb from the groove on the stone platform in front of him. After waiting for a moment, he found that he was safe and sound. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although he was not an alchemist, he was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and a native cultivator in the Star Boundary. In terms of knowledge and experience of herbs, he was much better than the current Yang Kai. After all, he could be considered as someone who dealt with herbs all day long. Therefore, although the test in this second stone room was somewhat difficult for him, it was not impossible for him to pass. In another stone room, Lian Yuming, the vice temple master of Raging Fire Temple, looked at the 25 herbs on the stone platform in front of him. He quickly selected more than 10 of them in one go. Immediately after, he pondered and selected a few more, making a total of 13. Moreover, the herbs he selected were exactly the same as the ones Yang Kai had painstakingly determined. Only 2 of them were left. Lian Yuming's eyes flashed like lightning as he shuttled back and forth among the remaining herbs, searching for the knowledge he had mastered in herbs in his mind. After an incense stick worth of time, he suddenly smiled slightly and calmly took out the remaining 2 herbs from the groove. And when he took out the last 2 herbs, the ground under his feet suddenly lit up. A teleportation array leisurely appeared and teleported him elsewhere. The stone platform in the stone room slowly sank at the same time. In the stone room, Yang Kai still had a worried look on his face. In the previous period he had carefully identified the remaining herbs again, but he still could not determine which 2 were poisonous. Just as he was at a loss, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. Immediately, he hurriedly took a part of the remaining herbs, then put them together in pairs and carefully rubbed and ground them. After a short while, when he put 2 of the herbs together and rubbed them, a pungent spicy smell suddenly spread out from his fingertips. This smell made him dizzy and there was a burning sensation coming from his fingertips. Yang Kai circulated his secret art and dispelled the discomfort in his heart. With a look of joy, he laughed and said, "It's you guys." In this world, there were some medicinal herbs that were not poisonous by themselves, but if they were mixed with some special medicinal herbs, they could become highly toxic. This kind of common sense was not only applicable to the alchemy world, but it was also common in the lives of some ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Yang Kai did not think of this at first, but now the situation proved that his idea was correct. With a look of certainty, he took the 2 herbs that reacted from the groove and put them aside. The next moment, a teleportation array appeared under his feet. After a flash of light, Yang Kai's vision turned black and the feeling of being teleported struck him again. After he stabilized his body again, he turned his head and looked around. Suddenly, he showed a look of indifference and nodded. Sure enough. The place he was in was still a stone room, no different from the stone rooms he had been to before. In the middle, there was a stone platform. At this point, Yang Kai had some faint guesses about the function of this place. Judging from the previous clues, this was most likely the cave mansion of the alchemy grandmaster Gong Sun Mu. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he stepped forward and came to the stone platform. Looking carefully, he found that there were a total of 3 identical herbs placed on the stone platform. Judging from the aura emitted by these herbs, the quality should not be high, about the level of origin return. Reaching out to brush away the dust on the stone platform, Yang Kai looked at the boy on the stone platform and immediately understood the test of this stone room. It was to condense medicinal liquid. As long as the purity reached a certain level, the teleportation array in the stone room could be activated. Condensing medicinal liquid was not a problem for Yang Kai at all. Since he started practicing alchemy, he had condensed medicinal liquid thousands of times. Moreover, he had the special power of his conflagrated knowledge C, which could make it easier to condense medicinal liquid and remove various impurities in the medicinal liquid. Furthermore, it wasn't too difficult for a return to void-grade herb to condense a medicinal liquid. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and urged his conflagrated knowledge C to wrap one of the herbs. A moment later, the medicinal herb turned into a drop of dark green liquid. Impurities continued to fly out from it, making the dark green liquid even clearer. Because he already had some guesses about the various tests here, Yang Kai spared no effort when condensing the medicinal liquid and performed perfectly. When he had condensed all 3 herbs into medicinal liquid and placed them back in the groove of the stone platform, the familiar teleportation array appeared again. For the next few days, Yang Kai spent his time in the stone rooms. The tests given in each stone room were different. Some tests required him to draw a spirit array at all times while refining alchemy, some required him to refine spirit pills, some tested his control of the fire. There were all kinds of tests, but all of them could not be separated from the word alchemy. At this moment, Kai Yang was completely certain of his previous conjecture. This was definitely Gong Sun Mu's way of testing the latecomer's mastery of alchemy. He himself was an alchemy grandmaster, so it was not surprising that he would test this aspect. As an alchemy grandmaster, he naturally hoped that his relic could be obtained by a fellow alchemist, and not be taken away by some insignificant person. The many previous tests could completely determine whether a person was a qualified alchemist or not. Perhaps, Gong Sun Mu also wanted to find a successor for himself. In the stone room, Yang Kai put a newly refined spirit pill into the groove of the stone platform. After a while, the familiar feeling of teleportation came, and with a flash of light, he disappeared again. When Yang Kai regained his vision and looked around, he couldn't help but look happy. This was because the place he was in now was no longer the same stone room. Instead, he was in a tunnel. The corridor was abnormally dry, and there was a faint trace of fire and a strange gurgling sound coming from the front. A scorching aura permeated the surroundings, making people feel like they had fallen into magma for no reason. Yang Kai urged his strength to protect himself and walked step by step towards the source of the fire. After a while, he entered a karst cave. He didn't know how deep this karst cave was, but there were no traces of artificial activity. It seemed to be naturally formed. In front of him, a red fire was shining. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and found that the fire was actually flowing magma. The magma gathered into a pool, and from time to time, 1 to 2 bubbles emerged from below, bursting and splashing everywhere. Chapter 2051. The karst cave was very large, and in addition to the magma pool, there were some other things. Before Yang Kai had time to look around carefully, Lu Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Master." Hearing the call, he immediately released Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not transform into his human form, but maintained his firebird form, quietly floating in front of Yang Kai. His eyes were staring at the magma pool in front of him, and there was a trace of longing in his mind. "Is there anything down there that is useful to you?" Yang Kai immediately asked when he noticed this. Lu Yen transmitted his voice, "There seems to be something and it's quite useful. I'll go and have a look." While speaking, he spread his wings, flew directly above the magma pool, and plunged in. "Be careful," Yang Kai hurriedly exhorted behind him, but Lu Yen had already disappeared. He couldn't help but shake his head slowly, and then began to look around. Although this karst cave was not small, it was empty inside, so after a quick glance, the situation was clear at a glance. Soon, Yang Kai's attention was attracted by a certain place. Over there seemed to be a humanoid object sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate. He determined that the humanoid object was just a skeleton, without the slightest vitality or aura. It should have been dead for a long time. If he guessed correctly, this should be the skeleton of Gong Suanmu, an alchemy grandmaster of a generation, the third disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. The 10 Great Emperors should have been extremely powerful. A master who could call the wind and summon the rain in the star boundary. But now, he had fallen to such a tragic end in a small place like the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how Gong Suanmu had offended the wondrous Pill Great Emperors and was expelled from their sect. His end was so miserable that no one could even collect his corpse. After calming down, Yang Kai walked towards the skeleton. He clasped his fist and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian. No matter what, Gong Sunmu was still a senior and an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he died here, it was enough to accept Yang Kai's salute. After getting up, Yang Kai's eyes were immediately attracted by the things in front of Gong Sunmu. Before Gong Suanmu died, he should have been guarding this place. Not far in front of him, there was something that looked like a small pot. This small wok looked like a wok used by ordinary people to cook, but it was much smaller. Under this small wok, there was an earth fire that was attracted by a spirit array burning the bottom of the wok. What caught Yang Kai's attention was not the small pot, but the thing in the pot. Within the small wok, it was actually boiling a pot of thick medicinal soup. There wasn't much of it, only about a bowl or so, and it covered the bottom of the pot. From time to time, a bubble would appear in the medicinal soup. When the bubble burst, it would emit a multicolored light. At the same time, a strange fragrance would spread out, filling the entire cave. Smelling this fragrance, Yang Kai's expression changed. It was because this fragrance was very familiar. It seemed to be the same smell he smelled outside Yuan Furnace Mountain. At that time, outside Yuan Furnace Mountain, so many cultivators were attracted because of the strange phenomenon that appeared at Yuan Furnace Mountain. The multicolored light that erupted, the strange fragrance that filled the world, everything was very similar to what he was seeing now. Yang Kai suddenly showed a thoughtful look. It seemed that the strange phenomenon at Yuan Furnace Mountain was not because some kind of natural treasure was about to mature, but because of this pot of medicinal soup. Yang Kai immediately became interested in this pot of medicinal soup. Although he was 80% sure that this thick medicinal soup was definitely not poisonous and would even be of great benefit to the cultivator, he didn't dare to take it rashly before he figured it out. Looking around, Yang Kai soon found a jade slip in front of Gong Sunmu's skeleton. The jade slip seemed to have been placed in front of Gong Sunmu before he died. It was very neat, and it was obvious that it was prepared for the latecomers to read. Yang Kai first probed it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no danger, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade slip. The moment he held the jade slip, a sudden change occurred. Gong Sunmu, who should have been dead for God knows how many years and should have turned into a skeleton, suddenly moved. Then, 2 green lights appeared in his eyes. The light flashed and suddenly condensed into a ball of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and quickly retreated. At the same time, he circulated the power in his body to protect himself. But what shocked him the most was that the light actually ignored his defensive power and directly pierced into his chest, disappearing in an instant. In an instant, Yang Kai was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly checked himself with his divine sense, but strangely found that he had no injuries, and there seemed to be no discomfort in his body. After doing all this, Gong Sun Mu's skeleton scattered into a ball, as if it had exhausted the last of its strength. The countless bones became as fragile as flour, and many of them shattered. After a while, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai held the jade slip in his hand and stood in place with an ugly expression. Just now, he had definitely been hit by a kind of restriction from Gong Sun Mu, but even with his divine sense, he couldn't detect it clearly. Obviously, this restriction was extremely hidden and was not something he could solve. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and sat down. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and carefully read it. He felt that since this jade slip was deliberately left behind by Gong Sun Mu, there must be some clues, which might let him know what happened just now. After scanning it with his divine sense, the contents of the jade slip were immediately clear at a glance. I am Gong Sun Mu, the third disciple of the great emperors of Wondrous Pill. I was young and had no one to rely on, so I had to beg for a living. I met the great emperors, who accepted me as a disciple and taught me alchemy. The jade slip was really left behind by Gong Sun Mu, and this cave mansion really belonged to Gong Sun Mu. The information in the jade slip was very complicated. At first, it was just Gong Sun Mu's memories. This guy was an unfortunate person. When he was young, he tasted the vicissitudes of life and almost starved to death. At the same time, he was also a lucky guy. He was chosen by the great emperors of Wondrous Pill and was accepted as a disciple. He followed the great emperors and learned alchemy while cultivating. My aptitude surpassed that of my two brothers. The great emperors loved me very much and taught me everything without holding back. My alchemy skills soon surpassed that of my two brothers. I became famous at a young age. I was arrogant and didn't know how to restrain myself. When the two brothers tried to persuade me, they were ridiculed by me and there was a rift between us. When I was 300 years old, I ascended to the emperor realm. At the same time, I became an emperor-grade alchemist and became famous in the star boundary. However, I was not satisfied and wanted to surpass my master in alchemy, so I studied the human alchemy Tao. I ended my life and injured the heavenly harmony realm. My eldest brother informed my master. My master was furious and ordered me to stop my research. I refused to accept it and agreed on the surface, but in private, I continued my research and it got out of hand. When I was 350 years old, my secret was exposed by my eldest brother again. In a fit of rage, I actually attacked my brother and seriously injured him. My master couldn't bear it anymore and expelled me from the sect. I found the Yuan Furnace Mountain and lived in seclusion here. Almost all of Gong Sun Mu's life was recorded in the jade slip. According to his own statement, his aptitude in alchemy was almost comparable to that of the Wondrous Pill great emperors. Unfortunately, he seemed to be a little anxious for success. In order to surpass the Wondrous Pill great emperors, he studied the human alchemy Tao. Gong Sun Mu didn't say what the human alchemy Tao was, but the meaning revealed between the lines made Yang Kai feel that it should be a very cruel alchemy technique. The reason why he was expelled from the sect was obviously related to the human alchemy Tao. Of course, part of the reason was that he attacked his brother and even seriously injured his brother. After being expelled from the sect, Gong Sun Mu settled down in the Yuan Furnace Mountain. After experiencing a great change, his temperament seemed to have changed a little and he realized his mistake. He wanted to return to the sect of the Wondrous Pill great emperors many times, but he was never able to see the face of the great emperors. In the end, he died alone in his cave mansion. Not only did the jade slip contain this information, but it also contained Gong Sun Mu's own understanding of the alchemy Tao. It could be said that this jade slip itself was Gong Sun Mu's handwritten alchemy manual. It was extremely valuable to any alchemist. There were various pill recipes, various spirit arrays during alchemy, techniques, pill condensing techniques, all kinds of things. If any alchemist saw the contents, they would be ecstatic. However, Gong Sun Mu also explained in the jade slip that everything in it was the crystallization of his life's wisdom. It had nothing to do with anything taught by the wondrous pill great emperors. Without the permission of the wondrous pill great emperors, he didn't dare and wouldn't leave that knowledge in the jade slip. I don't know who you are, but since you passed the many tests I set and got this jade slip, it means that you are also an alchemist. Now I have a successor. Since you have this jade slip in your hand, it means that you should have been hit by my withered soul seal. The withered soul seal will not cause any harm for 100 years, but after 100 years, it will devour your soul. There are only two ways to remove this seal. One is to surpass me in cultivation, and the other is to find my master and ask him to help. I hope you can see my master within 100 years and hand this jade slip to him. Ask him to accept me back into the sect. As compensation, you can take the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup that I painstakingly brewed for the second half of my life. You will experience its many benefits in the future. The content of the jade slip ended here. After Yang Kai finished reading it, he held the jade slip and let out a long sigh. He also let go of the worries in his heart. At the very least, he now knew what he had been hit by just now. The withered soul seal was probably a kind of seal that Gong Sun Mu had placed before his death. As long as someone took this jade slip, the withered soul seal would immediately activate and enter the body of the person who took the jade slip. This seal would not cause any harm for 100 years, but after 100 years, it would devour one's soul. 100 years was not a short time, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about anything for the time being. As long as his cultivation surpassed Gong Sun Mu's within 100 years, he could remove this withered soul seal. Although Yang Kai didn't know what Gong Sun Mu's cultivation was before he died, he should be in the Emperor realm. In the Emperor realm for 100 years, Yang Kai was still confident in himself. He was only afraid that Gong Sun Mu was a third-order Emperor realm master. If that was the case, then he would have to become one of the great emperors to remove the withered soul seal with his own ability. Chapter 2052. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai solemnly put away the jade slip. He had a free and easy temperament. He knew that it was useless to worry about the withered soul seal now, so he didn't think too much about it. He cast his gaze back to the small pot of medicinal soup. According to the information left in the jade slip, this small pot of medicinal soup was the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup that Gong Sun Mu had spent the latter half of his life brewing. Yang Kai didn't know what materials were used to brew this 10,000 medicinal treasures soup and what magical effects it had. However, since this medicinal soup was compensation for the withered soul seal, it would definitely be beneficial to consume it. Moreover, Gong Sun Mu's cave abode had existed for thousands of years, and it had definitely been a long time since he died. In other words, this pot of medicinal soup had been brewing here for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. It was also thanks to the formation drawing the power of the earth fire and continuously boiling it here. Otherwise, this pot of medicinal soup would have been turned into waste long ago. The Yuan Furnace Mountain had always been desolate and had never attracted the attention of the cultivator. This was probably Gong Sun Mu's intention. The powerhouses of the Emperor realm had used some means to isolate the leakage of the Yuan Furnace Mountain spirit energy and create a little disguise to make people mistakenly think that this was a desolate mountain. In fact, it wasn't difficult. Multicolored light bloomed and a strange fragrance overflowed, attracting the attention of the cultivator who saw this scene. That strange phenomenon was obviously caused by this pot of medicinal soup. When heaven-defying treasures matured, there would be strange phenomena. When extremely high-grade secret treasures and spirit pills were successfully refined, they might also trigger strange phenomena. The strange phenomenon of the Yuan Furnace Mountain was obviously caused by the successful brewing of this pot of medicinal soup. Since it had been successfully brewed, moreover, it was very beneficial to him. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to let it go. He sat cross-legged in front of the small pot and struck out a few strands of energy, cutting off the earth fire absorbed by the array. Soon after, he reached out and picked up the small pot, bringing the medicinal treasures soup in front of him. Upon closer observation, Yang Kai found that this pot of medicinal soup was extremely thick, but crystal clear. There were no impurities in it, and he could see the bottom at a glance. Colorful bubbles continuously emerged from the bottom of the medicinal soup, which was quite magical. The thick fragrance assailed his nostrils, making Yang Kai feel refreshed. He didn't know what words he could use to describe the fragrance at the tip of his nose. This kind of fragrance, even the purest and most sacred body fragrance couldn't compare to it. Kai Yang had never smelled this kind of fragrance that left a person with an endless aftertaste. Along the way, he had cultivated to the third-order origin king realm. It had been a long time since Yang Kai had tasted the taste of food. With his strength and strong physique, there was no need for him to eat anything. But when the fragrance entered his nose, he actually had a rare feeling of appetite, as if he had not eaten for many days. He wanted nothing more than to swallow this small wok. He gritted his teeth. Kai Yang lifted the small pot to his mouth, opened his mouth and began to gulp down the contents. Strangely enough, this pot of medicinal treasures soup seemed to be scorching hot, but when it entered the mouth, it was not hot at all. Instead, the temperature was just right, and it was full of fragrance. It was more delicious than anything Yang Kai had ever eaten. There was only one bowl of medicinal treasure soup, but he drank it all in one breath, not leaving a single drop behind. After a while, Yang Kai let out a loud burp. He spat out a colorful glow from his mouth. Before he could carefully savor the taste of this medicinal treasure soup, his lower abdomen suddenly became scalding hot. Waves of heat seemed to have substance, with his abdomen as the center, rapidly shuttling through his limbs and bones, bringing about a burst of numbing pain and itchiness. Yang Kai's face changed. He quickly stuffed the small pot in his hand into his space ring, closed his eyes, held his breath, and silently circulated his secret art. 10 breaths after Yang Kai took away the small pot that was boiling the medicinal treasure soup, the entire Yuan furnace mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled. The violent rumbling sound was deafening. The earth shook, gravel rolled down, and the mountain peak tilted. The entire Yuan furnace mountain suddenly split into countless pieces and rapidly sank. Inside the mountain, in the countless identical stone rooms, the expressions of the surviving cultivator all changed drastically. Just as they were wondering what was going on, all the transmission arrays in the stone rooms were activated. In an instant, all the cultivators who were still alive disappeared from where they stood. In the next moment, more than 10 kilometers away from the Yuan furnace mountain, a group of figures appeared strangely. Everyone had a bewildered expression on their faces. "Brother Lien, you were also teleported out?" Raging Fire Temple's Vice Temple Master Zong Qing glanced around and immediately saw the frowning Lien Yuming. He quickly shouted. Hearing the shout, Lien Yuming turned his head to look at Zong Qing and found that the other party was also here. After a moment of surprise, he nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that you were also teleported out?" Zong Qing's face was solemn. He looked at the violently shaking Yuan furnace mountain and asked suspiciously, "What happened inside? Why was everyone teleported out?" Lien Yuming thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Zong, did you encounter many stone rooms after you went in?" "Yes, they were all strange tests. They seem to be related to alchemy. By the way, Brother Lien, you are proficient in alchemy. Those tests shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Lien Yuming heard this and slowly shook his head. "This old master has only passed the 5th stone room. I don't know what benefits there will be after passing all the tests. But it seems that the owner of this cave mansion should be an alchemist." Hearing this, Zong Qing thought for a moment and nodded. What Brother Lien said makes sense. If that's the case, we can ask the other disciples if they have obtained any benefits. While speaking, Zong Qing turned his head and looked around. When he found that only less than half of his elite disciples were left, his face changed. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a figure not far away and he asked in surprise, "It's you?" Not far away, Kong Si Ran had a helpless look on his face. He was also teleported out the moment there was a commotion in Yuan Furnace Mountain. He happened to be caught in the middle of many Raging Fire Temple disciples and didn't dare to act rashly to avoid causing misunderstandings. Now that he was noticed by Zong Qing, he could only cup his fists and smile apologetically. Maplewood City's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper, Kong Si Ran, greets the 2 Vice Temple Masters. Spirit Pill Plaza? Lien Yuming heard this and his eyes narrowed. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Spirit Pill Plaza? Kong Si Ran nodded and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had no choice but to reveal his identity and origin at this time. After all, his fist wasn't as big as the other parties, so he could only use Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's name to deter the other party. Sure enough, after learning about Kong Si Ran's origin, Zong Qing and Lien Yuming looked at each other and restrained their original hostility. The former said, "This Zong knows about Spirit Pill Plaza. It turns out that Your Excellency is Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Please forgive my disrespect." Vice Temple Master Zong is too polite, Kong Si Ran replied calmly. Shopkeeper Kong, do you know what happened in Yuan Furnace Mountain? Zong Qing asked in a deep voice. Kong Si Ran shook his head and said, "This Kong is also confused. I don't know. I remember that shopkeeper Kong had a friend with him. Where is that person now?" Lien Yuming asked thoughtfully. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran's face turned gloomy. He glanced in the direction of Yuan Furnace Mountain and sighed. Since Brother Yang didn't appear here, he must have encountered an accident inside. I can see that your noble temple seems to have lost many disciples. The test inside Yuan Furnace Mountain isn't simple. He really believed that Yang Kai had died in Yuan Furnace Mountain. After all, even Zong Qing and Lien Yuming, two Dao Source Realm Masters, were teleported out. It was easy to imagine what happened to those who weren't teleported out. For a moment, Kong Si Ran couldn't help but feel a little sad. On one hand, it was because he couldn't find the Dao Source pill he needed in Yuan Furnace Mountain. On the other hand, it was naturally because of Yang Kai's unexpected death. Zong Qing and Lien Yuming looked at each other and nodded slightly. They didn't see any falsehood in Kong Si Ran's expression, so they didn't want to be entangled with him. Zong Qing said, "In that case, shopkeeper Kong, please restrain your grief. Please go back. Yuan Furnace Mountain is still within the sphere of influence of my Raging Fire Temple. We will have to search it again." How could Kong Si Ran not understand such an obvious order to leave? After a long sigh, he cupped his fists towards Zong Qing and Lien Yuming before turning around and flying towards Maplewood City. A moment later, the entire Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed with an earth-shattering sound. After everything calmed down, Zong Qing and Lien Yuming led the remaining Raging Fire Temple disciples to search the ruins of the Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Unfortunately, they had searched here for 2 whole months and almost emptied the entire collapsed mountain, but they still found nothing. They did find the bodies of a few disciples who had died tragically. 2 months later, the people of Raging Fire Temple had to evacuate. Deep underground, in a cave, Yang Kai's roars like that of a wounded beast could be heard constantly. If anyone could hear it, they would be so frightened that they would immediately flee this place. The medicinal efficacies of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup were powerful and continuous. After drinking it, it turned into pure energy that rushed into Yang Kai's flesh and bones. After his meridians and flesh were eroded by the medicinal efficacies, they became tougher and more powerful. His meridians were widened and his flesh and blood were reshaped. Yang Kai's whole body trembled violently. Every inch of his flesh and blood, even his internal organs and bones, felt numb. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing on his body. It was as if he was suffering the most painful torture in the world. The skin on his body cracked little by little, and golden blood flowed out from the inside, gradually condensing into a blood pot. Outside the blood pot, it was once again covered by the golden blood that flowed out. Gradually, Yang Kai's whole body seemed to be wrapped in a golden blood cocoon. Looking from the outside, his figure couldn't be seen at all. Only the sound of his powerful heartbeat could be heard, like the beating of a war drum. It was unknown how long this situation lasted, as if it had been countless years, but also as if it had only been a moment. As time passed, Yang Kai's roars from the blood cocoon gradually weakened and finally disappeared, as if he had become accustomed to such a painful transformation. Chapter 2053. In a flash, more than half a year had passed. The karst cave was also quiet for more than half a year without the slightest sound. On this day, the blood cocoon that wrapped Yang Kai suddenly made cracking sounds, as if bones were exploding. Along with these sounds, the blood cocoon also slowly cracked open. Then, more and more cracks appeared on the blood cocoon, making the entire blood cocoon look like a broken mirror. Finally, with a swoosh, the blood cocoon burst open, turning into countless fragments that splashed in all directions. In the middle, Yang Kai's stalwart body was exposed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his naked body was white and delicate, even more outstanding than a newborn baby's. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained, and he was in high spirits. Tilting his head, Yang Kai's expression became strange. At this moment, he actually had a different feeling. This feeling was very strange, as if he had been reborn. Lowering his head to check the condition of his body, Yang Kai was stunned. All these years, he had been running around outside all year round. Being exposed to the wind and the sun, all kinds of hardships had not only created his tenacious character, but also made him have a rather outstanding body. But now, after a pot of 10,000 treasures soup, his skin had become whiter and more tender than a woman's, which made him rather surprised. He stood up and tested his body. It seemed that his body had become lighter than before. Slightly clenching his fists, endless power immediately poured out of his flesh and blood. He casually waved his fist, and an explosive sound suddenly came out. A visible ripple appeared in the air. It quickly spread out in all directions. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai was overjoyed as he immediately knew that his physical body had undergone another significant improvement. Focusing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and was surprised to find that they had become like carved jade. Not only were they covered in a faint layer of golden light, but they also gave off an unbreakable feeling. He was not like this before. Thinking about it this way, was all this due to the 1,000 treasures soup? The 1,000 treasures soup seemed to be able to develop the potential of a cultivator's body, tempering the cultivator's physical quality and complementing his already strong body, making it even more powerful and outstanding. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was still a large amount of medicinal efficacy of the 1,000 treasures soup in his bones, flesh, and blood that had not been consumed. It was still stored inside, waiting for the passage of time to quietly transform its body. This result made Yang Kai very satisfied. He secretly thought that the medicinal soup that had been brewed for 1,000 or 2,000 years was much more effective than any pill. With the quality of his physical body, he could definitely refine a dragon artifact. Yang Kai thought. He checked his own strength. This check. Suddenly he was shocked. He found that all the strength in his body had unknowingly been transformed into source qi, and there was no trace of Saint Qi. Source qi was a higher level of existence than Saint Qi. It was also the foundation for a Tao source realm cultivator to communicate with world principles and mobilize world force. Without source qi, it was impossible for a cultivator to break through to the Tao source realm. Yang Kai's own comprehension of world principles was enough. The reason why he could not break through to the Tao source realm was because the strength in his body had not been completely transformed. This was originally part of his plan. Even if he took source condensing pills continuously, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to completely transform his strength into source qi. But now, this requirement had been fulfilled in advance. The credit naturally went to the 1,000 treasures soup. This discovery made Yang Kai a little ecstatic. Now, he was ready to break through to the Tao source realm at any time. However, breaking through to the Tao source realm was an important matter. This place was not suitable for the world energy baptism, so Yang Kai did not plan to break through here. He still needed to find a suitable place. Thinking so, Yang Kai had the intention to leave. He turned his head and looked around. There was nothing else in the karst cave that was worthy of his attention. However, Lu Yen had not returned since he rushed into the magma pool. Yang Kai did not know what benefits he had found at the bottom of the magma pool. When he came to the magma pool, Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that the temperature of the magma pool seemed to have dropped a lot. It was as if the internal heat had been sucked away by someone. Yang Kai's thoughts moved and he tried to communicate with Lu Yen, but he did not get any response. This made Yang Kai happy instead of worried. He knew that Lu Yen definitely had his own opportunity, so he could not feel his call. Thinking of this, he simply stopped caring about Lu Yen and began to look for the exit. The karst cave was not big, and there was only one tunnel connected to it. He soon found a transmission array at the other end of the tunnel. After activating the array, he immediately disappeared from the karst cave. 100 kilometers away from the Yuan Furnace Mountain, in a desolate mountain range, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared. He immediately released his divine sense and after confirming that there was no danger around, he looked around. After a while, his figure flickered and turned into a stream of light, shooting into the distance. Yang Kai had no intention of returning to Maplewood City. The most important thing for him now was naturally to break through to the Tao Source realm, so he needed to find a quiet place where no one would disturb him. A few days later, he landed on a barren mountain. He looked around the environment and nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Although this place was desolate and the world energy was not very rich, it was spacious and deserted. He was not like other cultivators who had relatives, friends, and sex. He had no one to protect him when he broke through, so he could only choose such a place. It was not difficult for him to not have enough world energy. When the time came, he only needed to put some source crystals around to replenish the world energy consumed by his breakthrough. However, just in case, he still spent 2 days to carefully search the area within a radius of 1,000 miles and exterminate some of the demon beasts that had settled down here before he returned. Breaking through to a great realm was very important for any cultivator. It was not like breaking through a small realm. If he failed, it was very likely to damage his martial Tao foundation. If he failed, the cultivator would be unable to recover from the setback. In serious cases, he might even die under the baptism of world energy. Naturally, he had to be careful. Later, he released the monster insect queen and the blood beasts and ordered them to be on guard in different directions. He believed that with the protection of the 2 blood beasts, there should not be any major problems. After doing all this, he began to prepare with peace of mind. He did not break through the bottleneck of the Tao Source realm right away. Instead, he slowly took out the black jade cauldron and the jade slip left behind by Gong Sun Mu. While carefully refining the black jade cauldron and branding it with his soul and life imprint, he also checked the knowledge of alchemy in the jade slip. A long time ago, Yang Kai had tried to use alchemy to stabilize his mind and prepare for his breakthrough. This method had been tried and tested time and time again, so this time it was the same as before. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai seemed to have completely forgotten his original intention of coming here. He was completely immersed in the world of alchemy knowledge. The alchemy information left in the jade slip may be extremely profound and difficult for others to understand, but for Yang Kai, who had once triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone and understood a trace of the truth of alchemy, it was easy for him to figure it out. Various pill recipes and the names of herbs were memorized in this month. The black jade furnace was finally refined successfully. It became Yang Kai's alchemy furnace to replace the purple origin furnace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly put the black jade furnace in front of him and poured his conflagrated knowledge sea into it. Suddenly, a scorching aura came out of the furnace. In the next moment, Yang Kai's fingers moved and a number of high-grade herbs flew out of his space ring and were thrown into the black jade furnace in an orderly manner. Under the burning of the pure conflagrated knowledge sea, these herbs gradually turned into a medicinal liquid and condensed into a ball. After a while, another batch of new medicinal herbs were thrown in. The black jade furnace's heat was sometimes high and sometimes low, and from time to time, it emitted a trace of medicinal fragrance. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest trace of nervousness or impatience. His movements as he threw in the herbs were also slow and leisurely, but his control over the flames was at its peak. Using his conflagrated knowledge sea, the various spirit arrays required for alchemy began appearing and disappearing inside the black jade furnace, producing a magical effect with the medicinal liquid. 3 hours later, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and a wooden box appeared in his palm. Under the surge of source qi, the wooden box opened by itself, revealing a longan-sized spirit fruit inside. It was the Tao source fruit given to him by the Zhang family patriarch. In this world, there was only one kind of spirit pill that required the Tao source fruit to be refined, and that was the Tao source pill that all third-order Origin King cultivators would covet. If those Origin King realm masters knew that Yang Kai, an Origin King grade alchemist, was refining a Tao source fruit rashly, they would probably want to kill him. The Tao source pill was not an ordinary spirit pill. As the main ingredient, the Tao source fruit was the heavenly martial Holy Land's only fruit trees in the entire southern territory. Moreover, it was always used by the heavenly martial Holy Land and was never sold. Its value and rarity could be imagined. Which alchemist who dared to use the Tao source fruit to refine the Tao source pill was not a Tao source grade alchemist. No Origin King grade alchemist dared to use this kind of spirit fruit as a joke. But Kai Yang had done just that. If he succeeded, he would definitely be able to break through his bottleneck as an alchemist and advance to the Tao source grade in one fell swoop. If he failed, the extremely precious Tao source fruit would turn into a pile of charcoal. After taking out the Tao source fruit, Yang Kai's indifferent expression became a little dignified, but he did not hesitate and threw the Tao source fruit into the black jade furnace. Immediately, he closed the lid of the furnace and with a solemn expression, his hands began to weave a series of hand seals like butterflies. As he changed his hand seals, the medicinal liquid in the black jade furnace continued to tumble, making a gurgling sound. Spirit arrays that could not be seen by others were born and destroyed in the black jade furnace, circulating endlessly. On Yang Kai's forehead, there was also a trace of sweat, as if this alchemy was extremely strenuous for him. This situation lasted for 10 hours, and Yang Kai's spiritual energy was greatly consumed by this long period of concentration. His face was slightly pale. After 10 hours, Yang Kai stopped his hand seals, took a deep breath, and quickly took out a few restorative spirit pills from his space ring, stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them. The pill furnace was still humming as countless medicinal liquids merged and transformed inside, undergoing magical changes. Chapter 2054. At a certain moment, a strange sound came from within the black jade cauldron. Along with the sound, a thick medicinal fragrance permeated the air. This fragrance drifted into Yang Kai's nose and into his body, causing his martial Tao bottleneck, which had reached a critical point, to loosen slightly. The source qi in his body, which was originally calm, began to circulate wildly. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to pat the black jade furnace, causing the lid to fly up instantly. Immediately, he quickly performed the 9 heavens profound pill method, which he had comprehended from the grand alchemic Tao tone. His hands changed one seal after another as he poured power into the black jade furnace. After a short while, the sound inside the furnace became more and more obvious. Not only that, but there was also the sound of something rolling inside the furnace. After a while, as Yang Kai's pill condensing technique changed, streams of light suddenly shot out from the black jade furnace. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. Seeing this situation, how could he hesitate? He stretched out his hand and caught the several streams of light in the palm of his hand. He didn't have time to take a closer look at the final results of his alchemy this time. He only knew that he had produced 6 pills. Putting the 6 newly refined Tao source pills into the jade bottle he had prepared beforehand, Yang Kai waved his hand and a large number of source crystals stored in his space ring flew out, wrapping around him. Some time ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of powerful enemies and obtained no less than 10 million source crystals from them. But at this moment, for his own promotion, he threw out all of these 10 million source crystals. After all, the world energy here was not too rich, and if he wanted to ensure his promotion, he could only use source crystals. As soon as the source crystals appeared, a muffled thunderous sound came from above Yang Kai's head. The world energy suddenly became turbulent, and the power of principles lingered and danced around. After a short while, A large black cloud appeared above Yang Kai's head. The cloud slowly rotated, gradually forming the shape of a funnel. There was a burst of sand and stones. The sun and moon lost their light. As if attracted by some mysterious force, Yang Kai threw out the source crystals that had gathered around him. They exploded one after another at this moment, and with a series of crackling sounds, they turned into pure energy that diffused in all directions and gathered in the sky. Above Yang Kai's head, there was a black funnel vortex. It was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its momentum was extremely shocking. The originally not dense world energy in the surroundings had become extremely dense due to the replenishment of a large number of source crystals. Yang Kai's location was soon shrouded in a white mist. The white fog was not real fog. Instead, it was a wonder formed when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became too rich. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this at all. He still sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed and a calm expression on his face. He communicated with his origin essence crystal with his mind and comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao. The star's source of shadowed star in his body also seemed to be attracted by something at this moment and was beating rhythmically. With the blessing of these stars' source, Yang Kai could more clearly feel the power of world principles around him. He was now in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda. The many fragments of world principles he had absorbed had also been thoroughly sublimated at this moment, allowing him to confirm his own insights and sublimate his realm. Time passed slowly, and the black funnel in the sky grew larger and larger, almost covering the entire sky. Although Yang Kai had deliberately chosen this desolate place as the place for his breakthrough and had even spent a few days clearing out the monster beast within 1,000 kilometers, there were always some accidents that could happen. The commotion caused by his advancement this time was so great that even if he was thousands of miles away, he would still be seen by others. When the black funnel that covered half the sky took shape, many cultivators in the distance saw this spectacle and naturally became curious. They all rushed to the place where Yang Kai was breaking through, wanting to see what was going on. After these cultivators figured out that someone was about to break through to a new great realm and was about to receive a baptism of world energy, most cultivators stopped and simply watched from a few hundred kilometers away. The strength of these cultivators was not high. After all, the overall strength of the cultivators near Maplewood City was not very high. Most of them were origin kings, origin returning realm masters, and even weaker existences. Feeling the violent power gathering in the sky, how could any of them dare to step forward? Now that they had come to watch the fun, they gathered together and pointed in Kai Yang's direction, discussing amongst themselves. Among the crowd, there was a delicate girl in her 20s wearing a purple robe. Her cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, and she seemed to be suffering from a chronic illness. Although it was not cold, she wore a lot of clothes and was guarded by a few Origin King Realm cultivators. The girl's beautiful eyes stared into the distance for a while before she suddenly coughed a few times. The several Origin Kings around her heard this and glanced over at her with concern, but everyone seemed to be accustomed to this scene, so they didn't panic too much. After the girl's aura stabilized, they all withdrew their gazes. After a short while, a first-order Origin King cultivator flew back from the distance and arrived in front of the girl in a few flashes. "Young lady, I'm back," the cultivator said in a deep voice. "Did you find out who is it? Who is breaking through?" The girl opened her red lips and asked softly. The cultivator shook his head and said, "Young lady asked me to. The world energy over there is too violent, and that person is at the critical moment of breaking through, so I didn't dare to get too close. I also didn't see what that person looked like. However, according to my observation, that person should be breaking through to the Tao Source realm." Sure enough, he is breaking through to the Tao Source realm. The girl in purple seemed to have expected this and nodded lightly. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes lit up. Since this person chose to break through to the Tao Source realm in such a place, it means that he doesn't have any relatives or friends, nor does he have a sect background. Obviously, he is a solitary master. He is a good target to win over. Hearing this, the few origin kings around the girl in purple nodded lightly, indicating that they agreed with her point of view. If one had a sect background, if they had relatives or friends, who would be willing to break through to the great realm in such a desolate place? Only a solitary master would do so if they were forced to do so. That being said, young lady, with all due respect, this person might not be able to break through successfully. Another solemn-looking middle-aged man looked over and said with a solemn expression, "Why do you say that?" The girl in purple turned her gaze to him. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The movement he caused is really too big. It is not something a peak origin king realm cultivator can bear. To be honest, if he can't bear the world energy baptism this time, he will have no hope of surviving and will die without a doubt. After hearing this, the other origin kings nodded repeatedly as they stared at the huge black funnel in the sky with looks of dread. Obviously, if they were to bear this kind of energy baptism, it would be absolutely impossible for them to succeed. The girl in purple frowned. "So, this person's chances are not high?" The middle-aged man said, "Of course, this is just my opinion. If he really has a 1 in a million chance of surviving this tribulation and breaking through this hurdle, then his future achievements will be beyond our imagination." The young woman in purple nodded when she heard this. She pondered for a while and said, "No matter what, we should protect him for now. If he really succeeds in advancing, he will definitely owe us a favor. At that time, we can try to rope him in. Our Qin clan's talents are withered now. We only rely on the ancestor to bitterly support it, and our karmic luck is declining. If we can obtain the help of this person, then our Qin clan can take a breather." The several origin king realm cultivator nodded after hearing this. "Since young lady has said so, we will follow her orders." Just as this group of people was about to disperse and protect Yang Kai, the middle-aged man suddenly frowned and stared in a certain direction, shouting, "Not good, someone is interfering with him." The girl in purple was startled when she heard this. She looked in the direction the middle-aged man was pointing and saw a group of lights rapidly flying towards the place where Yang Kai was breaking through. Not only did they not hide their figures, but they also had no intention of hiding their intentions. Each and every one of them was aggressive and malicious. The figures in that group of lights were outstanding. At a rough count, there were at least a dozen of them, and the light around their leader was particularly bright. The girl in purple hesitated for a moment before she stomped her foot and said, "Follow me, let's see if we can negotiate." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she flew over. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly chased after her with the others. Not far away, among the group of cultivators rushing towards Yang Kai, someone soon noticed the movements of the Qin family group. He immediately shouted to the front, "Honored master, someone is coming towards us." At the front of the group, a short, fat old man with almost all of his hair falling off his head heard this, and his body came to a halt. He swept his triangular eyes around and soon fixed them on the Qin family group. He coldly snorted and said, "A few origin king realm brats dare to ruin this old master's business? Their guts aren't small." "Honored master, should we also?" The man who spoke said as he gestured with his hand to his neck, making a gesture. Hearing this, the old man grinned and said, "Let's wait and see. Since they dared to come here, they probably have something to rely on. This old master wants to see what exactly they are relying on." "Honored master is wise," the man flattered. Chapter 2055. As soon as Ghost Hand Shintu's name was shouted out, the faces of the Qin family's cultivator turned pale. Without any explanation, they urged their strength and prepared to attack at any time. A trace of panic also flashed across the beautiful eyes of the purple-clothed girl. Although she was young, she was extremely knowledgeable. What's more, there were probably not many cultivators near Maplewood City who did not know about Ghost Hand Shintu's day. This guy was a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm, but no one knew what kind of evil secret art he cultivated. He was extremely vicious, committing crimes around Maplewood City all year round, relying on his powerful Dao Source realm cultivation to rob and kill weak existences. For many cultivator, the name Ghost Hand Shen Tu represented a kind of disaster. Once they encountered this person outside, it meant that they were not far from death. What's more, this guy was not alone. Yang Kai did not know where he had gathered a group of powerful subordinates, but all of them were origin kings. Most people would definitely not be their opponents when they encountered them and would only be able to fight them head-on. This person was not only vicious, but also extremely clever. The City Lord's mansion, headed by City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, had sent many masters to hunt this guy down, but none of them succeeded. The only chance they had was to seriously injure him and let him escape. Since then, Ghost Hand Shen Tu seemed to have been well-behaved for a while, but those who were well-informed knew that it was not that he had been well-behaved, but that he was no longer as unbridled as before. Now, his opponents were those who had no background or backing, and he never provoked the disciples of the families and sects around Maplewood City. As a result, the masters of those families and sects were too lazy to pay attention to this person. And it was impossible for the City Lord's mansion to chase after this person endlessly. Moreover, this person was as cunning as a fox. That was why he was free and unfettered to this day. Coincidentally, the place Yang Kai chose for his breakthrough was not far from the gathering point of Shen Tu and his subordinates, so as soon as there was movement, they found out. Knowing that Yang Kai was a cultivator who had no background and was at the point of a breakthrough, how could this group of people let him go? Naturally, they all set out. He was ready to go all out. However, they bumped into a group of people from the Qin family. Hearing the middle-aged man's shout, the bald old man sneered, "Since you know this old man's name, you actually dare to come here. Do you want to die?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the Origin King Realm cultivator who followed him also looked over with an unfriendly expression. It was as if they were ready to attack once the old man gave the order. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He swallowed hard and didn't know how to answer for a while. The purple-clothed girl gasped for breath. After regaining his composure, he pursed his lips into a smile and said softly, "So it's the famous Senior Shen Tu. This junior has eyes but failed to see and has offended you. I hope Senior won't take offense." Shen Tu narrowed his triangular eyes and glanced at the girl in purple. He chuckled strangely and said, "You can still be so calm in front of this old man. Little girl, you're quite brave. Which family are you from?" Shen Tu had been wandering around Maplewood City all year round. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the purple-clothed girl had some background. Otherwise, she wouldn't have responded so politely. If not for this reason, why would he be so long-winded with the purple-clothed girl? With his personality, he would have started a massacre long ago. "This junior's surname is Qin," the purple-clothed girl replied softly. "Qin." Shen Tu curled the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "This old man heard that in the Qin family of Maplewood City, there is a little girl named Qin Yu. She is very smart, but she suffers from a disease at a young age. She is even liked by that old man Qin Chaoyang. For this reason, he even specially went to the depths of Black Blood Swamp to find a young opening fruit to prolong her life. Could it be you?" The purple-clothed girl coughed softly and nodded. "Senior is wise. This junior is indeed Qin Yu. I am only able to live to this day because of old ancestors' pity." Shen Tu laughed strangely. "Little girl is really outstanding. You can face this old man without batting an eyelid. No wonder that old man Qin Chaoyang likes you so much. Little girl, why are you looking for this old man?" Qin Yu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Since Senior has asked, then this junior will speak frankly. Is Senior going to find trouble with that person?" Shen Tu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "So what if I am?" Qin Yu said, "Can Senior let that person go?" Shen Tu curled his lips and said, "Give me a reason." "That person is an honored guest of my Qin family, so—" Qin Yu replied in a low voice, "So I ask Senior to be merciful. My Qin family will definitely come to thank you another day." "An honored guest of your Qin family?" Shen Tu grinned playfully and said, "Little girl, you are smart, but don't treat others as fools. If this person is really an honored guest of your Qin family, Why would he choose to break through in such a place? If he is really an honored guest of your Qin family, then wouldn't that old man Qin Chaiyang personally protect him? Do you really think this old man is so easy to fool? Qin Yu didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed after being exposed in front of her face. She smiled and said, "Senior's eyes are like torches. This junior's little trick really can't fool you, but, although he is not an honored guest of my Qin family now, it doesn't mean that he won't be in the future. Can Senior please be magnanimous?" Before Qin Yu could finish speaking, Shen Tu raised his hand and interrupted her. Shen Tu looked at her coldly, his triangular eyes exuding a cold aura as he said, "Little girl, this time, this old man will not argue with you because of Qin Chaiyang's face. But if you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and a huge force swept straight towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly retreated. Seeing this, the several Origin Kings who had been vigilantly surrounding her flashed and blocked in front of her. With a muffled groan, they all retreated a few steps at the same time before they could stabilize themselves. When they looked forward again, they saw that Shen Tu had already flown away with a group of people. The middle-aged man and the others looked back at Qin Yu with lingering fear on their faces and asked, "Young lady, are you okay?" Qin Yu shook her head and said, "Thanks to your protection, I'm fine. It's just a pity that person," she looked into the distance with a sad look on her face. The middle-aged man said, "In fact, there's nothing to pity. That person probably couldn't have survived the world energy baptism. It doesn't matter if he died a moment earlier or later. Young lady has already done her best. Next time, don't provoke a guy like Ghost Hand Shin Tuesday. This time, he let us go because of the old ancestor, but next time, we won't be so lucky." "I know. I've implicated everyone." Qin Yu gently nodded. In the distance, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of this. He was still immersed in his own comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way, immersed in breaking through the shackles of the Tao source realm. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk a series of movements could be heard as Shen Tu led a dozen Origin Kings to appear beside Yang Kai. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations here, and then looking up at the huge black funnel in the sky, even someone as strong as Shen Tu couldn't help but change his expression slightly. He had also taken this step, but when he broke through to the Tao source realm back then, was there such a big commotion? He was afraid that it wasn't even 1/10 of the other parties. Even if he were to bear such a world energy baptism now, he wasn't confident that he would be able to get through it safely. "Honored Master, this place is too terrifying. Let's quickly take action and leave." Not far away, an Origin King realm cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling. It seemed that he was being suppressed to the extreme by the power of heaven and earth. The expressions of the others weren't relaxed either. As soon as they stepped into this place, they felt that something was wrong. The world principles lingering around them were dense and chaotic, making the circulation of the power in their bodies a little obscure. Hearing this, Shen Tu nodded and said to Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, "Boy, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck for choosing to break through in such a place. Be careful in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it down. Seeing his action, an Origin King realm cultivator immediately shot out rays of martial skill light, bombarding Yang Kai. But before these rays of light could touch Yang Kai's body, a dazzling layer of light suddenly appeared 3 meters away from his body. The light was oval in shape, enveloping Yang Kai entirely. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk all the attacks fell on this light curtain, sputtering out layers of ripples, but they couldn't damage it at all. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed tightly, slowly opened. His indifferent gaze swept across everyone as he said indifferently, "Why are there always people like you who think that you've lived too long and are in a hurry to die?" All the Origin Kings who were targeted by him felt a chill in their hearts for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai raised his hand. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, moon blades shot out leisurely. "Not good, Dudge. Someone cried out involuntarily. But the speed of the moon blades was so fast that before these people could react, they had already arrived in front of them. Although some cultivator instinctively activated their protective powers, these protective powers were like paper in front of the moon blades, unable to withstand a single blow. The pitch-black moon blades slashed past, and immediately, a cultivator let out a muffled groan. No blood splattered, but when the cultivator looked around, his expression changed drastically. Because there were crescent-shaped holes in different parts of the bodies of the companions beside him. The wounds were flat, but the flesh that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. There were no pieces of flesh or bones, as if they had been exiled into the void. Through those strange wounds, squirming internal organs were imprinted into the eyes. The strong visual conflict made several cultivators scream in horror. *poopy. It wasn't until this moment that the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. In an instant, several cultivators around Yang Kai fell to the ground with looks of disbelief on their faces, blood spurting out from their wounds mixed with broken internal organs. The scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 2056. Shen Tu and the others came aggressively, thinking that Yang Kai would not be able to fight back at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. Who would have thought that more than half of the Origin King Realm cultivator on their side would die in a single exchange? Such an unforeseen event naturally frightened the remaining people out of their wits. However, this was not the end of it. Following closely behind the moon blade, a five-colored light shot out. Before the attack even arrived, the sharp aura caused the remaining cultivators to feel a chill run down their spines, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Sword Chi! Shen Tu's expression changed. At a glance, he could tell that the five-colored light contained extremely sharp sword chi. Furthermore, it was a perfect combination of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under the mutual promotion and suppression, they resonated with each other and seemed to be able to enhance each other's power. Shen Tu's expression suddenly turned solemn. With a roar, his short and fat body suddenly grew bigger. From his fat body, a pitch-black aura suddenly spread out and enveloped him. Immediately after, countless black tentacles grew out of his body and swayed in all directions, enveloping the oncoming sword chi under his own attack. A series of energy collisions rang out. The tentacles that extended from Shen Tu's body were cut into pieces by the countless sword chi. But at the same time, the sharp sword chi was also blocked, unable to kill the enemy. The many Origin King Realm cultivators who were saved by him all looked over gratefully. One of them even flattered Shen Tu while his heart was palpitating. "Brat, you dare to attack this old master at the critical juncture of your breakthrough? I think you're tired of living. In that case, hand over your life." Shen Tu roared as a small shield with a ghost head suddenly appeared in his hand. The small shield did not look big, but the ghost head on it was lifelike. It had a green face and fangs, looking ferocious and terrifying. He pushed his source chi and poured it into the small shield. The small shield slowly turned into a real ghost head. It expanded in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. It rushed straight towards Yang Kai. As it rushed forward, the ghost head's mouth opened and closed, spewing out balls of silver ghost fire. It shot out like arrows, looking extremely powerful. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but shrink, but he still sat there without moving. The balls of silver willow, the wisps arrived in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye and bombarded his body, causing chaos where he was standing. Shen Tu was stunned. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with surprise, as if he had not expected to kill Yang Kai so easily. Yang Kai was well aware of the power of his artifact. Its offensive power was incredibly strong, and when coupled with the secret techniques he cultivated, let alone an Origin King, it was no match for him. It was a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm who was burned by the wisp. Even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of flesh. Yang Kai was just a third-order Origin King who was on the verge of breaking through, so how could he have survived after taking so many attacks from the ghost fire? Thinking of this, Shen Tu nodded slightly, thinking that he had really succeeded. Seeing Yang Kai being swallowed by the willow, the wisps, the remaining Origin Kings let out a series of sinister laughter, as if they were mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. But before their laughter stopped, a figure flashed where Yang Kai was originally. He reappeared like a ghost. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? Looking at his expression and state, he was not hurt by the will-o'-the-wisps at all, and he didn't even move. No one knew how he avoided the will-o'-the-wisps. Everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. Shen Tu also widened his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in Yang Kai's left eye, and the demon eye of annihilation suddenly appeared. The golden light seemed to have solidified, and it quickly condensed into the shape of a lotus flower in Yang Kai's left eye. Seeing this lotus flower, a chill suddenly emerged from the depths of Shen Tu's heart, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. But for some inexplicable reason, he was actually unable to shift his gaze away at the first possible moment. That lotus flower seemed to possess a miraculous attractive force that firmly drew his attention over. The lotus flower trembled slightly before disappearing from Shen Tu's left eye. In its place, a budding lotus flower slowly bloomed in Shen Tu's knowledge sea. The source of this bloom was his spiritual energy. Shen Tu suddenly screamed as pain like 10,000 needles pierced his mind. This kind of pain went deep into his soul, making it almost unbearable. Hearing the scream, the remaining Origin Kings were startled. They all looked at Shen Tu, wanting to see what was wrong with him. Right at this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out once again. Many thicker and larger moon blades shot out, densely packed together and seemingly endless. With the previous example as an example, how could these people not know the power of these moon blades? They immediately let out a series of strange cries and scattered. Condense! Yang Kai shouted, and the power of principles surged. With him as the center, the space within 1,000 meters of him seemed to have heard some kind of command and instantly surrendered, becoming extremely dignified at this moment. The movements of the few Origin Kings suddenly became as slow as turtles. Pu pew pew. The moon blades easily rolled over the bodies of those people, splitting them in half. Everyone had a crescent-shaped gap in their bodies, and the flesh and blood at the gap were banished into the endless void. The mutilated corpses fell down, and everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they had died with grievances. Is this the space principles? After succeeding in one blow, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, completely forgetting that there was still a great enemy to deal with. His whole person fell into a magical epiphany. In his mind, it was as if he was enlightened, and the true essence of the space principles poured into his mind like an electric current. His body shook, and he was stunned at this moment. His eyes shone brightly as thoughts intertwined in his mind at lightning speed, comprehending the space principles. Kacha. Cracks in space formed and collapsed around him, and then under the repair of the world principles, they continued to crack and collapse. The space around him seemed to become unstable, and his vision was distorted. A shrill scream suddenly came from not far away. It was Shen Tu, who had been tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique, who had recovered. Ghost Hand Shen Tu was worthy of being a Dao Source Realm Master. Even though he had accidentally been hit by Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique and his spiritual energy had been drained by more than half, he was still able to forcefully wake up at the last moment and avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. Even so, his Yuan Qi was greatly injured. So much of his spiritual power had been drained that it had hurt his own spirit. Recovering from such an injury was not a problem that could be solved by ordinary elixirs. Unless Shen Tu found the best spirit elixirs to repair the spiritual power, or practiced some special cultivation methods, it would be possible to repair his spirit to its original state after spending decades or hundreds of years. He endured the pain in his mind and turned his head to look around with a ferocious expression. His heart could not help but thump. He found that the Origin King Realm Cultivator he had brought were all dead at this moment. Not a single one was left. As for the murderer, he was still sitting cross-legged in the same place, his eyes shining brightly, as if he had fallen into some kind of enlightenment. The space around him was undergoing some mysterious changes, and the wandering spatial cracks were like spirit snakes, covering an area of several hundred feet. Space principles. Shen Tu's eyes narrowed as he cried out in horror. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the best time for him to launch a sneak attack, because the enemy was already in a state of enlightenment, so there was no chance for him to react. However, Shen Tu was not sure if he could break through that strange space. Those space cracks were sharper than the best blade in the world, and they were not something that could be resisted by the body. If he really launched a sneak attack, he was afraid that he would be cut into pieces by those countless space cracks before he could even get close to Yang Kai. It's actually space principles. This brat. At this moment, Shen Tu finally understood what kind of enemy he had provoked. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he glared at Yang Kai with hatred. Immediately, he turned around and flew out, trying to escape from this place. He did not want to stay here any longer. He just wanted to escape as far as possible. But before he could escape 300 meters, sparkling snowflakes suddenly floated down from the sky. Those snowflakes were extremely beautiful, white, and flawless. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Shen Tu shuddered for no reason as an aura of death rushed towards him. Shen Tu, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, realized that things were not going well. With a loud shout, the thick black qi gushed out of his body again and wrapped around him, resisting the cold that invaded his body. After doing all this, Shen Tu finally saw the culprit of all this. It was a giant monster insect about 6 meters tall that was completely white, sparkling, and translucent. Shen Tu did not know when this monster insect had appeared in front of him. It was as if it had always been here, but he had miraculously not noticed it before. The monster insect's body exuded a frightening cold aura. The strangest thing was that the two pincers at the front of the demonic insect were actually holding 2 long swords. The long swords were green and purple, and they were crossed in front of its body in a very strange posture. It made it look like a top swordsman among humans, with a trace of the demeanor of a master. What the hell is this? Shen Tu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he could not help but curse. What he saw and heard today was simply beyond what he had experienced in his life. First, he encountered an Origin King Realm Master who was proficient in the Tao of Space. Although the Tao of Space was difficult to cultivate, there were still people in the star boundary who could successfully cultivate it. It was just that they were not as terrifying as that little brat. Now, a monster insect with a powerful aura had jumped out in front of him. What was most unacceptable to Shen Tu was that this monster insect actually knew how to use artifacts, dual sword-shaped artifacts. That artifact should be Origin King grade high rank, right? Shen Tu was completely shocked. Just as he was in a daze, the monster insect in front of him suddenly turned the 2 long swords on its pincers slowly. Purple and green light flashed, and the surrounding temperature seemed to become colder. The snowflakes in the sky also became much bigger. A white light flashed and an icy aura suddenly filled the air. At this moment, the queen monster insect disappeared in front of Shen Tu and reappeared not far behind him. It still maintained that strange posture, as if it had never moved at all. Qin Yu pursed her red lips and looked in the direction where Yang Kai was, as if she wanted to see more clearly. Unfortunately, she was surrounded by rich world energy, so she couldn't see Yang Kai's face at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's right. This person is at the critical moment of his breakthrough, but he was still able to kill more than a dozen Origin Kings. Obviously, he is extraordinary. And what puzzles me the most is why Shen Tu suddenly ran away." Qin Yu's expression changed and said, "Shen Tu is cruel and bloodthirsty. If he ran away, it means that he suffered a great loss at the hands of that person. That can't be, Mississippi. This person is just a third-order Origin King. He hasn't even broken through to the Tao Source Realm. Shen Tu is a genuine Tao Source Realm Master." The middle-aged man looked stunned. Have you ever seen a third-order origin king make such a big commotion when breaking through to the Great Realm? Look over there, it seems that even space is collapsing. Jianghu pointed to the front. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I'm just a third-order origin king. How could I have seen someone break through to the Tao Source realm? Although I haven't seen it, I feel that it shouldn't be so big. That's right. The stronger one is, the bigger the commotion. Jianghu rolled her eyes and said with a chuckle, I'm getting more and more interested in this person. If I can recruit him. The middle-aged man looked at Jianghu and saw the excited look on the young lady's face. He knew that she was really interested in recruiting him, so he said, then we'll have to wait until he finishes breaking through. Jianghu gently nodded and muttered to herself, he should be able to succeed. At this moment, a muffled thunder suddenly rolled in the sky. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, as if it was going to tear the world apart. In the next moment, the black funnel that had been rotating in the sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and suddenly rushed down. The center of the black funnel was actually the place where Yang Kai was located. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the sky shook and the earth hummed. The huge black funnel soon connected with Yang Kai. An unimaginable world energy flowed down the funnel and madly poured into Yang Kai's body. Impossible! Jianghu cried out involuntarily when she saw this scene. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale. The faces of the several Origin King Realm cultivator around her also changed. The middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment and said, this person, how heaven-defying must he be to make the heavenly way obstruct him like this? It seems that he won't be able to survive. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, they would welcome a baptism of world energy, but every cultivator's baptism was very regular. It would give the cultivator time to breathe and recover. No one had ever been directly connected to the world energy during a breakthrough like Yang Kai. As a result, the funnel-shaped world energy would continue to pour into Yang Kai's body, giving him no time to breathe. Which third-order origin king could withstand this kind of impact? This wasn't a baptism at all, it was destruction. Even if a true Tao Source realm cultivator were to come here, they would probably be blasted to pieces in a single exchange. The earth seemed to be shaking even more violently. Even though they were far away, all the spectating cultivator could feel how violent the world energy was this time. It wasn't something that could be resisted by a human, so all of them turned pale. A gust of wind whistled from a great distance. In an instant, the surrounding 100 kilometers was filled with sand and stones, and the sun and moon were no longer shining. The Qin family members surrounded Jianghu in the middle, all of them pushing their protective strength to block the incoming stones and broken trees. In the distance, mixed with the howling wind, a person's roar could be heard. It sounded like a wounded beast, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. The voice naturally belonged to Yang Kai, who was at the center of the violent world energy. The moment the world energy baptism reached his body, Yang Kai realized that he was in big trouble this time. His clothes were destroyed in the blink of an eye as an unimaginable amount of world energy poured into his head, poured into his body through his meridians, and wandered into his limbs. Even with his strong physique, he only lasted for 10 breaths of time before his skin began to rupture and his meridians swelled painfully. He couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. Golden blood spread out from his body, causing his whole body to glow with a golden light. A powerful restorative ability was displayed, and the ruptured skin and flesh began to repair itself, but often, as soon as they were repaired, they ruptured again. Just as Yang Kai was about to explode the pure golden blood in his body to maintain his vitality, he suddenly felt a gentle force emerge from his flesh and meridians. As soon as this force appeared, it quickly joined in the process of repairing his body and at the same time, caused his fluctuating vitality to rise sharply. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly maintained a trace of clarity in his mind, opening his body and mind to receive the violent world energy while checking the condition of his body. The result was much better than he had imagined, and all of this was thanks to the gentle force that had suddenly emerged. Soon Yang Kai figured out what this force was. It turned out to be the medicinal efficacies of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup he had drunk before. After drinking the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup, although he had been in seclusion in the cave for more than half a year to absorb the medicinal efficacies, allowing his body to undergo a rebirth, the medicinal efficacies contained in the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup were too great for him to absorb in a short time. The remaining medicinal efficacies were stored in his meridians and bones. It was not until now that they emerged on their own and became one of Yang Kai's assets for his promotion. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. When the medicinal efficacies of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup continuously seeped out of his meridians and bones, Yang Kai actually didn't feel much pressure anymore. His flesh no longer hurt, his meridians no longer swelled, and his bones no longer creaked. With joy in his heart, he focused even more on urging his strength to break through the bottleneck of the Tao Source realm. As time passed, under the baptism of the world energy, Yang Kai's physical body and strength seemed to have undergone a strange sublimation, becoming stronger and purer. In particular, the source qi in his body had become much purer, comparable to many years of his hard work in cultivation. This unexpected surprise made him wild with joy. Half a day later, a cracking sound came from the depths of his soul, as if some barrier in his body had collapsed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a long howl. The howl was loud and rolling like thunder, spreading in all directions. With this howl, the bottleneck that had been troubling his promotion was suddenly cleared, causing Yang Kai's already powerful aura to suddenly rise to another level. Tao Source Realm. A smooth breakthrough. Chapter 2058. On the barren mountain, a roar resounded in all directions. Everyone who heard this sound could feel a sense of joy and excitement. The middle-aged man from the Qin family stood in place with a dazed look on his face. After a long time of shock, he said with difficulty, "He actually succeeded?" He could not believe his eyes. After all, the commotion caused by the person breaking through was too great. It was not something a third-order origin king cultivator could bear. But now, that person had really succeeded and successfully broke through to the Tao Source realm. The middle-aged man was even more shocked than when he suddenly broke through to the Tao Source realm. Beside him, Qinyu was also extremely shocked. Although she had a faint feeling that the person breaking through would not fail so easily, when the other party's breakthrough really went so smoothly, she still found it hard to accept. Her pair of beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if she wanted to see through the barrier of space and see the appearance of the person breaking through in the distance. Far away, Yang Kai quickly restrained his joy after breaking through and continued to receive the baptism of the surging world energy. The baptism a cultivator received when breaking through to a new great realm was very rare. Not only could it cleanse the cultivator's body and soul, but it also contained the essence of the heavenly way and martial Tao. If a cultivator could comprehend a thing or two from it, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their life. Moreover, Yang Kai was breaking through to the Tao Source realm this time, so he could also glimpse the principal strength from the baptism. What Yang Kai wanted to comprehend was naturally the space principles. He had already grasped it, so what he needed to do now was to comprehend this principal strength more thoroughly. After the roar stopped, the world energy continued to madly pour down. Yang Kai continued to sit where he was. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. An unimaginable amount of world energy poured into his body, stabilizing his Tao Source realm foundation while tempering his physique and source qi at the same time. With the help of the mysterious energy contained in the world energy, Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in comprehending the space principles. Time slowly passed. Half a day later, the black funnel in the sky slowly disappeared and the hazy sky regained its clarity. But even so, the many cultivator watching from afar still could not see Yang Kai's appearance because Yang Kai was at the center. The space within a radius of several thousand meters was extremely distorted, as if it was being disturbed by some kind of power. The cultivator only thought that this was the aftermath of the commotion caused by the previous breakthrough, so they were all speechless. But after realizing that there was no excitement or benefits to be gained, they dispersed one after another. The group of people from the Qin clan stayed behind and continued to watch from afar. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Kai Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Lightning flashes in his eyes' face. Then, his eyes regained their clarity and he waved his hand. The chaotic space in an area of a few tens of thousands of meters in radius actually calmed down abruptly, and nothing unusual happened any longer. Seeing this, Yang Kai grinned in response. At the same time, Qin Yu, who had been watching from afar, suddenly wore a solemn expression. As she blinked and opened her beautiful eyes, they turned purple in an instant. Purple runes circulated within her eyes, as if she was using some kind of secret technique. The purple eyes added a touch of flirtatiousness to the delicate girl. She looked into the distance with rapt attention. 2 purple lights shot out from her eyes, shuttling through the void. In the distance, Yang Kai seemed to have seen through something. He turned his head and looked in Qin Yu's direction. The demon eye of annihilation suddenly appeared in his left eye. The golden vertical eye burst out with endless majesty. When the two's eyes met in midair, Yang Kai could not help but exclaim in surprise. He instantly dispersed his demon eye of annihilation, and his eyes became calm. On the other side, Qin Yu screamed in surprise. Her delicate body uncontrollably took a few steps back, and her face turned pale. "Young miss." The middle-aged man from the Qin family was shocked. He flashed to Qin Yu's side and reached out to support her, asking with concern, "Young miss, what's wrong?" He did not notice Qin Yu's small movements just now. He only thought that her old illness had flared up. Qin Yu's forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. Her purple eyes slowly disappeared. Hearing this, she shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She continued to stare in the direction where Yang Kai had been, but was surprised to find that there was no one there. She didn't know when Kai Yang had disappeared. "It's him," Qin Yu muttered to herself. Obviously, after using her secret technique, she had seen Yang Kai's face. She suddenly remembered that she had met this man on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Moreover, she had told him how to find the entrance to the 2nd floor. "Who?" the middle-aged man asked in surprise. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled, shaking her head, "Nothing." After a pause, she said again, "Let's go back." The middle-aged man frowned. He vaguely felt that his young Mrs. behavior was a little strange, but it was not appropriate for him to ask anything. He could only escort Qin Yu back to Maplewood City with the others. 100 miles away from the promotion place, Yang Kai's figure blurred and strangely appeared. He stood in place and waited quietly for a moment. The monster insect queen and the large blood beasts chased after him from behind. Yang Kai glanced at them and put them away. He then determined a direction and disappeared without moving. Only a faint fluctuation of space force was left behind. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the Yuan Furnace Mountain again. At this moment, the Yuan Furnace Mountain had long been reduced to ruins. The mountains had collapsed, and there were traces of it being overturned by someone. This should be the work of the people from the Raging Fire Temple. Yang Kai did not care about this. He stood high up in the sky and silently sensed for a moment. He could perceive that Lu Yen was still in a strange state of slumber, seemingly absorbing the scorching power contained in the magma pool underground. At this moment, Lu Yan's aura was undoubtedly much stronger than before. There were faint signs of him breaking through to the Tao Source realm. Perceiving this, Yang Kai looked happy and immediately withdrew his divine sense so as not to disturb Lu Yen. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai found a secluded place nearby and sat down cross-legged. He wanted to wait for Lu Yen here. After all, Lu Yen had been in the magma pool for a long time and might suddenly return. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and entered the small sealed world bead in a flash. As soon as he stepped into the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai felt a little different. This difference was not a change in the small sealed world bead, but a change in himself. Before, he was not strong enough and could not touch the world principles, so he did not notice it. But now that he had broken through to the Tao Source realm, he could mobilize the world principles for his own use. Yang Kai immediately noticed that the world principles in the small sealed world bead were not perfect, as if something was missing. He sensed for a long time but could not figure out what it was, so he could only give up. In a flash, he arrived next to the embodiment. Since coming to Maplewood City and teaching the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to him. At this moment, Yang Kai could not help but be surprised when he saw it, because the original behemoth had shrunk by dozens of times. The place where the embodiment stood was full of abandoned rubble and dust. Obviously, it was because of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique that his huge body had been significantly tempered. Although his body had shrunk, it was more solid and sturdy. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could absorb the world energy of all things in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for one's own use and strengthen one's body. It could be said that it complemented the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. Now, the embodiment was only a few stories tall, but even so, it was still a big guy. The various rare minerals that Yang Kai had sent in before were also devoured by him. He removed the impurities and kept the essences, turning them into a part of his strength. Because he was not made of flesh and blood, Yang Kai could not sense the vitality of the embodiment. He did not know how much strength it could exert, but Yang Kai estimated that it would not be too weak. As he thought so, the embodiment seemed to have noticed something and opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his simple-minded face and he said in a low, muffled voice, "Do you want to try?" But Yang Kai tilted his head and beckoned to the embodiment. The embodiment chuckled strangely and slowly got up. As he stood up, a lot of rocks and dust accumulated on his body fell off. Because the embodiment was a product of Yang Kai's avatar that was poured into the stone mongoose's body, Yang Kai could clearly see his thoughts and control his actions. The embodiment was an independent entity and also one of Yang Kai's avatars. With a thought, Yang Kai allowed the embodiment to move freely. In the next moment, the embodiment took a step forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai with a loud rumble. He suddenly bent down and threw a left hook at Yang Kai, which was close to the ground. Before the punch arrived, a strong wind blew, causing Yang Kai's robes to flutter. Not only that, but the fist force that shot out from the fist plowed a deep arc-shaped gully in the ground. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was about to use 60% of his strength, but he suddenly raised it to full strength and threw a punch at the embodiment. Boom! The two fists, one big and one small, collided with each other, making an earth-shattering sound. A halo of power suddenly spread out from the point of contact between the two fists. It was like a sharp circular blade that cut the space in half. The embodiment grinned and showed a strange smile. Yang Kai's face darkened. In the next moment, he felt an almost unparalleled force coming from his right side. Chapter 2059. The embodiment's birth was extremely coincidental, and his strength was also extremely lucky. If the second stone mongoose hadn't been born without intelligence, Yang Kai wouldn't have thought of pouring his soul clone into it and turning it into his embodiment. If it hadn't been for the opportunity on the floating continent, the embodiment wouldn't have grown so quickly. It was because he had refined the entire floating continent that he was able to grow to such a terrifying level in such a short time. The embodiment's punch was equivalent to the power of an entire continent, the power of an entire world. Even though Yang Kai's body was powerful and his cultivation was high, how could he withstand the bombardment of an entire continent with just his body of flesh and blood? It wasn't surprising that he was sent flying and even injured. "You should find me a staff like Xiao Zhao's." The embodiment grinned. If he had a divine artifact like the heaven-shaking pillar in hand, the embodiment would be able to defeat 10 people with brute strength even if he didn't use any other power. Moreover, he could do it even better than Xiao Xiao. There will be a chance. After Yang Kai nodded, his figure suddenly blurred, and with a sway, he appeared above the embodiment, turned around, and swept down with his leg. The violent source chi on his leg showed that Yang Kai wasn't going to show any mercy. Seeing this, the embodiment didn't panic. He just raised one hand to block above his head, while the other hand passed under his armpit and stretched out to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Condense!" As soon as his voice trailed off, a buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding space suddenly congealed under the influence of the power of laws. The embodiment's movements slowed down slightly. Its huge body was actually greatly hindered. The big hand reaching for Yang Kai was no longer as fast as before. He lowered his body and growled, "Break?" Within the giant's body, a violent energy burst out in an instant. Gotcha. A crisp sound rang out, and the solidified space suddenly loosened. With the brute force of his body, he forcibly broke through the suppression of the space law that Yang Kai had mobilized and continued to reach for Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dare to move forward. He exerted force on his feet. An explosive sound came from the soles of his feet, and his body floated backward like an arrow leaving the bow. Immediately his hands opened and closed, and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. Without any scruples, he directly released it. The huge moon blade was as black as ink. Like a machete, it slashed toward the embodiment's arm. The avatar's eyes narrowed. He changed his grip into a fist and punched out like a ferocious tiger. A violent fist force shot out from his fist, and before the crescent blade slashed down, it collided with it in midair, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The crescent blade disappeared. The fist energy disappeared without a trace. Before Yang Kai could recover from his shock, the embodiment stomped his feet, and an earth pillar shot out from the ground. The embodiment stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The surface of the scattered earth pillar flashed with a trace of light, and in an instant, it became as hard as iron, turning into an earth stick. The embodiment grabbed and flung the 100-meter-long stick towards Yang Kai. A sharp explosion sounded as if it was going to pierce through space. Yang Kai's face changed. How could he dare to stay in place? Space power lingered around his body, and he directly flashed to the side, causing the earth stick to hit empty air. Ha. The embodiment seemed to have expected this. Seeing this situation, he didn't panic. With a strange laugh, he bent down and placed his two giant hands on the ground. In the next moment, the ground trembled. Below Yang Kai, a number of earth dragons suddenly burst out. Yang Kai came out of the sealed world beat again and checked on Lu Yan's situation, only to find that she was still sleeping underground, and he didn't know when she would wake up. Yang Kai frowned, but after thinking for a while, he summoned the ship and flew off in the direction of Maplewood City. Yang Kai couldn't be sure when Lu Yan would come out of seclusion, so there was no need to waste time waiting. In any case, Lu Yan knew that he was in Maplewood City, so after she came out of seclusion, she would rush to Maplewood City to meet him. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to rush back to his secluded home in Maplewood City and prepare to refine the Dragon Bone Sword. The young woman's expression changed abruptly and she snapped, "What are you doing? This is Maplewood City." Yang Kai coldly snorted and directly entered the cave mansion. He closed the door and stared coldly at the young woman. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body and directly suppressed the young woman. Dao Source Realm. Perceiving the horror of this aura, the young woman's expression suddenly changed and she cried out involuntarily. Her beautiful eyes finally changed as she looked at Yang Kai. In Maplewood City, the strength of a cultivator was generally not high. There were not many Dao Source Realm masters, but each one of them had a great background and was definitely not someone an ordinary cultivator could provoke. So when she sensed Yang Kai's cultivation, the young woman panicked a little. She was only a first-order origin king. How could she resist the pressure of a Dao Source Realm master? Although she struggled to hold on, her body went soft and she reached out to hold on to the wall next to her to prevent herself from being crushed. She bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, "Little brother, you and I have no grievances in the past. I have never offended you, so please don't make things too difficult for me. I won't make things difficult for you. Yang Kai's face was cold as he said indifferently, I will only ask a few questions. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I will make you beg for death. You should know that I have the ability to do so. Hearing this, the young woman gritted her teeth and nodded gently. Very good. Let me ask you, have you seen that little girl? Yang Kai stared at the young woman, not letting go of the slightest change in her expression. The young woman pondered for a moment before nodding with difficulty. I don't know if that little girl is the one you are looking for, but I did see her at the entrance of the secluded home. Tell me, how old is she, what is her cultivation, and what are her characteristics? Yang Kai asked anxiously. 16 or 17 years old. As for her cultivation, she is at the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm and is about to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm. She looks a little weak, has a slender figure, speaks in a soft voice, and has straight black hair. That's her. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He was sure that the person the young woman saw was Zhang Ruoxi, but he didn't expect that in less than a year, Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation could advance from the First Order Saint King realm to the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm and was about to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm. It seemed that this little girl's aptitude wasn't bad. Of course, the marrow washing pill must have played a part in this. You said you saw her at the entrance of the secluded home? What was she doing at the entrance? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The young woman said, she was standing at the entrance. Standing? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, she was standing there. I rented this place 2 months ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist. After a while, the young woman came back to her senses. She immediately got up and rushed into the cave mansion to pack up her things. After a short while, the young woman walked out of the cave mansion and went straight out of the city gate. Soon she left Maplewood City. She didn't dare to continue to stay in Maplewood City. If the Jiang family were to track her down one day, she would be in big trouble. As far as she knew, the Jiang family wasn't as easy to talk to as Mr. Yang. As long as the Jiang family didn't have a Dao Source Realm Master, no one should be able to discover him and Mo Shaoqi. Although Mo Shaoqi was only a Third Order Origin King, she acted mysteriously and her concealment secret technique was excellent. There was no need to worry about being exposed. Then, the two agreed on a time to meet up and split up. Since he confirmed from Mo Shaoqi that the Jiang family's old ancestor wasn't here, Yang Kai acted more boldly. After quietly sneaking into the Jiang family, he released his divine sense and easily swept through every corner and inch of the Jiang family. But as time passed, Yang Kai's expression became more and more solemn. He couldn't find any trace of Zhang Ruoxi in the Jiang family. 2 hours later, the sky turned dark. In a small alley not far from the Jiang family's walls, Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi reunited. After exchanging a glance, Mo Shaoqi slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's expression darkened and he frowned. Big brother Yang, what should we do now? Will little sister Ruoxi be okay? Mo Shaoqi was also worried. Right now, Zhang Ruoxi was nowhere to be found, dead or alive. This was the worst possible situation. Although she had never met Zhang Ruoxi before, the naturally kind Mo Shaoqi was also worried. I hope she's fine. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it was scary. After pondering for a moment, he said, since this won't work, we can only inquire directly. I hope the Jiang family won't do anything to bring about their own destruction. Hearing this, Mo Shaoqi took a deep look at Yang Kai and nodded, let's go together. Yang Kai had no objection. After a short while, the two arrived in front of the Jiang family's main gate. The two Jiang family guards at the gate immediately stopped them. One of them seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi had high cultivations, so he didn't dare to be too negligent. He cupped his fists and asked politely, may I ask why you have come to my Jiang mansion so late at night? Yang Kai returned the courtesy and said, please inform Patriarch Jiang that Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang Kai wishes to see him. Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist? The guard at the gate was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe before he said seriously, "Please wait a moment, I will inform the Patriarch right away." Spirit Pill Plaza was quite famous in Maplewood City. After all, it was a business set up by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Only an Origin King-grade alchemist could work as an alchemist in Spirit Pill Plaza and refine spirit pills. The guard at the gate didn't dare to be careless when such a person suddenly came to visit the Jiang family. He hurriedly rushed inside, obviously to report to the Jiang family's patriarch. Yang Kai had no choice but to borrow the name of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist. After all, his name was nothing in Maplewood City. Only his identity as an alchemist could make the Jiang family pay attention to him and make the Jiang family have scruples. It would be more convenient for him to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts safely. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi waited outside for less than half a cup of tea's time before a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from inside the Jiang mansion. Before the person arrived, the voice had already reached them. Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang has graced the Jiang family with his presence. This old man, Jiang Lin, welcomes alchemist Yang. Just as the words fell, an old man with a ruddy complexion, who looked to be in his 50s, walked out and cupped his fists enthusiastically. This person was naturally the current patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin wore a long blue robe and had a dignified appearance. The light in his eyes was restrained, so he didn't look too conspicuous. However, the source qi in his body was extremely pure. Yang Kai secretly nodded, thinking that the rumors about the Jiang family's patriarch being able to break through to the Dao source realm in the near future were true. Behind Jiang Lin, there were some other third-order Origin King cultivator. They didn't look young and should be some elders of the Jiang family. Among them, Jiang Chu's figure was also among them. When he saw Yang Kai, Jiang Chu, he couldn't help but be stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai was actually an alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza. After all, he had seen Yang Kai at the Soaring Dragon altar before. Chapter 2062. The Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin, and many elders came out to greet him, obviously giving Yang Kai enough face. Seeing this, Yang Kai cupped his fists in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I had no choice but to visit so late at night. I hope you won't blame me for disturbing Patriarch Jiang and everyone else." "What are you talking about? It is my Jiang family's fortune that alchemist Yang can come to visit. We can't wait to welcome you, so how can we disturb you?" Jiang Lin was extremely enthusiastic as he laughed heartily. Then, he turned to the side and gestured, "Alchemist Yang, let's talk inside." Yang Kai gently nodded and signaled to Mo Shaoqi with his eyes. Under Jiang Lin's lead, they went straight inside the Jiang family. After a short while, everyone arrived at the Jiang family's guest hall and took their seats. The servants had already received the news and prepared fragrant tea and served it one by one. Under Jiang Lin's enthusiastic hospitality, Yang Kai took a few sips of tea and praised absent-mindedly. Jiang Lin didn't seem to notice as he chuckled and said, "I have long heard of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang's name, but I never had the chance to meet you. I never thought that alchemist Yang would come to my Jiang family in person today. This Jiang is really surprised and pleasantly surprised." Yang Kai showed a hint of surprise and said, "Patriarch Jiang has heard of me?" He thought that Jiang Lin was just being polite and didn't expect him to actually know him. Jiang Lin smiled and said, "Alchemist Yang's name is probably known by everyone with a little status in Maplewood City. To tell you the truth, my Jiang family purchased a lot of the source condensing pills you refined. Many of our disciples benefited from it. Alchemist Yang, with your own strength, prevented the Spirit Pill Plaza from closing down. I have long heard of you." Listening to his explanation, Kai Yang finally understood. Although he didn't show up in public during the few months he was refining pills in Spirit Pill Plaza. Some things that happened in Spirit Pill Plaza couldn't be hidden from these local tyrants. So it was not surprising that he knew about the existence of Yang Kai. There aren't many alchemists in Maplewood City, And there are even fewer alchemists who can refine source condensing pills. Even if Alchemist Yang doesn't want to become famous, someone has already spread your name far and wide. Jiang Lin chuckled before suddenly changing the topic and inquiring, however, Alchemist Yang's name has already spread far and wide. I heard that Alchemist Yang has left the Spirit Pill Plaza? No longer concocting pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza? I don't know if this news is true or not. Yang Kai had no intention of concealing this and nodded. Yes, at that time, I had an agreement with shopkeeper Kong that I would only perform alchemy for Spirit Pill Plaza for 2 months. That time limit has already passed. Really? Jiang Lin was overjoyed. Not only did Jiang Lin show a joyful expression, but even the Jiang family elders who were sitting at the side were also moved. They all looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, as if they were looking at a great beauty. She couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Alchemy is not my major, so I have no intention of developing in this territory." So it's like that. Jiang Lin was old and experienced, so how could he not understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words? He said with some disappointment, "If Alchemist Yang has such a choice? That's a pity. And I wonder why Alchemist Yang has come to my Jiang family this time? If my Jiang family can help you in any way, we will certainly not refuse." Although Yang Kai said so, he was still an Origin King-grade alchemist after all. There was no harm in having a good relationship with such a person. How could Jiang Lin let go of this opportunity to curry favor with him? He also knew that since Yang Kai had come to the Jiang family, he must have something to ask of them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Since Patriarch Jiang has asked, I will be straightforward. Then I'll get straight to the point. I came to your family this time mainly to look for someone." Find someone? Jiang Lin frowned. The other elders also had suspicious expressions on their faces. They didn't know who Yang Kai was looking for in the Jiang family. Jiang Lin asked, "May I ask who Alchemist Yang is looking for?" A little girl, 16 or 17 years old, with a peak second-order Saint King cultivation. Yang Kai briefly described Zhang Ruoxi's appearance and some of her characteristics. As he spoke, the eyelids of an old man with a ruddy complexion sitting on his left suddenly twitched slightly, but he immediately returned to normal. Yang Kai's divine sense immediately captured this detail. His heart immediately moved, and he glanced at the old man thoughtfully. The old man immediately lowered his eyes and remained motionless. After listening to Yang Kai's description, Jiang Lin looked at the people present with an inquiring look and asked, "Does our Jiang family have such a little girl?" An old man sitting next to Jiang Lin immediately stood up and cupped his fists, reporting to Patriarch, "My Jiang family may have such a little girl, but I don't know if she is the person Alchemist Yang is looking for." "Good, then bring her here and let Alchemist Yang take a look. If she is really the person Alchemist Yang is looking for, my Jiang family will naturally not let her stay," Jiang Lin said happily. "No need." Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Shaoqi, who had been sitting silently next to him, waved her hand and said, "The person we are looking for is not here." Jiang Lin couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Mo Shaoqi, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, "Alchemist Yang, what do you mean? Since you came to my Jiang family to look for someone, why did you say that she is not in my Jiang family? This Jiang is truly confused by all of you. Could it be that you have secretly investigated my Jiang family before? Is that why you are so sure?" A Jiang family elder suddenly thought of something, and his face changed slightly as he shouted in a deep voice. When the others heard this, their faces also darkened as they looked at Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi with some displeasure. Mo Shaoqi suddenly realized that she had just said something wrong and couldn't help shrinking her head, feeling a little guilty. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm as he said, "Don't misunderstand, it's just that I put some seals on that little girl. As long as she is not too far away, I can sense her through the power of the seals, so I can be so sure." "So that's how it is." Jiang Lin nodded with a look of understanding and immediately said, "But in that case, why did Alchemist Yang come to my Jiang family to look for someone?" After he finished speaking, he got up and cupped his fists. This Yang will take his leave now. I won't see you out. After he finished speaking, he winked at Emo Xiaoqi, and the two quickly left under the gazes of the Jiang family's people. In the reception hall, the atmosphere was a little dignified. For a long time after Yang Kai left, no one spoke. The Jiang family's higher-ups just looked at each other and exchanged glances. Some unknown information was quickly transmitted in the air. Sweeping with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the Zhang family's mansion was peaceful, although there were many barriers and spirit arrays in the manor. But how could the means of a small family stop Yang Kai? After breaking through to the Tao Source realm, the power of his divine sense was much stronger than before. He easily avoided the many barriers and arrived at Zhang Ruoxi's boudoir. Looking around, the boudoir was spotless and tidy as if it was new. Obviously, someone often came to clean it. On the fragrant bed, there were several neatly folded clothes. Those should be the clothes that Zhang Ruoxi used to wear. Yang Kai didn't look at them carefully, grabbing them and stuffing them into his space ring. He quickly left the Zhang family's mansion. After a short while, he returned outside and handed the clothes to Emo Xiaoqi, saying, "Take a look and see if this is okay." Emo Xiaoqi took it, picked up the topmost one, and shook it casually. Then she shook it open. The next moment, Emo Xiaoqi's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she glared at Yang Kai reproachfully. Yang Kai also had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He withdrew his gaze from the clothes and said embarrassedly, "I just took it casually." Only now did he realize that it was actually a small, close-fitting bra. It was pink in color and looked very small and exquisite. Looking at the other clothes in Emo Xiaoqi's hands, they were also close-fitting clothes. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but blush, feeling uncomfortable all over. Emo Xiaoqi stomped her feet shyly. She put away the other clothes, then turned around, facing Yang Kai with her back, and patted a cloth bag on her waist. In the next moment, accompanied by a strange squeak, the heaven-escaping bat that Yang Kai had seen before appeared. The small heaven-escaping bat circled around Emo Xiaoqi, then stood firmly on her shoulder. Emo Xiaoqi's expression turned solemn, her hands forming a seal, her mouth chanting something, but no one could understand what she was saying. After a while, she reached out and bit her fingertip, drawing a strange spirit array on Zhang Ruoxi's small bra, then pointed her blood-stained finger at the heaven-escaping bat's forehead. Squeak squeak. The spirit array on the small bra turned into a stream of light and shot into the heaven-escaping bat's forehead, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the heaven-escaping bat's nose twitched, and with a flap of its wings, it flew into the air, nimbly turned a corner, and shot straight in a certain direction. "Keep up!" Emo Xiaoqi shouted tenderly as she put away her little bra and hurriedly followed behind Xiaofu. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate and hurriedly followed. 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City, in a barren mountain. This barren mountain looked extremely desolate on the surface, with not even a blade of grass growing, and the world energy was extremely thin. There was no cultivator living here, only a small village stood there, and the people living in this village were ordinary people who could not cultivate. However, because this barren mountain was close to Maplewood City, there were no wild beasts or monster beast, so even ordinary people could live and work here in peace. In a hidden cave in the barren mountain, 2 first-order origin king cultivator were resting with their eyes closed. Suddenly, one of them, a man in a white robe, seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a communication artifact appeared in his palm. He immersed himself in it, and after reading the message sent, he could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. "What's the order from the family?" The other person also opened his eyes and asked. The white-robed man said with a strange expression, "Fifth Elder sent a message, asking us to deal with a little girl who was brought here a month ago." Chapter 2064. After a brief discussion between the two, the white-robed man immediately flashed into the cave and stood on top of a spirit array. Immediately, he took out a few pieces of source crystals and threw them into the grooves around the spirit array. Then, he made a hand seal and the spirit array immediately started operating. Accompanied by a buzzing sound and a faint fluctuation of space force, the white-robed man soon disappeared. Seeing this, the other Jiang family cultivator who was guarding here retracted his gaze and closed his eyes again to rest. After about an incense stick worth of time, a small beast suddenly landed on a small slope 3 kilometers away from the cave. Mo Shaoqi and Yang Kai's figures also appeared behind it. The little beast sniffed the air in front of it, and then squeaked. Mo Shaoqi frowned and turned to Yang Kai worriedly. "Big brother Yang, Xiao Fu said that Sister Ruoxi's aura disappeared in that cave." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate. After a short while, he exclaimed softly, "A space array? There's a space array in there?" Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai in surprise when she heard this. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, and it seems to have been used just now. There are some residual space force fluctuations around it. There is a first-order origin king cultivator guarding the cave. It seems that we have found the right place." "Are we going to break in?" Mo Shaoqi inquired. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Not good, Ruoxi may be in danger." He suddenly realized that he had just inquired about the situation from the Jiang family. Someone here had used a space array. This was very likely to have something to do with the Jiang family. Perhaps the Jiang family's higher-ups had sent a message to silence Zhang Ruoxi. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became nervous. He didn't care about hiding his figure anymore. With a flicker, he shot straight over. Inside the cave, the Jiang family cultivator who was guarding this place was also very clever. The moment Yang Kai moved, he opened his eyes and saw a stream of light shooting over from the front. His face couldn't help but change drastically. Circulating the Saint Qi in his body, he suddenly stood up and looked forward with an unfriendly expression. But when Yang Kai's aura enveloped him, the Jiang family cultivator immediately turned pale and exclaimed, "Dao Source Realm." He was just a first-order origin cultivator. His domain had just been condensed, so how could he possibly be a match for a Dao Source Realm master? Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already arrived in front of him and lightly pressed his palm against his chest. This person only felt a huge force pass through his chest and his whole body uncontrollably flew backwards. Blood splattered everywhere in the air. Yang Kai didn't kill him. After all, he still hadn't figured out the relationship between Zhang Ruoxi's situation and the Jiang family, so he couldn't bear to kill him rashly. However, with this palm strike, the other party would be unconscious for at least a few days, which was enough for him to find out everything. After landing, Yang Kai immediately cast his gaze on the space array in the cave. Mo Shaoqi also followed at this time. After a while, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "Big brother Yang, did you find anything?" Mo Shaoqi asked. This array was not set up by the Jiang family, nor was it set up recently. It seems to have been here for many years. Yang Kai frowned. The space array in the cave was old and mottled. There were countless traces of the flowing time Great Emperor. Obviously, it had been here for many years. However, it had been hidden in this cave in this barren mountain, so it was basically impossible for it to be discovered. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said in a cold tone, "Find someone?" When the person heard this, he immediately frowned and looked at Yang Kai anxiously. A drop of sweat silently slid down his forehead as he asked with difficulty, "May I know who your excellency is looking for? Is there a little girl named Zhang Ruoxi here?" Yang Kai asked. The two Jiang family origin king realm cultivator looked at each other. The one who spoke first smiled bitterly and said, "We were just ordered to guard the entrance. We don't know the names of those people. Big brother Yang, there's no need to ask. Xiao Fu has already smelled little sister Ruoxi's aura. She's really here." Mo Xiaoqi suddenly said excitedly. Yang Kai quickly looked over and sure enough, he saw the heaven-escaping bat's eyes flashing. It was squeaking in a certain direction, as if it had really found something. I'll leave this place to you. Lend me Xiaofu. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he pointed a few fingers at the 2/3 order origin king realm cultivator and poured a few streams of source qi into their bodies. Immediately, the two of them let out a muffled groan and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Immediately, Yang Kai waved to the heaven-escaping bat and the little beast immediately flew forward. Big brother Yang, be careful. There's something strange here. Mo Xiaoqi exhorted behind him. Yang Kai nodded and didn't slow down. Flying all the way, Yang Kai had time to carefully observe his surroundings. This place was like an underground mine. The mine was connected in all directions and had countless branches. From time to time, clanking sounds could be heard from the bottom of the branches, as if someone was mining something. However, the places Yang Kai passed by had already been mined, leaving only pieces of exposed rock. Following the little beast around, Yang Kai soon entered a fork in the road. In that fork, Yang Kai felt the auras of many living beings. Not long after, in the dim light of the mine, Yang Kai discovered that many people were knocking on the walls of the mine, causing gravel to fall down continuously. What concerned Yang Kai was that these people were all below the Saint King realm. None of them were above the origin returning realm. All of them were handcuffed with special bracelets and anklets. The slightest movement would make a clattering sound, making it impossible for them to hide their whereabouts. Perhaps sensing something, these people who were mining all turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. Seeing these pairs of lifeless eyes, Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know how long they had been locked up here, nor did he know how long they had been mining ores here. All of these cultivators below the Saint King realm looked extremely exhausted, their clothes in tatters, only a few of them still maintaining some semblance of vitality. There were even a few rotting corpses on the ground nearby, causing the already stagnant mine tunnel to be filled with a foul stench. Yang Kai's figure came to a halt as he glanced around and asked, "Which one of you is the leader? Stand out and speak." When the cultivator heard this, they were all silent. They just looked at each other. Most of them had a look of fear in their eyes, as if they didn't dare to stand out at all. After a long while, a young cultivator stood out. This young man looked less than 30 years old. His clothes were tattered, revealing his strong body. Although the aura on his body was a little weak, it was much better than the others. This person stood not far in front of Yang Kai, cupped his fists and said, "This one is Zhou Kong. May I ask what advice Senior has for me?" Although Yang Kai looked about the same age as him, his cultivation was far higher than his, so he took it for granted that Yang Kai was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. There was nothing wrong with calling him Senior. Chapter 2065. The Jiang Family. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "No, I'm here to look for someone." "Senior is really not a member of the Jiang family?" Zhou Kang's voice suddenly rose a little, as if he couldn't believe it. At this time, even the other cultivator looked at Yang Kai with joy. Their gloomy eyes bloomed with light, as if they had seen some hope in the darkness. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. "I believe in Senior." Zhou Kang no longer dared to question and shouted, "Since Senior is not a member of the Jiang family, please save us from the sea of suffering. Senior, I beg you, please let us out." Suddenly there was a cry for help. Those cultivators who were shackled looked at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Zhou Kang said, "To tell you the truth, Senior, most of us are scattered cultivators who have no relatives or friends. There are also some people from small families who were caught by the Jiang family at different times to mine minerals for them. If we resist, we will be punished. Some of our brothers have even died. We can't bear the torture, it's unbearable." "What minerals are you mining here?" Yang Kai frowned. "It's this, please have a look, Senior." Hearing this, Zhou Kang quickly took out something from the basket next to him and respectfully handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and suddenly exclaimed, "Pure heart jade?" He recognized this thing. It was an extremely rare jade that could help a cultivator to purify their mind. It had a very special effect. When a cultivator was in retreat to cultivate a secret art or to break through a realm, if he could wear such a thing on his body, it could offset the harm of heart demons to a great extent. If he wore it all year round, there would also be some unknown benefits. Because of this kind of jade was very expensive. A thumbnail-sized piece would cost 2,000 to 3,000 source crystals, and the piece Zhou Kong casually picked up was the size of a palm. It was worth at least 100,000 source crystals. Not to mention that the basket was filled with more pure heart jade. This was a mine for pure heart jade. No wonder the Jiang family acted so sneakily. He didn't want to be discovered. If other forces knew about such a huge benefit, the Jiang family alone would not be able to resist. Even the city governor's mansion would definitely intervene to get a share of it. However, mining this kind of thing definitely required some labor, and the Jiang family didn't have enough labor, so they could only target others. Those below the Saint King realm had no relatives or friends. A cultivator with no background and no backing was the best candidate. Although Maplewood City wasn't considered big in the entire Southern Territory, and the overall level of cultivator wasn't high, people came and went every day like carps crossing the river. From time to time, a few cultivators below the Saint King realm would disappear. Most likely no one would find out. Zhou Kong and the others were all caught and brought into the mine to work as coolies. Zhang Ruoxi was obviously the same. In a short time, Yang Kai understood everything. Only now did he understand why the Jiang family was unwilling to reveal Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts. Instead, when he went to the Jiang family to inquire, they pretended not to know anything. They were even unmoved when he saw the right conditions. It turned out that they didn't dare to reveal the secret of the mine. Understanding this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Senior." Zhou Kong looked at Yang Kai cautiously, not knowing what he was thinking at the moment. "Leave your things here. You can go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Huh." Zhou Kong was taken aback, seemingly at a loss. Yang Kai raised his hand, and suddenly, golden light danced in the mine as golden blood threads shot out. With the help of the dim light in the mine, she found that it was Sir Yang, whom she had missed for a long time. Sir Yang's face was anxious at the moment, but for some reason his facial features were distorted, as if he was extremely angry. Great-grandmother once said that before people died, they would have some inexplicable hallucinations. So, it seems that this is also my hallucination? Thinking so in her heart, Zhang Ruoxi's strength was quickly draining away, and she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot over, dispelling the darkness in the mine in a short time. The next moment, accompanied by a muffled groan, the big hand that was tightly pinching her neck suddenly loosened, and her body immediately fell to the ground. Before she landed, Zhang Ruoxi didn't know where the strength came from, but she clenched the dagger in her hand, lowered her body, and slammed forward. To Zhang Ruoxi's surprise, the dagger in her hand pierced through the white-robed man's chest smoothly. After pulling it out, blood splattered all over Zhang Ruoxi's face. The warm and sticky sensation made her hair stand on end. She was stunned for a moment, but she suppressed the fear in her heart, raised the dagger again, and fiercely stabbed at the white-robed man in front of her. *Pupi*. With each stab, the dagger went all the way to the hilt, and blood spurted out from the wound, quickly drenching her in blood. It wasn't until the white-robed man opposite her widened his eyes and fell to the ground in disbelief that Zhang Ruoxi woke up from a dream. She stared at the corpse on the ground in a daze, and didn't recover for a long time. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out how such a powerful person could be casually stabbed to death by her Ruoxi. Not far away, a low voice called out. Zhang Ruoxi's body trembled and she looked up, only to find Yang Kai standing 10 meters away from her with a guilty look on his face, quietly looking at her. "Sir?" Zhang Ruoxi couldn't believe her eyes and cried out involuntarily. Fearing that the figure in front of her was an illusion, she hurriedly stretched out her hand and wiped her eyes, but she forgot that her hands were covered in blood at the moment. When she wiped her eyes, her vision turned blood red, and it looked particularly terrifying. It wasn't until this moment that she seemed to come back to her senses. Looking down at her blood-stained hands, she shivered and threw the dagger away, her tender body trembling violently. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Zhang Ruoxi. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, calling out in a low voice, "Ruoxi, are you okay?" Zhang Ruoxi slowly raised her head. Her originally clear and beautiful eyes were now covered in blood. After confirming that the person standing in front of her was indeed Yang Kai and not an illusion before her death, large tears overflowed from her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace, falling down continuously. Her grievances broke out, and her shoulders trembled as she choked out, "Sir? Sir, save me." Back in Tong Xian realm, the clansmen of the ancient demon clan he saved had all cultivated this secret technique, which allowed them to brand their bodies with different demon crests. When he himself used the secret technique to become the demon race, the changes on his body were very similar to this scene. Demonic Qi? Mo Xiaoqi seemed to have noticed something at the same time as Yang Kai exclaimed. As soon as the two's voices fell, the white-robed man stood up and fixed his dark eyes on Yang Kai. Immediately after, he let out a fierce roar and pounced towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, as if he was not afraid of death. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding Zhang Ruoxi in one hand and flicking his fingers with the other, shooting out a series of golden blood threads. With a sizzling sound, the sharp golden blood threads pierced through the white-robed man and were directly cut into several pieces by Yang Kai. The pieces scattered on the ground, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. However, Yang Kai did not have the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he frowned. This was because he could feel that after the white-robed man had been demonized, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Although he was still able to deal with him in a single move, the white-robed man was undoubtedly much stronger than when he was alive. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk at this moment, the pitch-black aura that filled the mine turned into pitch-black spirit snakes and shot madly towards Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, like cats that had smelled fish. Not good, run. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Exile!" Under the power of space principles, a black hole about the size of a round table took shape leisurely. Inside the black hole was nothingness, only chaos. The pitch-black spirit snakes all rushed in and disappeared without a trace. But there were still more pitch-black spirit snakes that pounced over one after another. And from the mouth of the face on the cliff, even more pitch-black aura gushed out. The space secret technique only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it shattered, allowing the black snake-like existences to break through Yang Kai's blockade and follow him at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that the situation behind them was not good. He had no time to deal with those strange things. Pushing his source chi, he wrapped Mo Xiaoqi up and rushed towards the entrance as if his life depended on it. After going around in circles, the two soon arrived at the location where they were previously teleported. There, the 2 Jiang family origin King Realm cultivator were still lying on the ground with pale faces, watching Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi step into the space array. One of them opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. They did not know what method Mo Xiaoqi used to imprison them in place. "Big brother Yang, they're coming." "I don't want to do anything to you." If you obediently brand your us on this soul contract, this old master will pretend that nothing happened today. As for the little girl in your arms and the companion beside you, this old master can spare their lives, but the premise is that they must marry into my Jiang family as concubines. What? You want me to marry into your Jiang family as a concubine? Before Yang Kai could say anything, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been standing to the side with an indifferent expression as if she was watching a good show, jumped up and glared at Jiang Taixing with a face full of shame and anger. She shouted, "You old thing, you don't have any self-respect at all. How could you say such shameless words? Presumptuous! How dare you!" A group of Jiang family cultivators shouted at Mo Xiaoqi with angry expressions, as if Mo Xiaoqi had said something she shouldn't have. Yang Kai chuckled. He held Zhang Ruoxi in his arms with one hand and pretended to pick his ear with the other. He tilted his head and asked Mo Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, why do I hear a mad dog barking?" "Oh." Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him and nodded seriously, "Yeah, and its barking is very unpleasant to hear." Hearing this, Jiang Taixing narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. He said in a deep voice, "Very good, these two juniors are really bold. This old master hasn't heard anyone speak to me like this for many years. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it? Why are you putting on an act over there? What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him impatiently. "Do you think you're so great just because you're a Dao Source Realm cultivator?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred. Before the Jiang family members could react, Yang Kai had strangely appeared not far in front of Jiang Lin. "Huh!" Jiang Lin was shocked and his body fell back involuntarily. Before he could do anything else, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand towards him. Jiang Lin was shocked. Without thinking, he pushed the source qi in his body, clenched his fists, and punched forward fiercely. Energy gathered in the void as a tiger's roar resounded. A gigantic phantom of a tiger appeared in a flash and opened its bloody mouth to bite forward. However, this attack hit nothing but air. Kai Yang, who was in front of him, had disappeared at some unknown time. When Jiang Lin looked around in surprise, he found that Yang Kai had returned to his original place, as if he had never moved. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Jiang Lin's forehead. The Jiang family members also turned pale. "Xiaoqi, see if this is real." Yang Kai handed something to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi took it and looked at it carefully. "My soul contract." Only then did Jiang Lin realize that the soul contract he had been holding in his hand had been snatched away by Yang Kai at some point. He stared at his empty hands in amazement, then raised his head and looked not far ahead. His heart sank to the bottom. "Dao Source Realm." Jiang Taixing narrowed his eyes and shouted. Before, Yang Kai did not use any power, so he did not carefully investigate Yang Kai's strength. He only thought that Yang Kai's cultivation was at the Origin King realm. But now, as soon as Yang Kai made a move, Jiang Taixing saw the clues. After discovering this, Jiang Taixing's face could not help but turn ugly. After all, he was just a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, he would not have any advantage at all. This was completely different from what he had imagined before. He thought that if he personally went out to deal with these two juniors, it would be a piece of cake. And from beginning to end, he did not even look at Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. But only now did he know that he was wrong, very wrong. As a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm, Yang Kai already had the qualifications to talk to him as an equal. And judging from the speed at which he attacked just now, if he wanted to kill the other members of the Jiang family, he would have already succeeded. Yes, Big Brother Yang, this is indeed a soul contract from the Serene Soul Palace. This is a good thing. Keep it well, it may be useful in the future. After checking it, Mo Xiaoqi returned the soul contract to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it back and stuffed it into his space ring indifferently. This old master was rude. "It turns out that your excellency is also a Dao Source Realm cultivator. No wonder you are so confident." Jiang Taixing's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, there was a dignified look on his face as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You change your face quite quickly. How shameless!" Mo Xiaoqi also spat from the side. Jiang Taixing's behavior was like a completely different person, which really made Mo Xiaoqi look down on him. Jiang Taixing coldly snorted and said, "But even if your excellency is a Dao Source Realm cultivator, you must give this old master an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, your excellency can forget about leaving so easily." Explanation? Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "Is this what your Jiang family should give me, or should I give it to your Jiang family? This Yang's friend was captured by you for no reason and was tortured here." When Yang Kai went to the Jiang family to inquire about information, not only did you hide it, you even wanted to silence him. If I had not come in time, how could my friend still be alive? You still want an explanation? This. Jiang Taixing was at a loss for words. He did not expect Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. Alchemist Yang. As the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Lin had no choice but to stand up at this moment. He cupped his fists and said, "Alchemist Yang, please calm down. This is a complete misunderstanding." He had just been bullied by Yang Kai and had walked through the gates of hell. Now, he no longer dared to look down on Yang Kai. His tone was also not as arrogant as before. Instead, he smiled and said bitterly, "This is really a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Although he was smiling, there was not the slightest trace of a smile on his face. Instead, it looked even more bone-chilling. "You captured my woman and now you say it's a misunderstanding? Patriarch Jiang, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Or are you a 3-year-old child?" Jiang Lin wore a worried expression as he said, "Alchemist Yang, we didn't know this little girl was one of your people. If we had known earlier, we would have treated her as a guest of honor." Chapter 2069. "Heh, now you want to bribe me?" Yang Kai sneered, "Can you be any more shameless?" Jiang Lin's face stiffened. He was extremely annoyed, but due to the gap in cultivation he didn't dare to get angry. However, Jiang Taixing was burning with rage. He shouted, "Junior, my Jiang family has already given you enough face. Don't go too far." "I'm going too far. Are you going to bite me?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. "You're pissing this old master off." Jiang Taixing only felt the blood and qi in his chest churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Furious, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, even if you are from the First Order Dao Source Realm, this old master will have to experience your means today. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight." Yang Kai shouted angrily as the source qi in his body surged wildly. This old master has been in the Dao Source Realm for more than 100 years. How can a little brat like you compare to me? Jiang Taixing shouted coldly with a complacent look. "You haven't broken through to the next level after 100 years. Isn't your aptitude too bad, old thing?" Yang Kai said disdainfully. Jiang Taixing was furious. The source qi in his body also surged. He didn't want to say anything more to Yang Kai, so he wouldn't be angered to death. With a tap of his foot, he suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. A soft thud could be heard coming from where he was just standing. Obviously, it was because he was too fast, causing the air to explode. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai like a ghost and shouted with a gloomy face, "This old master will let you experience the strength of a century-old Dao Source Realm master." While speaking, he floated lightly. He seemed to be very relaxed as he pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Principal strength lingered in that palm. Before it was pushed out, Yang Kai was already surrounded by strong winds, whistling sounds. Mo Xiaoqi, who was standing not far from Yang Kai, turned slightly pale. Her chest rose and fell violently, as if she couldn't breathe. Mo Xiaoqi's origins were mysterious. His background was extraordinary, and his strength was also extraordinary. However, he had yet to reach the level of the Tao Source realm, so when faced with the pressure of Jiang Taisheng's principal strength, he immediately had a difficult expression on his face. However, she was also a person who had seen the world, so she wouldn't be restrained by some principal strength. She let out a shout and urged the power in her body to forcibly break free from the oppression of the principal strength. With a flash, he was already far away. But at this moment, in front of Jiang Taisheng's palm, a clear and misty energy palm leisurely took shape and pushed towards Yang Kai with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. A gust of wind blew past. Yang Kai's robe fluttered in the wind. Zhang Ruoxi's hair fluttered in his arms. "How dare you show off your petty tricks?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. Without waiting for the other party's power of law to press down on him, he also mobilized the law of space to form a tight invisible barrier around himself, blocking the suppression of the other party's law. In the next moment, he raised his hand. Similarly, a huge energy palm formed in front of him and slapped towards Jiang Taisheng. The two energy palms were like giant objects that could hold up the sky, and in a breath's time, they collided. Accompanied by a loud bang, the world energy suddenly became chaotic, and shattered principal strength sputtered in the void. It burst out in all directions. A faint sneer hung on Yang Kai's face, but Jiang Taisheng's pupils shrank, and a trace of horror appeared on his old face as he exclaimed in a low voice, "How can this be?" As soon as he said this, his misty giant palm suddenly collapsed, while Yang Kai's palm continued to press down on him. Dang dang dang. The group of Jiang family cultivator retreated a few steps, each of them looking at each other in shock, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the extremely rare and powerful monster beast. Not to mention the small heaven-escaping bat, the silver lion tiger beast, the scarlet fire qilin, and the blue eyes black scale flood dragon that appeared in front of everyone, which one of them wasn't a monster beast that was almost extinct. It was impossible to see an ordinary cultivator in the outside world. The reason why these monster beasts were almost extinct, it was because they all carried the bloodline of some ancient strange beasts. This kind of bloodline was extremely difficult to pass down. With the passing of the flowing time Great Emperor and the passage of time, these monster beasts with the bloodline of ancient strange beasts became rarer and rarer with each generation, and in the end, they were almost extinct. The reason why the Jiang family elder recognized the blue eyes black scale flood dragon was because he had to cultivate a secret technique that required the blood essence of this black scale flood dragon. That was why he had made many inquiries. Unfortunately, he had spent more than 10 years, but he still couldn't find any trace of this black scale flood dragon. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on cultivating that secret technique. He never expected that after so many years, another blue eyes black scale flood dragon would suddenly appear in front of him. Because these monster beasts carried the bloodline power of ancient strange beasts, every one of them was extremely difficult to deal with. They were usually able to display strength that surpassed their own level. If they used the innate divine technique that was passed down from ancient times, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight someone one level higher. In other words, the true strength of these monster beasts in front of them had to be increased by one level before they could accurately assess it. And right now, peak 10th level? They are actually all peak 10th level? What kind of monster beast are these? Where did they pop out from? Where did this little girl come from? A group of Jiang family cultivators exclaimed, the soles of their feet almost cramping. They originally thought that Mo Shaoqi, who was alone and only had the cultivation of the Origin King realm, was obviously a very good breakthrough point. They were prepared to capture her to restrain Yang Kai. Who knew that they would suddenly poke a hornet's nest? Jiang Lin's face was even paler. As the patriarch of this generation of the Jiang family, How could he not guess that his patriarch had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke this time? He originally thought that Mo Xiaoqi only had some background, but when he saw the other party summon 4 peak 10th level monster beasts to help out with a wave of her hand, he immediately understood that Mo Xiaoqi didn't have some background at all. She clearly had a great background. She wasn't someone that a small family like his Jianghu family could provoke. As the patriarch, he was naturally more worried than others. Moreover, when he looked at the small cloth bags on Mo Xiaoqi's waist, he vaguely seemed to think of something, but he couldn't figure it out. Just as the group of Jianghu family cultivators were in a daze. Mo Xiaoqi had already gritted her little silver teeth and said angrily, "Little silver, little red, little black, teach this group of shameless guys a good lesson. How dare they bully me together?" Little silver, little red, little black. When the Jianghu family members heard this, they were shocked and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. If he really went all out, he couldn't be underestimated. What's more, he was holding Zhang Ruoxi in his arms, so his movements were restricted. Therefore, Yang Kai cautiously assumed a defensive posture, lest this old man really used some kind of method to take him down with him. In the next moment, a cloud of blood mist wrapped around Jiang Taisheng. His figure couldn't be seen at all. Then, the blood mist flickered and directly disappeared. It turned into a rainbow light and quickly fled in the opposite direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. For a moment he was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Jiang Taisheng's slogan would be so loud and sonorous. It seemed that even if he died, he wouldn't let Yang Kai have an easy time. In the end, it was just a cover for his escape. Cunning old fox. Yang Kai cursed angrily. His eyes were full of contempt. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his space force and mobilized the space principles. He pointed at the bloody light that Jiang Taisheng had turned into and shouted, "Bind!" The bloody light paused for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Soon, it broke through the blockade of the principal strength and fled forward at an even faster speed. After all, Jiang Taisheng was a Dao Source Realm Master. Yang Kai was mobilizing the principal strength from such a long distance, so how could he be trapped? After escaping the shackles of the space principles, he turned around and directly plunged into the cave in the barren mountain. Soon he disappeared. This old thing. Yang Kai immediately understood Jiang Taisheng's intentions. Obviously, he was not a match for him and had suffered some injuries, so he didn't want to rely on speed to escape. If he really did so, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai, who understood the Tao of space, had an absolute advantage when it came to tracking and escaping. Therefore, Jiang Taisheng set his eyes on the space array in the cave. As long as he teleported away through the space array, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to catch up to him, no matter how powerful he was. Jiang Taisheng's plan was indeed good and he succeeded as he wished. 2 breaths after he entered the cave, his aura suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a weak fluctuation of space force. This fluctuation of space force was naturally caused by Jiang Taisheng using the space array. On the other side, the hearts of the Jiang family members turned cold when they saw this. They had fought with their lives on the line, and even lost 3 of their people, all because they wanted to help their own ancestor. But they didn't expect that at this critical moment, their old ancestor would abandon them without hesitation and escape alone without even saying goodbye. They didn't have much confidence in defeating Mo Xiaoqi, and now that Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm Master, was free, the Jiang family members would undoubtedly be courting death if they stayed. So, Jiang Lin made a prompt decision and shouted, "Let's go!" Everyone hurriedly withdrew from the battle and madly ran towards the cave in the barren mountain. Their thoughts were the same as Jiang Taisheng's. Since they couldn't escape from Yang Kai, they could only rely on the power of the space array. As long as they could teleport away, they could escape this calamity. To their surprise, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Instead, he stood in the air with an indifferent expression and watched them escape. However, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth made Jiang Lin vigilant. On the other hand, the other members of the Jiang family were overjoyed. They scrambled into the cave, filling up the small cave in no time. Pieces of source crystals were quickly thrown into the grooves around the array by an elder of the Jiang family. When everything was in place, he immediately urged his power to activate the array. Chapter 2072. The faces of the Jiang family members instantly turned ashen. They turned their heads to look at Yang Kai, who was gradually approaching them like the god of death. Their entire body was shrouded in a chill. Everyone suddenly realized that their wrong choice had caused them to be caught like a turtle in a jar by Yang Kai. Very good, very good. Since you're all here, I won't have to chase after you one by one. Yang Kai stood not far in front of the Jiang family members and looked at them calmly. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Your ancestor doesn't seem to be a very kind person." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lin seemed to have been hit in the chest by an invisible sledgehammer. His face suddenly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, he looked up to the sky and lamented, "I hate it." The other Jiang family members also looked ashen. Their expressions were complicated and embarrassed. At this point, how could they not understand that the reason why the space array under their feet could not be operated was greatly related to the ancestor destroying another space array on the other side? The array in the cave and the one in the mine were connected to each other. Only when both were intact could they be transmitted to each other. However, as soon as Jiang Taixing was transmitted away, the array here had a problem. Obviously, it was because he had done something on the other side. It was not difficult to understand why he would do this. He just wanted to obstruct Yang Kai's pursuit. However, because of this, he had ruined the escape route of the other Jiang family members. As the ancestor of a family, he only cared about himself at the critical moment and ignored the lives of his family members. How could they not be bitterly disappointed? In despair, Jiang Lin looked at Yang Kai with waning interest and said, "Alchemist Yang, since things have come to this, kill me or torture me as you wish." He still had some backbone. In the face of a desperate situation, he didn't have the intention to beg for mercy. Instead, he just wanted to die. He was probably hurt by his own ancestors' actions, so he didn't have the intention to continue living. However, although he thought so, the other Jiang family members did not think so. Jiang Lin said, "The expressions of the Jiang family elders couldn't help but flicker, while the outstanding talent of the new generation, Jiang Chu-he, turned pale with fright. He hurriedly took a step forward, looked at Yang Kai with a fawning expression and implored, "Alchemist Yang." This Jiang had eyes but failed to see before an offended Alchemist Yang. "I hope that Alchemist Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with me. Now, this Jiang has completely repented. In the future, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and follow by Alchemist Yang's side." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of interest. "Bastard." Jiang Lin was already suffering from a heart attack due to his blood and qi, causing him to become dispirited and listless. The situation was getting worse. He nearly fainted on the spot. Forcing himself to stay alert, he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Chu-he's spine and said in grief and indignation, "You cowardly coward! How dare you call yourself a member of my Jiang family?" Jiang Chu-he abruptly turned his head and snapped, "Old man, don't be so long-winded. Even the old ancestor has abandoned us, so why should I seek my own death? I, Jiang Chu-he, am still young and have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die here for no reason. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and submit to Alchemist Yang. Alchemist Yang is kind and benevolent, so he may spare your lives." Chapter 2073. There's such a thing? Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Either the ancient great demon's demonic chi was sealed in that mine, or the ancient great demon's body was sealed. Damn it, how did the Jiang family find this place and even destroy the seal? Mo Xiaoqi's pretty face was filled with anger. It seems that the reason why there are so many pure heart jades in that mine isn't naturally formed, but because of the seal? Yang Kai mused. The greatest effect of the pure heart jade was to purify the heart and mind, and it was the nemesis of the evil demonic chi. Perhaps, a long time ago, an ancient master used a large number of pure heart jades to set up a seal underground, but as the Jiang family continued to send people to excavate over the years, the seal must have been destroyed, resulting in the leaking of the demonic chi. I hope it's the former if it's the latter. Mo Xiaoqi hesitated. What will happen? Yang Kai asked. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him faintly and continued. This means that the ancient great demon has a chance to be resurrected. If that's the case, I'm afraid that only the 10 great emperors can destroy it personally. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. The demonic chi is dispersing. Mo Xiaoqi seemed to have made a new discovery at this moment and hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai took a moment to look back and found that it was just as Mo Xiaoqi said. The huge demonic chi that covered a radius of 1,000 kilometers seemed to have been mobilized by something and was dispersing in all directions. The rolling demonic chi was like an invincible torrent, leaving behind a mess wherever it went. At the foot of the barren mountain near the mine, there was originally a village here. But at this moment, when the demonic chi rolled past, miserable screams immediately rang out from the village. After the demonic chi disappeared, one figure after another wrapped in the dark aura stood up from every corner of the village. Immediately after, they set their eyes on Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, who were fleeing in the distance, and chased after them. These ordinary people, who had never cultivated before, were now displaying physical strength that was not inferior to that of wild beasts. Their bodies were strong and vigorous. He was like a cheetah. Although he couldn't catch up with Yang Kai, he still had no intention of giving up. Sir? At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi's weak cry came from Yang Kai's arms. You're awake. Yang Kai looked down and saw Zhang Ruoxi looking at him with her eyes wide open. Her originally pale face seemed to have regained some color after this period of rest. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated his source chi and circulated it through her body. After making sure that she was fine, he finally relaxed. Sir, please save the orphan and widow of the Zhang family. Zhang Ruoxi pleaded, they don't know anything about the situation here. If we leave them alone. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. But very soon. He nodded and said, okay, I'll rush to the Zhang family. Thank you, sir. Zhang Ruoxi replied gratefully. Big brother Yang, why don't we split up? Mo Xiaoqi suddenly said, you go to the Zhang family, and I'll go to Maplewood City to inform the city lord master to take precautions. Otherwise, when the demonic chi invades Maplewood City, I'm afraid it will be too late. All right. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He also had this plan. Now that Mo Xiaoqi took the initiative to suggest it, it was naturally for the best. Be careful. I'll rush to Maplewood City to meet you as soon as possible. Then we'll leave this place. Mo Xiaoqi nodded heavily. Then she urged her strength and turned into a stream of light, shooting straight toward Maplewood City. After she left, Yang Kai suddenly accelerated. After half an incense stick of time, Yang Kai had arrived at the Zhang family's manor. At this moment, the sky had just brightened, but the group of orphans and widows of the Zhang family had woken up very early. There were already traces of people moving in the manor. When Yang Kai arrived, the two remaining men of the Zhang family, the fat and thin cultivator, were competing in an open space somewhere. The two of them had similar strength and cultivation, so they were locked in a fierce battle. Just as they were locked in a fierce battle, their vision blurred and a person suddenly appeared. The fat and thin cultivator were shocked and took a step back at the same time, shouting, "Who is it?" But in the next moment, the fat cultivator's face showed a happy expression and said in surprise, "Oh, it's our benefactor." And Ruoxi? The thin cultivator also saw Zhang Ruoxi, who was gently put down by Yang Kai, and greeted him enthusiastically. Since Yang Kai solved the Zhang family's extinction crisis last time, everyone in the Zhang family was grateful to Yang Kai. Seeing him now, they were naturally full of joy. Second brother, third brother? Zhang Ruoxi's pretty face blushed, as if she was a little embarrassed, and she quickly called out softly. You guys chat, I'll go find the old madam. After saying this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared. Benefactor, what are you doing in such a hurry? The fat cultivator instinctively sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhang Ruoxi worriedly. Did something happen? It's like this. Zhang Ruoxi also knew that this was not the time to reminisce, so she quickly told them what happened in the mine. After hearing this, the fat and thin cultivators' faces turned pale. At this moment, the Zhang family's matriarch's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Their expressions turned cold, and after calling Zhang Ruoxi, they hurriedly rushed to the manor. After half a cup of tea's time, an exquisite ship suddenly rose from the Zhang family's manor and quickly turned into a stream of light, shooting in the direction of Maplewood City. There weren't many people in the Zhang family now, only about a dozen. Except for the fat and thin cultivator, who were both men, the rest were all women. Moreover, their cultivations varied. In order to save time, Yang Kai could only summon the ship artifact and take them to Maplewood City. Fortunately, they didn't have many people, otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so quickly. The Zhang family's old madam didn't doubt Yang Kai's words. After learning the seriousness of the matter, she made a prompt decision to leave with Yang Kai, not caring about the hundreds of years of the Zhang family's foundation. The old madam was already half buried, so she naturally knew that as long as there were still people in the family, there would always be a chance to make a comeback. But if there were no people, then the family would really be finished. Compared to the safety of a family's members, what was a few hundred years of foundation? The distance of 300 kilometers was covered in a moment. Chapter 2074. Brother Kong, something bad has happened, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. What happened? Kong Si Rant's expression changed as he saw some clues from Yang Kai's expression, so he asked anxiously, what happened? It's like this. Yang Kai quickly explained what happened in the mine, then continued, Brother Kong, please pack up your things quickly and leave Maplewood City with me. How could this be? How could there be the ancient great demon's pure demonic chi near Maplewood City? Kong Si Ran was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. If Yang Kai hadn't told him this, he would have just laughed it off and wouldn't have taken it seriously, but this was the news brought by Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but think about it. There's no time to think about it. Yang Kai looked back worriedly at the sky outside the city, and as if he had noticed something, his expression changed slightly and he shouted in a low voice, Brother Kong, I'm going to the city lord's mansion, and I'll be back soon. After I come back, I'll leave this place immediately. After saying this, he activated his space force and started to flicker in the city. Kong Si Ran shivered and didn't have time to think about it, so he turned around and rushed into the Spirit Pill Plaza. In the next moment, the whole Spirit Pill Plaza was in chaos. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Maplewood City, and Yang Kai had been there when he participated in the auction with Kong Si Ran, so he was naturally familiar with the place. He wasn't going to the city lord's mansion to inform anyone, but to find Mo Xiaoqi. Calculating the time, Mo Xiaoqi should have explained the situation in the mine to the city lord's mansion by now, but she was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai could only go there in person. He had to bring Mo Xiaoqi back first. Halfway there, he took out the sound bead given to him by Mo Xiaoqi and poured his divine sense into it to send a message. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaoqi didn't respond. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, and after taking back the sound bead, he sped up a lot. After a short while, he arrived at the city lord's mansion and swept it with his powerful divine sense. He immediately found Mo Xiaoqi's trail. Mo Xiaoqi was in a side hall of the city lord's mansion at this moment, and there seemed to be a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator with her. However, this cultivator's aura was very unfamiliar, so no one knew who he was. Space force fluctuated, and Yang Kai appeared in the side hall. Glancing around, Yang Kai immediately found that Emo Xiaoqi was standing in front of a gray-skinned old man at the moment, an excited look on her face as she said something. The old man, on the other hand, was standing in place with his hands behind his back. He had an indifferent look on his face. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, the old man sensed it and suddenly turned his head. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out from his calm eyes and landed on Yang Kai. Immediately, a surprised expression appeared on his face. This was because the old man had discovered something. Yang Kai was actually an extremely unfamiliar Tao Source Realm cultivator. This was a rare sight in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang. Emo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, acted as if she had seen her savior and greeted him happily. Have you dealt with it? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Emo Xiaoqi heard this and looked annoyed. Pointing at the gray-skinned old man, she stomped her foot and said, "This Vice City Lord Zhuang doesn't believe what I said at all. I'm arguing with him." He doesn't believe you? Yang Kai frowned. But after hearing what Emo Xiaoqi said, Yang Kai also knew who this gray-skinned old man was. Maplewood City's Vice City Lord, Zhuang Pan. He was also a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. There was only one city lord in the entire Maplewood City. If we don't do anything, the city will fall when we are exhausted. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the old man with the surname Qin also knew that there was no other way. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, this Qin will go with little brother." Humph, as the saying goes, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This old man wants to see how that demonic qi is going to erode my mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If old Mr. Qin goes with us, how will the people below deal with any fish that escapes the net? The old man with the surname Qin was startled. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. Let me go. Old Mr. Qin will hold the rear. The old man with the surname Qin knew that Yang Kai was right. He sighed and said, then little brother must be very careful. If you really can't handle it, then quickly retreat into the city. Yang Kai nodded. If this matter succeeds, this Qin will definitely report to the city lord master and have him record this merit. The old man with the surname Qin said in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't comment. His figure flashed and he had already fled through the hole. The old man with the surname Qin immediately filled in. At the same time he shouted, repair the formation as fast as you can. If you can't completely repair the formation in 15 minutes, this old man will throw all of you array masters outside. The array masters below immediately frowned when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to refute. They hurriedly began to repair the formation with all their might. Outside the city, Yang Kai leisurely fled. He felt as if he had fallen into another world. There was no light in this world. There was only boundless darkness. The pitch-black qi that flowed around his body contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. At the same time, there seemed to be something else as well. The moment Yang Kai fled, the demonic qi and demonic creatures were like ferocious dogs that had seen a bone. They all gathered around him. For a moment, the space in front of the old man with the surname Qin was empty. There were no more demonic qi or demonic creatures that wanted to invade the city through the hole. Seeing this situation, the old man with the surname Qin was happy but also a little worried. What he was happy about was that this way, the formation masters would be able to safely repair the formation array and complete it in the shortest time possible. However, he was worried about whether Yang Kai would be able to last until then. If something happened to Yang Kai, not only would this mission be a complete failure, the demonic creatures would also have a Dao Source Realm Master appear out of nowhere. When that time comes, Maplewood City would be in danger. Just as the old man with the surname Qin was anxiously waiting, several streaks of light suddenly shot over from nearby. Not long after, the streaks of light landed in front of the old man with the surname Qin, revealing a few figures. What are you doing here? The old man with the surname Qin's face couldn't help but change when he saw a delicate woman among them. He shouted in a deep voice, this place is dangerous. Quickly return. Impressively, the delicate woman was Qinyu, whom Yang Kai had met once before. Within Maplewood City, the only Dao Source Realm Master with the surname Qin was the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Hearing this, Qinyu remained unmoved and said, we heard that the old ancestor was in a critical situation here, so we hurried over to provide assistance. As Qinyu said that, she turned her head to look at her surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered that this place was completely peaceful. Other than the hole in the array in front of the city walls, there wasn't a single trace of demonic creatures. At this moment, the demonic qi and demonic creatures outside seemed to have turned a blind eye to the hole in the array. They didn't seem to have any intention of taking this opportunity to invade the city. Instead, they continued to roll around in the periphery, converging towards a certain location. This place. Qinyu had a blank look on her face. How did this happen? Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang sighed and said, a little brother rushed out to attract the attention of the demonic qi and demonic creatures. If not for that, how could this place be so peaceful? Someone rushed out? The Qin family members turned pale with fright when they heard this. After all, although none of them had personally experienced the terror of the demonic qi, just looking at it was enough to make their hair stand on end. At this time, who would dare to rush out of the city to seek their own deaths? Those who had the guts to rush out were probably disregarding their own life and death. Thinking of this, the few of them felt deep respect for that unknown person, secretly admiring him. Since you've come, then forget it. Help this old master take a look at the situation over there. Qin Chaoyang suddenly thought of something and said to Qinyu. But Qinyu gently nodded her head, before gently closing her eyes. When she reopened them, Her eyes had astonishingly turned into a silvery color. Silver streams seemed to flash within her pupils, while a mysterious energy shot out from her eyes, piercing through the void. Jianghu suffered from a chronic illness and her body was in poor health all year round. Using this secret technique seemed to be a great burden on her, so after a while, her delicate body began to tremble slightly and some sweat seeped out from her forehead. Her already pale face gradually became even paler. "How is it?" Qin Chaoyang stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Yu's shoulder, slowly pouring his source qi into her body as he asked softly. "Ta." Qin Yu looked into the void and couldn't help but cry out softly, as if she had discovered something. Soon, a trace of joy burst out from her face and she said in surprise, "It's him." After saying this, Qin Yu's tender body shook and she suddenly closed her eyes, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's expression became solemn and his fingers moved quickly, pressing a few points on Qin Yu's body. At the same time, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring and flicked it into Qin Yu's mouth. He didn't rush to ask anything and instead waited for Qin Yu to sit down cross-legged and adjust her breathing. After a while, Qin Yu opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Chaoyang excitedly. "Old ancestor, is that person surnamed Yang? Do you know this person?" Qin Chaoyang's expression changed as he recalled what Qin Yu had said before and asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai was like a ray of light in this pitch-black darkness, attracting countless demonic creatures to besiege him. Under the suppression of the space principles, the space around him became extremely dense. Any demonic creature that came within 20 meters of him, regardless of their cultivation level, would immediately become sluggish and unable to move. Under the flashing golden light, all the demonic creatures were cut to pieces by the golden blood threads. Even though Yang Kai was displaying invincible bravery, the demonic creatures still continued to charge at him without fear of death. In just a short while, a mountain of corpses had formed at his feet. Although he was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi with his source qi, from the sound of the demonic qi sizzling, Yang Kai could tell that the corrosive power of the demonic qi was extremely strong. Being in this environment for a long time was also extremely taxing on him. "Come out." After killing for a while, Yang Kai frowned and shouted in a low voice. The queen monster insect and blue flame thunder wolf both appeared, one on his left and one on his right. As soon as the two blood beasts appeared, they received Yang Kai's orders. The purple and green dual swords on the queen monster insect's two pincers shone with a brilliant light as an ice concept spread out. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was frozen solid as snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The snowflakes swept past the bodies of the demonic creatures, cutting them in half amidst miserable howls. The blue flame thunder wolf opened its mouth wide and spat out fireballs and purple lightning. Although it was not as strong as the queen monster insect, it was still able to hold its own. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blood-red qi on the two blood beast bodies was almost solid as they emitted a faint golden-red glow, repelling the invincible demonic qi. For a while, the situation stabilized. There were no outsiders here, so Yang Kai simply went all out. Space force lingered around his body as he alternately released all kinds of space secret techniques. With the cooperation of the two blood beasts, the countless demonic creatures were unable to get within 10 meters of him. This was also thanks to the fact that the overall strength of the cultivator near Maplewood City was not high, so even though the demonic creatures demonized by the demonic qi had improved to a certain extent, they were still not that strong. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be able to perform so well in this place? After fighting fiercely for a long time, Yang Kai became so excited that he no longer cared about his own consumption. Moon blades flew in all directions, each one clearing a neat path. At this moment, the queen monster insect seemed to have sensed something and crossed its two pincers, sending a burst of ice principle strength in a certain direction. In that direction, a sneaky figure that was quietly approaching was suddenly exposed. This person seemed to be a little different from the other demonic creatures. The evil aura exuding from his body was extremely powerful and was shrouded by a deep demonic qi. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used to hide from Yang Kai's perception. If the queen monster insect had not sensed it, Yang Kai would not have sensed it until he was close to him. A Jiang family member? Yang Kai's reaction was also very fast. The moment the queen monster insect made its move, he had already turned his gaze in that direction. Taking a closer look, he found that this person was actually an elder of the Jiang family. He had previously dealt with him above the mine. However, Yang Kai did not know his name. This elder of the Jiang family was a third-order origin king before, but now he seemed to have become even stronger. The energy fluctuations coming from his body had already reached the level of a Tao Source Realm cultivator, but what was strange was that he was still only a third-order origin king. Yang Kai's heart moved. He immediately understood that this should be the work of the demonic qi. After being eroded by the demonic qi, although it would cause one to lose their consciousness, it could also increase their strength. After this elder of the Jiang family was transformed into a demon, his strength naturally increased greatly. However, the demonic qi was not omnipotent and could not really transform him into a Tao Source Realm cultivator. It could only increase the amount of source qi in his body, but not the quality. Courting death. Yang Kai hated the Jiang family, the culprits who caused the crisis in Maplewood City. If they had not recklessly mined the mine, he would not have been implicated in this trouble. Right now, he might be peacefully cultivating in his secluded home. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, the queen monster insect did not hesitate to draw its two swords. Two different colored lights suddenly crossed and cut through the Jiang family elder's body. The sound of his flesh being minced could be heard. Although the Jiang family elder's strength had been enhanced by the demonic qi, how could he be an opponent of the queen monster insect? After the light flashed, the Jiang family elder's body directly split into 4 halves and collapsed. Before he died, he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he kept roaring as if he had gone mad. Shio! At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, holding a long sword. The long sword was completely black and filled with a dark aura. With a shake of the sword, it pierced towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Seeing this, the blue flame thunder wolf on the other side opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a brazier towards this person. This person did not dodge and was hit by the fireball. The dark demonic qi on his body dissipated for a moment, and at the same time, a burnt smell spread. But after forcefully withstanding this attack, his long sword continued to stab into Kai Yang's head. Ha! After succeeding in his attack, this person could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was filled with madness and unimaginable evilness. Brother Chu-hee, you're laughing really happily. An indifferent voice inexplicably rang out from behind him. This demon instantly turned pale with fright as he hurriedly turned his head to look, only to discover that Yang Kai, who should have been killed by him in a single blow, had unknowingly appeared behind him and was currently staring at him with a look of ridicule. As for the body with its head pierced through, it slowly dissipated. Impressively, it was just an illusion. Chapter 2083. As the demonic qi churned, the demonized Jiang Chu, he was extremely enraged. Opening his mouth wide, he took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, the churning and squirming demonic qi madly converged towards his mouth, before being sucked into his body. In an instant, Jiang Chu, his stomach seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. As the demonic qi was sucked in, the aura radiating from Jiang Chu, his body grew more and more dangerous. At the same time, the demonic patterns on his skin started to radiate with a black radiance, seemingly containing some kind of majestic power, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. Kill him! Yang Kai roared out, knowing that he could not allow Jiang Chu to continue like this. Otherwise, an unforeseen event might really occur. Giving the order, the demonic insect queen and great blood beast transformed into two streaks of light, rushing towards Jianghu from both sides. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, his body was wrapped in sword light as he merged with his sword and stabbed towards Jianghu. Faced against such a berserk attack, Jianghu did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, before a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted from his mouth. Unrestrained and unrestrained, it spread out in all directions. Accompanying the roar, a jet-black pillar of light shot out from his mouth, condensing into a churning jet-black flood dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it rushed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes could not help but narrow. Radiance radiated from his long sword, transforming into a strangling power that engulfed the jet-black flood dragon within his sword intent. On the other side, Jianghu sent a fist rumbling out, landing squarely on the head of the blue flame thunderjackal that had just closed in on him. This blood beast, possessing the strength of the first-order Dao source realm, let out a mournful cry. Its gigantic body was sent flying, before it even landed on the ground. Entangled by countless demonic chi, it was unable to break free. The demonic chi corroded the blood chi around its body, causing ear-piercing sounds to ring out. In just a short while, a large hole was corroded out, allowing demonic chi to drill into its mouth and nose. At the same time, purple and green lights flashed. Enveloped by the concept of ice, the queen of demonic insects appeared. The two swords on its pincers merged into one and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It actually dispersed the demonic chi around it in a short moment and condensed into a huge sword light that slashed downwards. Jianghu seemed to have realized that this attack was not something that he could take head-on. With a quick twist of his body, he disappeared from his original location. Boom! As soon as he disappeared, the sword light slashed the ground. A deep ravine was carved out on the ground, and soil was sent flying everywhere. On the other side, Yang Kai finally managed to cut the black flood dragon into pieces. Turning his head to look at the blue flame thunder wolf, he cursed in his heart and quickly flashed away. Then, he came to the side of his blood fiend. With a grab, he tossed it into the sealed world bead. If he left the blue flame thunder wolf alone, it might not be long before it was demonized and turned into a member of the demonic beasts. Even though he had cooperated with the two blood beasts to take action, Jianghu had still managed to cripple one of his arms in an instant. This caused Yang Kai to fly into a rage out of humiliation. At the same time, it also allowed him to fully understand just how terrifying a demonized person's strength was. If it was before, he could casually pinch a guy like Jianghu to death. The gap between the Dao Source realm and the Origin King realm was no joke. Within the demonic chi, silence reigned. However, if you can borrow the power of the spirit array and link the power of several Dao Source Realm Masters together, you might be able to move freely within the demon chi. Connecting the spirit array? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Duan Yuan Shan looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully and chuckled, "Eldest niece, don't keep us in suspense. If you have a good spirit array, tell Uncle Duan. If it really works, Uncle Duan will definitely give you the first credit." Uncle Duan? Yang Kai looked at Duan Yuan Shan with a black face. He suddenly realized that this city lord Duan was also an extremely shameless person. According to his seniority, he was on the same level as Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was Qin Yu's grandfather, so Duan Yuan Shan was naturally on the same level as Qin Yu's grandfather. By calling her eldest niece and Uncle Duan, he had pulled down his seniority for no reason. In the future, when he saw Qin Chaoyang, he would probably have to change the way he addressed him. I wonder if Uncle Duan has heard of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Qin Yu asked with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Duan Yuan Shan heard this and frowned, sinking into contemplation. All of a sudden, his face changed drastically and he shouted in a low voice, 20,000 years ago, the secret spirit array of the Black Tortoise sect in the Eastern Territory? An incredulous expression appeared on his face, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It was as if this 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array was some kind of extraordinary thing. Yang Kai listened curiously from the side and could not help but look at Qin Yu, wanting to know the secret behind it. Qin Yu clapped her hands and said with a smile, Uncle Duan is indeed a knowledgeable person. This 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array is indeed the secret spirit array of the Black Tortoise sect in the Eastern Territory from 20,000 years ago. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice, it is said that the Black Tortoise sect offended the divine spirit Black Tortoise because of the name of the sect. The Black Tortoise was enraged and set off boundless waves from the Eastern Sea to attack the headquarters of the Black Tortoise sect. After that battle, the Black Tortoise sect suffered countless casualties. However, after that battle, a peerless genius of the sect borrowed the might of the Black Tortoise to comprehend a secret spirit array, which was named the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. 100 years later, the Black Tortoise attacked again. The Black Tortoise sect used the spirit array to fight evenly with the divine spirit Black Tortoise. After paying a certain price, they repelled the Black Tortoise, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. Speaking up to here, Duan Yuan Shan took a deep breath and said with a face full of fear, although this matter happened 20,000 years ago, there are not many sects in the world that are still safe and sound after being targeted by a divine spirit. The name of the Black Tortoise sect is also widely known, so it is not surprising that this city lord knows about it. Uncle Duan knows a lot. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled charmingly, her smile like a flower. Duan Yuan Shan smiled bitterly and said, no matter how much I know, I can't compare to you. As the two of them spoke one sentence after another, Yang Kai, who was listening from the side, was dumbfounded. The divine spirit Black Tortoise was in existence on the same level as the ancient true dragon and heavenly phoenix. It was one of the most powerful beings in the world. Unless an existence like the ancient true dragon or heavenly phoenix made a move, who could be its opponent? However, the Black Tortoise sect was actually able to repel the Black Tortoise with just a spirit array, which showed how powerful the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was. However, the Black Tortoise sect was really unlucky.